Stage, Elizabeth Hargrave.
Hey everybody, welcome to PAX Unplugged. I'm going to do story time for you today. I have a little bit about how I got here, how I made Wingspan more specifically, a little bit of storytelling about what happened in that first year after Wingspan came out, and a little bit about what I've been up to since and sort of my approach to game design. So how I got here, my family was definitely a game-playing family, but very much in the mainstream mass market game market. I loved Clue as a kid. We played a lot of gin rummy, a lot of Scrabble. And we also spent a lot of time outdoors. I swear, every time I see my parents, they talk about the time they took me camping in Joshua Tree as an infant, which seems crazy now, which I think is why they always tell the story. But, and I went to elementary school in the middle of nowhere in southern Illinois. Definitely had bird feeders growing up. And then went to middle school and high school in northern Florida, which is a beautiful part of the world that somewhere halfway between like the piney woods of Georgia and the wetlands of the Everglades. If you can sort of mash those two in your head, that's North Florida. We have bison in Gainesville because someone decided to restore them to the prairie that's there in the 1970s, and they're still there. And around 2000, I met my spouse, Matt, who is another big nature geek. That's why we're together. That's what we like to do together. And within about 5 years of that, one of our first dates, we played Scrabble. Like, he's also sort of a gamer, but we didn't really stumble into the hobby board game world until about 2005. And it was literally in one weekend I played these 3 games. It was on a ski retreat, and as I mentioned, I'm from Florida, so I was more drawn to the board games. And so it was a good number of years after that we started sort of asking, why are there no games about things we actually like? Like those games were like trains and castles, and what would it look like for there to be a game about something that we actually like spend the rest of our time on? We were starting to become actual birders, which I differentiated. Like, we used to go hiking a lot, and we owned a bird guide, but like, I don't know, in Costa Rica, you started actually paying attention to like wanting to know the names of the birds, and like, it wasn't enough to have one shared set of binoculars. We each wanted our own binoculars. So he was like, okay, and we were playing a lot of Race for the Galaxy when this happened, and which we still play all the time, one of my top games ever. And he was like, what if there was Race for the Galaxy, but with birds? There are a couple of reviewers who picked up on the influence of Race for the Galaxy and Wingspan, which I loved seeing. And so it was about 2013, I made my first prototype for Wingspan, which was literally, like, I printed out a bunch of pieces of paper with clip art of birds on them and hand wrote all the information on the cards, because I was just like, oh, what would this look like? How can I do it? I later learned that this is a concept called fail faster, that you should like just make a super quick and dirty prototype and then see what works. And from there, it was about 3 years of iterating. So that first quick and dirty prototype, I literally just like played against myself, like, how does this work? And then I sort of started roping in my friends and family. And it took me a while to break out of that circle. And it was very eye-opening to break out of that circle, because your friends and family will tell you, like, it's just cool that you made a thing, right? And you'll see a little bit about where the pain points are, but like playing with other designers, playing with like hardcore gamers is a totally different level of playtesting, and very important. So it's 2015, I discovered Unplugged, which those of you on the East Coast, if you want to go to Baltimore in March, is a weekend of just unpublished games, people playtesting all weekend long. It is free to go as a playtester. It's an amazing event. And that was really where I hooked into the game design community and met other designers from the DC area who I now playtest with. Like, I have a regular weekly group. I have some other groups that meet monthly, on top of stuff that I'm doing just with gamers on my own. I love playtesting with other designers. So summer of 2016, I pitched at Gen Con. I usually use this picture to show people how crazy Gen Con is if they've never been to a big game convention, but you guys are at PAX Unplugged. It looks just like this. But yeah, and my working title is Bring in the Birds. I put together, this is like, if you're pitching games, a lot of publishers want you to have like a little sell sheet, they call it, and you put in the little facts about the game, because they will not give you an answer in your meeting. They're going to go back and take all of the sell sheets to sort of trigger their memory about the games they saw at the convention that got pitched to them and decide if they want to follow up with anybody. And Stonemaier was the company that followed up with me. And we did some back and forth. They had some feedback in our pitch meeting and sort of said, how would you address that? And I said, sent them a long email back. Thank God I had taken notes in the pitch meeting on what their feedback was. So I sent them a new draft in November, and then they sent me a contract based on that second draft. And the way board game contracts usually work, if you sign with a publisher, is that you get a royalty as a percentage of the cost of what the publisher gets for the game. And they do all the logistics, all the art and graphic design. So really, right, so with Jamie Stegmaier from Stonemaier Games, we actually did another year of playtesting and development, and the game that came out is quite different from the way that I pitched it. We kept working on different stuff, and I will tell you some of those things. So early on, there was a whole part of Wingspan that was much more a story that you were building a park, and you had to play out these cards that built up your wetland and forest and grassland. A lot of the stuff that got worked into the player mat was like a separate action that you had to take that you were getting more stronger at the different actions in the game. But people just kept saying they wanted to focus on the birds. They didn't want to take those turns that involved improving your stuff. And so we just were like, okay, how could we make the birds be the things that get you better at getting food or eggs or cards? And my theory is that this is part of the special sauce of Wingspan, that the engine building is like this double level, that the birds have powers on them, and the player mat is also just sort of naturally growing your powers, even if you don't play birds that are good for you. Early on, when I pitched it, only a few birds had powers. I always loved talking about the brown-headed cowbird because it has always had its power through the whole development of the game. Because I just think nest parasitism is really awesome, interesting. A lot of people hate brown-headed cowbirds. They're kind of mean. They kick other birds out of their nests and lay their eggs there instead. But how wild is that a bird has figured out how to get away with not raising its own young? So there has always been a brown-headed cowbird that when other people lay eggs, they lay eggs. What it meant to lay eggs has changed over the course of development, but that's always been there. And because of things like that, where the power of the bird was directly related to some fact about the bird, then I wanted to be able to explain it somehow, and that was things like the brown-headed cowbird are really why there's that fun fact on the bottom of all the cards as well. I pitched a deck of 60 birds, and we decided to go to 170, which is a lot of freaking birds. I know you want more, but 170 is already a lot. And there's a lot of data that goes into each bird card, right? It's got the habitat and the diet and all these things. I taught myself to do web scraping so that I could pull some of that into spreadsheets without having to type it all in. As I was even because to figure out which birds go into Wingspan, I have to have that information about many more birds so that I get a balanced set of all the different nest types and all the habitats and all that. So it all goes on a giant spreadsheet. I love sharing this. It goes further off the screen than this. But you can see in there's the different nest types and the different habitats and things. And so I pull all of this. Some of this is things that are what's the power of the bird? But I pull the stuff in those colored columns on the left for hundreds of birds to narrow it down to many fewer birds. But then the powers and all of that information, I actually use a program called Nandeck that's just an open source program to take the information from the spreadsheet and actually place it on the card. So you write out a little program that's like, take column A and put it here on the card, and take column B and put it here. Oh my God, I wish I had found this like 2 years earlier than I did. It saves so much time if you ever want to design a game that has a lot of cards in it. Even for like my 18-card games, I have started not in Nandeck, and they end up in Nandeck. Even for 18 cards, it will save you time over the long run, because you're printing so many new versions of the cards, and so this you can change one thing in your spreadsheet. For if you change the formula for how the scores are calculated, you change that formula across everything in your spreadsheet, and you just push a button, and Nandeck changes the numbers on all your cards for you. It's awesome. There are a bunch of other programs that'll do it now too. But Nandeck was one of the first, and I haven't bothered to learn some of the more user-friendly ones. All right, so that was sort of development of Wingspan. That last year, we were making all these changes in the game still. And then it was really another year until the game was coming out, because it takes a long time to do the art and to actually ship it. But by the end of end of 2018, Jamie started putting out teasers about the game. And from this point, it was clear something was happening that we had not expected. He had talked to a bunch of distributors, like, how many copies do you think I should print? And they were like, I don't know, a game about birds, and from like a first-time designer that we've never heard of. They were like, go easy on this. I went off to Belize on vacation. That's like, we were tagging skates and rays. It was this, I love, if you ever get a chance to go on a trip with Earthwatch, you can like tag along with scientists while they're doing their jobs. It's super fun. I'm that kind of geek. Yeah, so I literally had no internet and came back and was like, oh, that was not what I expected to happen. So that was awesome. That was the beginning of the craziness. So then the editor of the science section for the New York Times is on the Stonemaier mailing list. He's like a Stonemaier fan. He made it into that first set of copies of Wingspan, but then watched as like Jamie was sending out apology letters that he hadn't printed enough copies for everyone, and decided that it would make a fun article, like sort of science-y in the science section of the New York Times. So he commissioned someone to write this article. And it turns out when you're in the New York Times, everyone else thinks that you're news. So all this other news came out. So that was fun. That's awesome. I don't know how many of you were sort of paying attention at this point in Wingspan. It was selling on eBay, because that first print run sold out so fast. It was selling on eBay for hundreds of dollars, and we were getting notes from people like, oh, I want to buy this game, but why is it so expensive? Like, no, it's a $60 game. Just wait, we'll get more. And on that May, the Kennerspiel nominations came out. I was nominated for the Kennerspiel for Wingspan, and won it in July, so that was super fun. So just to give you a sense of there's a minister, number one, in Germany. Germany has a minister of like arts and culture. It's like a cabinet level position in Germany, so that's difference number one between the US and Germany. She was like the speaker at the award ceremony. Like, they just take board games so much more seriously there. And it's like on the evening news, the award ceremony. So there's like cameras. It's this brightly lit, but there's cameras in front and everything. It's a wild experience. So that was fun. But along with all of this, like just wild ride, there were just some other really interesting things happening. So I started seeing notes from people who were learning to identify birds because they had played so much Wingspan. That's kind of awesome. And people started saying, like, thanks to Wingspan, I went birding this weekend, right? Like, a lot of people. Here's a guy that like joined the World Wildlife Federation so that he could give his friends could like exchange blue-footed boobies, which isn't in the game yet, but we'll get there when we get to Latin America. This one I loved, and these were actually I solicited these at one point of like how has Wingspan actually affected your everyday life? So this one is like I got Wingspan, I got some bird feeders, I started birding. Got some more bird feeders, got a bird tattoo, better binoculars, more Wingspan, more bird feeders. I just loved that one. There have been marriage proposals with Wingspan. Isn't that sweet? And definitely a lot of like wedding themed stuff that I don't have pictures of, but people have showed me pictures of like, you know, the table labels at their wedding or something were Wingspan cards. And then this other interesting thing started happening. So this is in, so these are the numbers from 2019. And Jamie at Stonemeyer is the one who noticed this, that he runs like a separate Facebook group for each of his games at Stonemeyer Games. And he noticed that the Wingspan group was significantly different from the Scythe group and talked about that publicly, which I thought was interesting. It has continued to separate itself. So the Wingspan Facebook group now has over 30,000 people in it, and it is almost 50-50 men and women, and I'm sure some non-binary folks in there too. Which feels awesome, and it feels different. And if you go to like Wingspan-specific events, you'll feel it sometimes in the room compared to other gaming events. It's pretty awesome. And especially awesome to me as a designer, because within the design world historically, we have looked worse than the Scythe Facebook group. So that these are statistics from 2021, and it has gotten better, right? Like Connie Vogelman has 2 games in the top 400 now, and there's several others that I'm going to blank on stage. The White Castle is definitely up there with Shea Santos, and Point Salad, I think, has entered the top 100. But as of 2021, 93% of the designer slots, so this is sort of like for each board game, how many designers does it have? And out of all of those people, 93% of them were white men. Women were under 3% in 2021. It's going up. It's going up slowly but surely. And as we're shifting the pool of gamers, and who feels invited to play games, designers only come out of the pool of people who are playing games, right? So this, if you want to change this slide, think about who's coming to your gaming events, and if it's mostly guys, like, work on that. If it's mostly white people, work on that. All right. I'll get off my soapbox a little bit. But it is clearly something I care a lot about. Because it sucks to be like the only one in the room, right? And I am rarely the only one in the room now, but when I was starting to go to design events in 2015, 2016, I would often be the only one in the room. All right, so people often ask me, like, what comes first, mechanic or theme? And like, what's the game about versus how it works? And my answer usually is, to start actually working on a game, I need like that spark of inspiration about both. And I'm gonna, in a minute, walk through all of my games and sort of talk about where both came from for the different games. But yeah, it's almost a chicken and egg. If I had to pick one, I'd say theme. But really, before I start working on a game, I need to know both. And then for me, is starting from what is it about, what is the theme, some of the questions I sort of ask are like, okay, given that theme, who would you be? How would a game about birds feel? Like, with the exception of Angry Birds, it should be generally like a peaceful game, right? And what mechanics might make that happen? Wingspan, I would say these questions are things that I've developed more since then, and with Wingspan I was just sort of like flailing around. But this is a little bit about how I approach, like if I'm starting a new game, What are some of the questions I think? And then, like, not spending that much time actually on these questions, just making something and getting it out onto the table. This was going around on social media in the last couple of weeks. Just make it exist, and then you can make it good later. And that is definitely sort of my mantra, like going back to those first Wingspan cards. Sometimes it's hard to force myself to do it because I like pretty things, but yeah, just make it exist. And then there's just this iterative loop that, you play test, and then you go back and like, okay, how do I make it a little bit better? And play test, how do I make it a little bit better? Over and over. All right, so I'm just going to walk through my other games besides Wingspan and talk very briefly about that thought process, and then we can get to some questions from the audience that I know some people submitted in advance. So Tussie Mussie is for a company called Button Shy, which specializes in 18-card games. They have a booth here at the show. You can go check out all their 18-card games. It is a really cool design constraint to try and design an 18-card game because it's such a restriction, and you really have to think of some way to make it feel bigger than it is. And Button Shy runs a lot of game contests, and people can just submit stuff, and they ran a game contest soon after another game contest had come out and had like 25 finalists, and there were no women in the 25 finalists, and I was like, God damn it, I'm going to enter every game contest now. And so I threw this together in like a month, and it changed very little after that. We did a little bit development with a Button Shy, but it really came together, which a game can when it's only 18 cards. But this is probably my most mechanic-first game because I had just heard two separate podcasts where two different people both said they thought a really underused mechanic was I Split, You Choose, which I kind of agree with. It's an awesome mechanic. And so but like, how can you do I Split, You Choose when you don't have that much physical stuff in the game? And so I came up with in Tussie Mussie, for those of you who haven't played it, you're offering flowers to someone else which are on cards, but you just give them two cards, and one is face up and one is face down, and they only get one. So they're either getting something that they don't know what it is, or they're getting the thing that you showed them. And most of the game, this is the thing of like, how do you make it bigger than what it actually physically is? Most of the game is in the psychology of like, I know that you know that I want these things, and so are you hiding something that's good for me, or are you hiding the thing that I'll know that's good for you? And like, how do I pick? It's all in the psychology of the game. So that's Tussie Mussie and sort of the story there. Mariposas, I also worked on before Wingspan came out. I had started it probably not a lot later than I started Wingspan, but shelved it. It just wasn't working. And then in that year that I mentioned very briefly, between the time that I was pencils down on my part of Wingspan and they were doing all the art and then actually getting it printed, that's when I really worked on Mariposas. So I submitted it to another game design contest, or sort of a call for women designers that AEG put out. And I submitted it before Wingspan came out, which I love to be able to say that they like picked it before before they thought they were getting like this famous game designer. I was a nobody, and they liked Mariposas. But I had been to, it's about the fact that the monarch butterflies migrate all the way from Mexico up to sometimes all the way to Canada and back every year, and no single butterfly actually makes the round trip, which is mind-blowing to me. There's 4 generations in a year, and so it's the great-grandchildren of the butterflies that went north that make it back to Mexico in the fall. So I wanted it to be like movement on a map. I wanted it to somehow work in that like amazing dynamic. So that was the real inspiration for Mariposas, and then everything from there was like working out how that would be. But it's always been a board of hexes that's a map that you're moving your butterflies around on. If you ever get a chance to go to Mexico where they go in the winter, it's amazing to see such a concentration of the butterflies. It really, like, this picture is not an exaggeration. And then I worked on the fox experiment. which is another just, I would say a lot of the theme here is like, oh my God, I can't believe this thing exists in the world. Everybody should know about this. How do I make a game about this? So the Believe Treat domestication experiment, they took a bunch of foxes. They were trying to replicate how they thought dogs might have been domesticated. And so in every generation of foxes on this farm, they selected the friendliest, most human-curious foxes. They selected them only based on their personalities, and they bred them with each other. So every year, the foxes were getting friendlier and friendlier and more open to humans. And they started getting all these physical characteristics that we associate with domesticated animals, and specifically domesticated dogs, even though they weren't being selected for those physical traits. So they got spots, and they got curly tails, and they got floppy ears. And I was like, how can we do this in a game? And so in the fox experiment, it has always been dice-based because genetics feels like rolling the dice to me. And I wanted to figure out how to record information about a fox and have that like continue through the game. And we went back and forth. Some of my prototypes were dry erase, and some of my prototypes were actually like double-layer cardboard with little chits that you could put in. The dry erase is more fun because you can name your foxes, and naming foxes gives people an unexpected amount of joy. So we figured out how to do it with dry erase. The downside of dry erase was that I had different versions of the game where you were like passing cards around, and you really can't pass cards with dry erase marker on them and rely on people not to wipe the dry erase off accidentally while you're passing the cards. So there's just the one action where you're putting it in the middle of the table, but it doesn't get passed around a lot. And we made the dry erase work, and the other thing that we really had to work out with the fox experiment is that I started out with D6s, but that's a lot of variance, like a 1 to a 6, and so like they ended up being custom dice with a lot less variance on them, and that made everything just click. That you couldn't get too screwed by your dice rolls in the game. Pixie, I don't talk about enough. I haven't replaced my cover slide yet, but this just came out. It's another 18-card game from Button Shy. This one started, 2020 was rough for all of us. We couldn't playtest anymore. And like, how do I do my job if I can't playtest? And this was like my first little foray back. I was doing a lot of sort of Wingspan research, but not a lot of design. I got a lot of the bird like information recorded. Yeah, so for Halloween, the kids weren't going trick-or-treating. I was like, oh, maybe I'll do a little Halloween-y game and hand it out to some of my friends' kids. So it started out as goblins eating Halloween candy, but Button Shy has another game called Goblin Goblins. So we sort of tied it a little bit to Tussie Mussie and made it flowers and made it a fairy that's eating the flowers. But I mentioned early on that I loved Clue. I love logical deduction. I do deduction, like logic puzzles for fun, just because I'm a nerd that way. And Pixie is very much inspired by Zendo, if you guys have played that. It's like someone makes a rule, and you have to deduce what the rule is by trying different things and seeing whether the Pixie will eat them. So that's sort of the story behind that one is Halloween 2020. And now Undergrove is out, which I am super excited. We had a few copies at Gen Con, but this is really the first show where they're just like fully selling Undergrove. I'll be at the AEG booth today and tomorrow in the afternoons, and y'all can stop by and check it out. But I have been a mushroomer for longer than I have been a birder. I just left my post as the president of the Mycological Association of Washington, D.C., because we love to geek out over things in the woods in my house. And so, yeah, I do a lot of foraging for mushrooms, and I've been saying for years that I wanted to do a game about about the fact that trees and mushrooms trade resources underground, because trading is obviously a board game. And so Mark Wooten, my co-designer on Undergrove, is on staff at AEG, and he's the guy who was the developer for Mariposas. So he had been sort of the guy doing the last finishing touches on Mariposas, and then we said, oh, this was really fun. He's a former park ranger. We were like two peas in a pod, and we were like, oh, we should just design a game from scratch together. And we were thinking a lot, actually, about like what are other great migrations we could talk about. Like, did we want to do a series after Mariposas with other migrating animals? But then when I said I had always wanted to do a mushroom game, he was like, oh, no, that. Which is like mushrooms are totally having a pop culture moment. And there have been how many mushroom games that have come out like around the same time as Undergrove? It's a little nerve-wracking. But I know y'all will show this one some love, too. I just played Mycelia the other day. It's good. Yeah, so it's a game very much about resource trading. One of the key design decisions that we had to make was, are you a mushroom or are you a tree? Like, what's your point of view in the game? And we ended up deciding, well, okay, if we have people play as a tree, then you can have interactions with lots of different mushrooms, and that will be a prettier game than if you have to pick your one mushroom that you are. So that was one of the like fundamental building blocks of where that game design started. Is okay, let's start from the idea that you're a tree and it's about trading with the mushrooms. And then, of course, I've been working on lots of Wingspan expansions. I'm almost done with the next one, but that does not mean it's coming out soon because, as I mentioned, they have to do art and they have to print it, and it takes like a year after I finish for it to actually come out. So, but it will come out. We have said we're going to do one for every continent. I have to figure out what to do about the fact that all the Antarctica birds are water birds. And there are not that many of them. So that'll probably be a smaller pack, but we'll get to Latin America and to Africa. And you know, with those, it's a very different starting point because I know I want to like do a representative set of birds from that continent, and then the question is like, what can I do that's different, but that isn't so different that it makes it hard to play if you know the game. So those are Wingspan expansions. I want to talk about one other thing before I wrap up, because it's another sort of on the list of things I've been doing the last few years. I just helped found an organization called the Tabletop Game Designers Association. It's not a great acronym. We were at a lack of available websites and landed on TTGDA. But we're trying to start sort of a trade organization, a professional organization for game designers. So if there are game designers in the audience, come check out TTGDA. There's a ton of stuff available on the website. If you join, there's even more. One of the things that I have really wanted, having been, you know, within the last 5 years through the experience of trying to find a publisher and seeing other folks sort of in the same generation of game designers, there's a lot of just like people bootstrapping it to be publishers, which is awesome, but sometimes they don't know what they're doing. Sometimes the designer doesn't know what they're doing. We're just trying to like, we'll look at your contract for you so that you're not signing something that someone intentionally or unintentionally put in a contract that really shouldn't be there. We'll like try and help you vet people that like, here are some other designers who've worked with that publisher. You should talk to them before you sign something with that publisher, you know. Things like that, just to build some community, but also to build some help for folks who are getting started, and then hopefully we'll be a resource for folks who have been around for a while too as we get going. If you look at a lot of online sales of board games, they often don't name who the designer is. So like if you buy board games on Amazon, it says what the game is, it'll say who the publisher is. It may or may not have my name on it. If you search my name on Amazon, you get a bunch of books by someone named Elizabeth Hargrave, and you might get Wingspan because Stonemaier has been very conscientious about putting the designer's name in their blurb for it, but you don't get all of my games. If you, we got Barnes & Noble to put designer names on their website now, searchable just like a book author's name, and we're working on Amazon. So yeah, we're new. We just started in the last year. Still definitely figuring out what we're going to do as an organization, but hopefully we'll be able to bring everybody up a little bit. So that is all the stuff that I had prepared. I have this slide, which maybe the font's a little small, but I'm going to be at AEG today and tomorrow this afternoon. I'm going to spend an hour with Button Shy if you want to pick up some of their little wallet games. Happy to sign stuff. I've got an hour tomorrow at Stonemeyer as well if you want me to do. Wingspan, I know Connie Vogelman's going to be there too. I didn't talk about Wormspan, but that is really Connie's design. I want to give her full credit on that one. But she's local to me, and I'm listed as a developer on there. So I sort of worked with her, and we had a lot of really interesting conversations about what makes something feel like it's in a family with Wingspan, but still like different enough to be its own game. I think she really hit a nice spot on that one. So stop by and say hi to Connie at the Stonemeyer booth too. And then Sunday, for folks who are interested in design, or if you just want to meet a bunch of game designers, if you're still here Sunday afternoon, TTGDA is having a meet TTGDA. That's hard to say. I hate the acronym. Sunday afternoon, so come check that out. And yeah, I'm happy to sign things and do selfies and whatever at any of these things, or I know there's an event in this room after me, so I'll probably circle around up front if you want to find me there too. But I know we have questions from the audience, and Veronica will come out and share some of them with you. But thank you all.
Hello, everyone. I'm Veronica Valencia, and Elizabeth, I am so happy to be here to speak to you today. You have been involved in the tabletop industry for a few years now, and I know some of our fans definitely want to ask you some questions. So we will start with Barclay from New York, who asks, what do you love about tabletop games that sets them apart from other mediums?
There's a philosopher who talks about board games being an art form where player agency is the medium, which I find really fascinating. As I love being presented with interesting decisions. And the other thing that board games are one of the only things that, we go to movies together, right? It's very passive. We listen to music. You're not participating usually. And board games, you're actually actively participating in that thing that you're doing with other people, and can change. You have agency over what you're doing. And I think a lot of times we sort of enter a flow state where time drops away, right? And it's one of the only situations I think where you can be in a shared flow state with other people as well, which I think makes it really different from other experiences.
Megan M. asks, how do you define success in game design beyond sales and awards, of which you have many?
Sorry, what was the first part of it?
How do you define?
How do I define?
Yes.
Say it one more time. I'm still thinking.
How do you define success in game design beyond sales and awards?
I think I would put it in terms of the number of plays of a game, which doesn't really get measured. I mean, I am a person who tracks my plays, but it is rare. So I know the statistics you can see for that are questionable at best. But that's what makes me feel the best, is knowing that my games have made it out into the world and are being played by people. I mean, you can't deny that the awards and the reviews and whatever are also awesome. But I don't think you can go chasing that, right? You're setting yourself up for disappointment. Yeah. So I'm just happy to see my games get out in the world.
To kind of expand on this question, is there any one particular experience in your journey thus far that has been maybe the most rewarding?
I mean, I love events like this. I love it when people come up to the booth and want to tell me what their experience has been, just meeting all the people. It makes it real that there are a lot of people playing my games because I get to meet them all. Yeah.
Samantha from Philadelphia asks, why do you think there are so few female board game designers relative to the space? And do you see that changing since you've been in the industry?
It definitely has changed. I think there's a lot of reasons for it. I think a lot of it is historical. So like, I grew up in the 80s, and I knew kids who were playing D&D, but it did not occur to any of the girls that we should ask to be invited to play D&D, right? Like, it was so embedded in that culture where I lived. And so much of board gaming has come out of that culture that I think like we're still catching up from some of that. I think there's other societal stuff. So like a lot of board gaming events are in the evenings. And if you're a household with kids, someone stays behind to put the kids to bed. And in our society, it is the cultural norm that that's more often going to be mom. And then the moms don't go board gaming. So like one of the ways that my friends and I have decided to try and fight that is like our board gaming day is Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock, and it's chaos because all the kids come, but all the moms come, right? So yeah, I think that's part of it because like I said earlier, like the designers are coming out of the pool of gamers. So if you don't fix your gaming groups, you're never going to fix the designers. And then I think a third level is who's running the publishing companies and what are they personally interested in, number one. Number two, what do they think will sell, and have they broken out of the mentality that they're only selling to the historical board game population, or are they looking to actually grow the market? And number three, it's really risky to publish a board game. You're like printing a bunch of copies of something that you don't know whether it's going to sell, and there's a real incentive to play it safe with who you sign. And so it's a better bet to sign a game by someone who's already been published and already been successful. But if 93% of the designers are all men, and your incentive is to sign a game by someone who's already published a game, then you're like by default 93% of your games are going to be by men, right? And so there's a lot of different factors, and some we have more control over than others. But I try to like think about this and talk about it and like get people thinking about, okay, like given all of those factors, where do I fit in? Like, yeah, I could like not always game at 8 o'clock and not let parents put their kids to bed, right? Yeah.
Thank you. RGB from Boston asks, how did you match up each bird to its in-game abilities? Was it difficult keeping a balance between real traits the birds have and having a finite number of game mechanics?
I don't feel like it's possible to give every bird its like own unique personalized ability. Like some birds just don't have that much going on. Or I haven't found that, like I'm not studying each one at that level of detail. So my approach is sort of, if something occurs to me as I'm reading about, because I do read about every bird, I have to come up with a fact to put on the bottoms. So like, whereas the fun facts on the bottom started as like, I have the abilities because of the fun facts. The abilities, and now I have to come up with fun facts. Now my process is more like, I do a bunch of reading about the birds, I come up with what I think is the most interesting thing about the bird, and then like, if something occurs to me that could riff on that somehow in the mechanics of the game, then I do that. But then the power that's associated with each of the three habitats has a little bit of inspiration from nature, which I think might be in little designer's notes in the rules, that like there's a lot of water birds where if a water bird sees a group of water birds in a wetland, it will come in and land there because it assumes there's food there. So that's why you draw cards in the wetlands. And then the forest is the source of a lot of food. So that's why there's, and the like birds that are eating the seeds in the forest are spreading the forest, and there's that whole dynamic. And so that's why that's where the food is, and grassland was what was left over for the eggs. And, I don't think grassland birds are particularly prolific or anything, but and so a lot of times if I don't come up with something particularly unique for that bird, then it'll be something that riffs on its habitat that it's in. And then birds that are cross habitat, I try and give something different because you get into trouble when you give away too many eggs in the wetland or things like that.
Teddy asks, what's your favorite board game mechanic outside of a game that you have designed?
I'd like to do a bag builder someday. I like bag builders. I really like time tracks, like in Takeida, where you're not going around the table but now I'm working on a game that has that in it, so I can't use that. But that's my answer. Yeah.
Sarah asks, what's a game that's made you go, oh dang, with admiration and or jealousy in the last year?
That's a hard one. I've been playing a lot of Apiary. I think Connie Vogelman is one to watch. She's local to me, so we're friends, so I'm biased, but she's awesome, and her designs are great. Apiary's great. Wingspan is great. She's got other stuff she's working on. So keep an eye on her. And I think Apiary is really meaty, but they did a really good job of making each action understandable. So like my spouse, who is not as heavy a gamer as I, has totally latched onto it and loves it. Yeah, I think it's a great design.
It's interesting because, you are in the process a lot of designing all of your games. How often do you get to play games?
It's definitely a zero sum of like the more time I want to play test, the less time I have to play other games, and yeah, I don't do a great job of keeping up on like all the latest, hottest games. I figure if something's worth it, it'll get to my table eventually. I used to rely a lot on conventions to play all the newest stuff, and I just you saw my schedule. I'm at booths a lot of the time promoting my own stuff, so I don't get to play as much, but that's all right. It's fun.
Albert asks, incorporating themes like biodiversity and conservation into a game is so unique in a marketplace full of zombie slaying and fireball casting. What message or impact do you hope players take away from playing Wingspan?
Oh, that's a good question. I have a very long answer. I mean, as I was working on Wingspan, I would say a lot. I wanted to sort of make birders gamers and make gamers birders. And I think both have happened more than I could have even dreamed of. But the fact that I have made some gamers birders really fascinates me and has made me really think more about like how much our games changing our brains when we play them. Like, what does it mean that playing enough Wingspan will make you want to go interact with birds in real life? And what does that mean about games about killing people? Not that they're going to make you want to kill people, but is it like, if we see a certain type of people in games, is that like affecting our interpretation of the world? If we're playing a lot of Catan and wood are just like infinite resources, does that affect our thinking somehow subtly, unconsciously about like the idea that natural resources are more unlimited than they actually are in the real world, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know the answer, but I've been thinking about it a lot.
Rowan asks, how likely is it for us to see smaller game packs in the future? I want one for all the owls that didn't get their spotlight so far.
Yeah. I want to finish all the continents first. And then we'll see how much more wingspan I have in me. Extinct birds are a common request. I could see doing extinct birds. I think that would be fun. Yeah, and I wouldn't rule out doing, specific. I think specific types of birds are tricky because they all have, like, all the owls are going to have pretty much the same type of nest and the same types of foods. And, like, but maybe if you've got 600 wingspan cards, it doesn't matter that you're mixing in 20 owls that are all the same. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. But it's gonna take me. I've definitely slowed down on the expansions just because I get kind of tapped out after each one, and want to make sure that I'm, like, bringing something fresh to the next one. So we'll see.
Portia asks, you've done birds and butterflies. What would it take for you to design a game about earthworms?
Earthworms. That's interesting. Yeah, I think it's that, what I was talking about of, like, I have to just have that spark of, okay, what would a game about earthworms, what would the fundamental core of it be? Are you the earthworm? What does life look like? How does it feel to be an earthworm? And, like, what's the mechanic there? That's like, and it's usually, so far I've been lucky that I'm not, like, trying to turn out enough games that I force myself to sit down and think hard enough about it to come up with it. It's more just like, oh, obviously a game about earthworms would be this. And then I'm, like, excited about it and I start working on it. So it's more of a spark than a grind out the correct answer. So that's what it would take. We'll see. Now that you've planted the seed, who knows? Might happen.
Diane asks, your bird board game famous. Just tell us already, what's the worst bird?
The worst bird. I don't know if you mean in the wingspan sense or, like, just
in
like
general.
Terrible words. I'll tell you. Okay, so if you want to request birds for Wingspan, especially for the expansions that I haven't done yet, there's a form on the Stonemaier website. I think I linked to it from my website. And I go through them periodically. And it's like, what bird, why do you want it included, basically, is the form. And the why do you want it included is very funny sometimes. And so someone submitted the Watson, which is this really unusual bird that I would imagine will probably make it into the Latin American expansion because it's so unusual. But their reason for it was that it was super stinky, and on their field expedition, like, no one could stand to be around this bird. So I will nominate the Watson for that honor of being it's at least the stinkiest bird.
And our final question comes from Geeta, who asks, are you tired of being asked questions about birds?
Not really. I'll talk about birds. What I'm bad at is talking about individual Wingspan cards because I'm always, like, deep in the next Wingspan expansion, and people will talk to me about, like, why did you make this bird do something in the base game, or, like, talk about Thekla's lark or whatever, and I'm like, I don't remember what Thekla's lark is. You gotta help me out here, guys. I have moved on. I can't remember all. How many cards do we have? Like 400-something cards now. I can't hold them all in my head. But you guys can. Like, some people do. I don't know how you do that. I don't do that. So to have mercy on me if you want to ask me about the birds, you have to tell me who they are.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for being here with us today, for sharing your knowledge, for sharing your games with all of us. And PAX Unplugged, thank you so much for joining us here today for our special story time. One more time, Elizabeth Hargrave!
Being used with patients, the smiles that it brings to their face. It's very rewarding. It's really neat to see. My name is Bree. I'm the gaming technology developer at Children's Hospital Colorado. And thanks to Child's Play Charity, my job is the first of its kind.
Over 6 years ago, we established the Gaming Technology Program here at Children's Hospital Colorado. Child's Play Charity was instrumental in establishing this new frontier within pediatrics. As our team grew and our work advanced, we realized that the next step was to start developing and making our own in-house games. One of the first games we made was called Booger Blaster. We made this game to augment existing physical therapy treatments and make them a little bit more fun for kids.
It's a VR game where you have these different tools that you use to defeat flying boogers that come towards you. As silly as this game is, all of these mechanics allow our patients to do their physical therapy activities in a fun and engaging way.
I love utilizing as many tools as I can to engage my kids in physical therapy. It happens to be that we have an amazing in-house development team that has collaborated with physical therapy in creating a game to address functional goals as well as engaging them in unique experiences.
It helps me a lot with the physical therapy.
We found it's very important to include not only the clinicians, but to include the patients early on as well. For example, the cat blaster was a patient idea, and the fact that it shoots hamburgers out of its mouth was another patient's idea as well.
Another project of ours is called Reality Pause, a mixed reality game created through a collaboration with our medical dog and child life team. The dog handlers let us know that they're unable to visit kids on isolation precautions, so we thought, what if we could bring virtual versions of our medical dogs to these patients? In Reality Pause, when the patient puts on the headset, they can still see the room around them. But when they look down, they see that there's a virtual dog in the room with them. And there's also this magic closet that appears from the floor, and you can dress the dog up with different hats and glasses.
Our medical dog handlers have gotten to see in real time this game be developed, and we're getting to meet patient needs in a way that we didn't get to before.
The game was really well done. The specifics and physics were pretty impressive, and having the dogs on this side of the hospital where we're not allowed to have these real dogs come visit is really cool, and it's really cool to have that experience and having them in my room. I think this could benefit a lot of kids.
I give it 5 stars.
It's really fun to be a part of something so new and cutting edge.
We feel like we're just getting started. The future of this work is very bright and very exciting. In the next few years, we're going to see things that we can only dream of today and be able to make them a reality for our patients and families.
To the people that make my job and this work possible, and to Child's Play Charity, thank you. It is such a unique and innovative way to make such a big difference in the lives of kids.
Thank you, Child's Play Charity. Your support means the world to us.
Thank you!
Hello, PAX Unplugged. How we doing this afternoon? Pretty good, pretty good. Now, we decided it's a festive mood. So the first thing we'll do is show you that video, because that's the most upbeat party atmosphere possible, isn't it? No, here's the thing. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Laura from work, also Laura from Penny Arcade and PAX. And here, in this room, in this costume, I come to you as the great clown Balatro. I am here to be the minister of silly things, the lord of misrule, and also just the guy who hands out the prizes. So, you are not here to hear my tight 90, but someone here is in fact endowed with the power to do 2 things. Well, indeed, 3. Yes. First, to draw a very cool Penny Arcade strip. Second, to answer questions submitted beforehand. And third, to encourage you to donate to our official charity, Child's Play, who bring all the great things that those wonderful people were benefiting from in that movie. In that movie? God, I'm old. Those pictures. Anyway, let me give you the traditional opening song of my people, Mr. Jerry Holkins and Mr. Mike Krahulik. Hit it!
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, 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 every day I'm every day I'm hustling, 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 every day I'm hustling.
Who the fuck you think you're fucking with? I'm the fucking boss. 745, white on white, that's fucking Ross. I cut them wide, I cut them long, I cut them fat. I keep them coming back. We keep them coming back.
All right, that's good.
I'm in the distribution.
We've hustled sufficiently. We have a lot to get through here. So you had to wait here in the gentle dark for a long time while we tried to make the iPad work. That's and not it didn't work. Readers, would you be surprised to learn that it did not work? Now, so what we need to do now. So Mike was so excited because usually we only get 60 minutes for this panel. And on the schedule, it says 90 minutes, but now it's a 60-minute panel again.
I have to haul ass.
So there's going to be
comic ever.
It's going to be all good. It's going to be all good. There's going to be a few things that are occurring over the course of this panel. One, obviously, it goes without saying, and I can see the hats. Y'all know what time it is, all right? It's the 20th anniversary of the show. Now, PAX Unplugged, obviously our favorite one, don't tell the other shows. But you know that I'm right. You know that listen, we've been putting tabletop shit in these video game shows for 20 years so that we could have this show. And we're having it. And I want to thank you very much for coming and celebrating the birthday with us. Now, pursuant to this, we're going to operate our traditional techniques in terms of making the strip here for you. We also have a raft of novel and unique gifts to give you over the course of Mike's frantic drawing techniques. Now, so know this, absolutely one-of-a-kind hot shit. I got some of it here underneath the table already ready to go. But why not iterate some of the classic tunes from the original sauce, original flavor Q&A panel. Consciousness from Existence asks, if Gabe and Tycho were to divorce in the comic, so already there's some headcanon.
They're implying a lot.
There's some headcanon. Who would get custody of Div and the fruit friend? Now, obviously, it's a great question, but I don't think that custody exists for home appliances. I mean, that's my guess.
I think Gabe takes Div and Tycho probably takes the fruit friend, is my guess.
So there's a lot of headcanon involved in those decisions as well. Matt Olson from Dayton, Ohio asks, what is the strangest animal that has entered your workspace while you were actively working?
The strangest animal? I mean,
usually,
guess a cat?
I mean, cats are, they're strange, but we all expect it.
We don't have a lot of strange animals in my house. My workspace isn't in the woods.
Yeah, where is this person writing from? A robin did get into my office once.
That's something.
Yeah,
A bird flew down our chimney one time into our house, and I lost my shit because I'm scared of birds. And
scared of birds?
Yeah, like in our house,
like
I'm
their
the one.
Beaks and stuff. Like
yes, they will peck the teeth right out of your fucking head. I'm the one in the house that kills spiders.
Oh,
like that's
and Kara's the one that kills birds.
Well, she didn't kill it, but I ran. I was like screaming. I was like, "There's a fucking bird in there!"
She just grabs a bird.
She got like a dish towel and grabbed it, and I don't know how she did it. I couldn't get near it. I was so scared.
That's incredible. In my mind, I pictured her just grabbing the bird and like wringing it out like a dish towel.
Break its little neck. No,
just like one quick movement.
That was my suggestion. I was like, it'll never come back again if we take care of this right now.
You're like, fuck this bird. All right, now, again, so there's going to be gifts. There is obviously live drawing from my best friend, Mike Krahulik.
So fast.
So fast. Look at these eyeballs. Holy shit, it's fucking crazy. Now, there is, right.
And donate to Child's
This
Play.
is the next part. So you can see this powerful Tiltify QR code. And yes, exactly right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Latro. Now, but I was just indicating that they should look at this mystic square.
Please.
Scan the square, and
With your
then,
Sheikah slate.
and then, I mean, you saw the video that we put up before. $0 is not appropriate.
No. I don't think that's what's going to get you one of those fairies that
not-
can be summoned with
No,
your silver.
No, exactly. Like
These
obviously,
fairies like silver.
obviously we're trying to get the fairy situation popping. I feel like my entreaty has fallen on
It's
deaf
weird
ears.
because I just don't want to give out any prizes until I see
What
like
the Laura?
something.
No, you can't.
I
Laura.
don't care. I don't sit on the board of a charity, so I can say whatever I want.
Laura, you can't-
I'm just throwing it out there.
You
It's for
can't-
the children.
Laura.
I think it was the new young radicals who said you only get what you give.
Laura,
Yeah.
I'm afraid.
These people have money.
Well, I mean, I think they spent it coming here.
Well-
And now they put up the other thing.
Oh, okay. Now they don't want us to donate.
Yeah. All right, now.
Huh.
Here, but let's
Interesting.
Here, in a theoretical universe where you were going to be giving out prizes, what
Yeah.
prizes would you be giving out?
So imagine, if you will, I have a little something to show you. First of all, the rule of the panel. You got to wear the hat to win. Looks like we got 100% adoption on that rule. Number 2, if it will work, no slapping, no snatching, no diving. There will be a point very soon, at which point we will be throwing. We will be throwing an object toward you. That is unfair of us.
You will want the object.
You will want the object. But what we ask, and I have taken my hat off in supplication, is that you please not hit other people. That's for us to do.
Yeah.
So please don't do that. Don't occupy anyone else's space with your body. Let's be chill here. The third thing is that the rules may change based on the fact that, oh my God, we only have brief moments on this earth and also in this space, and that's gonna be okay. We're all gonna be real chill, okay? I hear y'all like to whip D batteries at various costumed characters in this town. I would love to not join Santa Claus. That's just me. And finally, the winner is the winner. Don't be a sore winner. I understand we're good at being sore losers, and I respect that. But please don't be a sore winner. Don't be a weirdo if you get what you get. Now, once again, I must show you. I don't know if anyone has taken my blackmail to heart, but I think I'm just going to trust. I'm going to give you the gift of trust that someone has donated something to these sweet kids, and we're going to reveal, I spit, we're going to reveal the fresh tea made in honor of local Tasties Cakes. It is a shirt that says PAX Unplugged. You can only get it in this room.
Jerry,
Mike,
Cassie?
we did not give you a shirt at West. You were not able to get a shirt at West because they were too popular. Not even Mike Krahulik himself could get the fancy one.
It's true.
So what I'm saying is, if you're in this room, this is the only group of people who has access to these. So feel good about that. Now, we are going to... Hey! Look at that! Bullying works!
Here, now I feel bad because when it went away, it was 0, and then it came back, and while we were fucking around,
almost
they
8,000.
They actually had to increase
Hey.
the thing.
I feel like that's causation, actually. It's not supposed to be correlation equals causation, but I would say it is. Now, let's see, what is the first size we're going to gently toss into the air for people to politely raise their hands to get? A small. If you wear a small or know someone who does, please raise your hand, and or you can raise both hands, it's okay. We will have people in this space, and also Mr. Jerry Holkins, tossing, indeed hucking, toppling hats from heads to get you what you need. How you doing, Jerry? God, he does have ape-like strength.
Did you
You
say
taught me that
ape-like?
phrase. I'm sorry. He taught me that phrase. Apes together strong. It's true. Apparently, I lack the agile limbs of a simian. I seem to have kangaroo DNA. It's much more in the legs. Unfortunately, I am banned from leaping from stages. I'll tell you the story later. It's not TOS safe. How are we doing on them smalls? Still in the smalls? Mediums now. If you wear a medium or know someone who does, I would love for my throwers to get into this section because these poor neglected people came all the way just to sit far away from the stage. As a member of the faraway stage sitters, local number 25, I accept this. All right, beautiful tossing, beautiful tossing. Jerry, can I have one? Can I have one to throw? I want everyone to see how bad my arm is. It's gonna be great. All right, ready for this? It's nothing. Yeah. And that's the one you get. I have tried, it won't go any further than that. All right, fantastic. I'm loving this. We're moving into the L. Who wants to take an L today? That's right, baby girl. You're here for the L's. Long, lean, limber. Delicious, delicious. I'm sorry, Jerry. Did you not want me to continue?
No, I know who you are.
Oh, okay.
None of this is a surprise to me.
Would you prefer I stand here like this?
No. Listen, I think it's the ultimate. What a rest for me. This is like a psychic lily pad. I'm enjoying myself. I'm just throwing the shirts.
Continue doing that because as we've seen, I am shit garbage at it. Fantastic. Really quick, I hear there's a new entry in the meta for cheesesteak. I hear mayo has been invented recently and thus added to cheesesteak. Is this controversial or am I 1,000 years old? No, it's not. Okay, well, thank you. This is my attempt at local humor. Ah! Hey, I'm so sorry. I got somebody in the head with that one. He handed me weapons, and I will use them. What do we think? More of an overhead moment? See, look at that. Look at that. Please, Richard, please take them. I'm very afraid. I'm afraid of my own impossible strength. Delicious, wonderful. Oh, there's conferences, delights. Ah!
So I was just informed
tell me.
that before, when it was at 0, the issue was that the page wasn't refreshing. And I think that's just him being nice. I think that was nice of him to say.
That was really
They are almost to 10,000.
Yeah, I know, and we're just throwing shirts.
Oh, no. We are sorry, and the goal is 10-4-2016.
10,004-2016. Nice.
For the kids.
XL. Who here wears the best size in t-shirts? Raise your hands. Yes, there are people standing for this. They will stand for this. They've done a wonderful job. My friends, I'm sorry, I really have no control, and that's good. I have no control over whether you get a shirt, but what I'm saying is I see you and I appreciate your dance. People are offering their dances to me, as though I, with my eyes, can do anything. This is incredible. Hi, Mike.
Yes, what can I do for you? I'm not busy.
You're not busy. No, I just want to say how you doing.
I'm doing great.
All right, great. Got anything you want to say to the people?
Thank you for donating to Child's Play.
Yes, actually, thank you. I will say thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch that video beforehand, I mean, that's the kind of work that we're doing now, and it's, from starting at just a toy drive that filled my little garage to designing games to help kids with physical therapy is a pretty cool leap.
I do appreciate very much that this was also, I think, born out of an assertion that someone had made, whose name has been forgotten to history, an assertion that gamers don't actually do good things for humanity.
It was started in spite.
In spite, yes, no, as the best things are. As are the best things. But yes, I believe it was wildly disproven by the fact that the mail service, the USPS, called you a mean name.
The mail people were mad. Because at first I was like, just send the toys to my house.
Yeah.
And I'll take them to the hospital.
Yeah.
And, when the first couple mail trucks started showing up, those guys were fucking pissed.
And I mean, I get it. You did not have a liftgate. What are we at? Double XL. The second best size. It's not the second best, it's the second best. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Are you trying to make me demonstrate my trash arm again? Okay, this is some kind of power move. Here we go. All right, I'm just gonna close my eyes. Oh, okay, it didn't totally land on the floor. Great job, me. Hi. I was a volleyball kid. I'm better at, that's me. There it goes. Congratulations. I have asked you this before. You didn't do sports, did you?
I did golf. Does that count?
Wait, as a real sport?
Is that a sport?
As an adult?
Well, I mean, my dad's idea for me was that I would be a professional golfer. So I started lessons when I was very little.
You've got the manner, actually, now that I think of it, of a professional golfer.
I enjoyed the sport for a very long time. I mean, I could still go out and, hit the ball around if I wanted to. But for a while there, I was very, very good. He was disappointed when I decided to be an artist and not a golfer.
Not a golfer?
Yes.
Not on the PGA?
Not on the tour.
Would you like to trade off and I will throw things and you can
Oh,
jab?
no, I love to throw things. I was just listening to, I was listening to Mike's tale because you have to understand is that I have an image of Mike that others don't.
Yeah.
Which is him with the letter from the Letterman's jacket.
I played
Try
golf
to
in
imagine
high
Lettered in golf?
Try
Yeah, I
to
did.
imagine that, Michael.
Yeah, Jerry used to come visit me. My first job was a ball boy at a golf course, and it was horrible because they had just put in new sod, and so I wasn't allowed to drive the golf cart over big chunks of the driving range.
Oh, God.
So I was like, well, how do I get the balls? And he gave me a hard hat and a ball picker. And I was like, well, what if they hit the rest of my body? And he's like, well, try to take it in the back. And that was
my
literally...
God. I have a question after I announce that it is 3XLs. Where are my soft, friendly friends? Or indeed just enormous friends.
Jerry would come to the golf course and buy me a candy bar. It was very nice of
Fantastic.
him.
What a delight. Oh, man. Let me just say, if you wear a 3XL, that is actually the literal most comfy size of shirt. It's because I wear it. I shouldn't. It's stolen valor. I admit I didn't fight in the wars, but I do like the colors. Oh, man. Yes. Oh, and this is also good. I'm getting some queen waves. Sorry, so here's the question I have for you.
Yes.
You like golf, at least in a way.
I like golf. Yes,
yeah,
I do.
you have played it. Is Caddyshack funny to you?
Yes, very funny.
Okay, because I think that was I represent the other in this culture. I don't think this isn't for me. I watched it finally and was like, well,
Happy Gilmore, also a great golf
There
movie.
you go. Oh, the Criterion
Tin Cup.
edition. Sorry?
Tin Cup.
Yes. Holy shit. Wonderful. So can I ask you another question? Do you know why the Masters jacket is that ugly color?
Why it's green?
It's just, no, it's not just green. It's like, green.
I mean, I don't know the lore.
Phlegm?
Yeah, it's sort of a green. It's St. Patrick's Day green. Hey, are those all the shirts?
That's all the shirts.
Oh, well then I'll leave.
Awesome.
Let me take my thing.
I mean, I'll see you around.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
All right.
I'll interrupt you later. Bye.
Yeah. She'll be back soon. Here, so there's something that you don't know, which is that one of these incredible tables that we have been given actually has like a full screen touch LCD in it. You are right to covet it. God, I don't think the HDMI is hooked up, although I mean I guess it might be. It's pretty fly. I guess you can draw on it. Angus McDonald from chat asks, is it working? No. Hypothetical Mike, or hypothetical colon. Mike, digital is no longer an option for drawing the comic. It's got to be analog. If you scan it in, what medium would you be most excited to work in?
I mean, originally I drew the comic with pencils, and then I inked them with Micron pens.
Like traditional style?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could still go back and do that again, but I would not want to. What's funny is anytime I try to draw on paper now, my hand does the undo. Like, immediately.
No, like you just like tap
all the shortcuts,
you just tap your knee or the table?
I tap the fucking paper. Like, it's gonna do something.
Barbara from Streisand, don't look it up, asks, that's pretty good. You're familiar with duck sauce, I'm sure. There's also campfire sauce, which is awesome, and or horsey sauce from the Red Robin and or Arby's tendencies. We love naming them silly names, but what makes a sauce name-worthy? What sauce combo would you name, and what would you dub it? Here, so...
Hey, we don't really support Chick-fil-A in our house.
Yeah.
But they have a hell of a fucking sauce.
So, and you've had an opportunity to reverse engineer this liquid?
Kara learned how to make it at home, yeah.
From a witch?
We call it Satan sauce.
What sauce?
Satan sauce.
Well, yeah, I mean, so you're wondering, like, what makes a sauce name-worthy. I think name-checking the Lord of Hell, you know, in your sauce name is pretty strong. Yeah, they all have silly names. Honestly, campfire sauce is I could drink.
I mean, Arby's just calls theirs Arby's sauce.
Yeah, I mean,
it's very good.
And you know what you're getting.
Yeah.
Right? The Wizard from Oz, this is AUS, asks, given the safety of being almost as far away as you can be, are there any things you dislike about Australia or think that it's missing? I see, and this is the thing, is I know their agents are everywhere. That's
a trap.
They have almost certainly tried to snooker me into some horse shit here. But here is what I will say. So our experience with Oz is supernatural. I mean, to the extent that, like, Dave, this is Dave. Dave routinely just stays on longer. Like, comes down for the show, works the show, and then just stays there. Just doesn't come back for a little while. And that's because it's at least the part of Australia that we have spent time in, Melbourne, is just like any other place, except that the food is way better. And the weather is nice, just as it's getting freezing cold where we're from. So these are all very, very positive things. The only negative that I have experienced, now there's other parts of Australia that's where the weird spiders are, and they got some kind of a tree where, like, when the wind blows, it blows off, like, toxic needles that get in your urethra. I don't know about, I worry that they will. I don't think that, I think I don't think they can go through your pants, but they're
if your
very
urethra's
fine.
out.
They're very thin, I guess. I'm always worried about it. Just in any context, I'm always worried something's going to get in there. But I guess there's this fish. Anyway, don't worry about it. But the thing, like the negative thing that we experience when we go down there is they have planted like a single tree all along the waterfront, which is like the main place that we are every day. And I don't know if it's just some other type of tree, like we don't have this tree, and so we don't have any natural protection from its treemen. But it does something to the body. It is a chemical weapon. And again, I think that it must just not be, we just might not have much experience with it up here. It might be some like unique variety of tree. But holy shit, like as soon as you get there, you feel like you have to like peel sheets. You know how it's like when you get a new piece of technology? There's a very exciting portion very early on where you can just take the corner of that plastic and then just very slowly, so slowly, remove it, revealing the screen. This place got quiet, and I know it's because you're thinking about it. It's like that for your eye. Like when you wake up in the morning, you feel like you have to physically remove a sheet of something from you. See, Dave knows what I'm talking about. It's not good. Mike has not been down for a minute, so he has not had an opportunity to experience this.
I haven't seen these trees. The time I went, though, I noticed that they don't really care about safety. Like, I don't think it's a litigious place, because we were at the zoo, and we went into this enclosure that had emus in it, and you're just like in there with them, and the person's like, hey, now, by the way, this emu's in heat, so if it comes up and gets up on you,
this isn't,
just
Michael.
be still.
Michael, is this?
I swear to God.
Be still?
Be still is what they said. And then we were like, there was this little like half gate, like it came up to your waist, like a little fence. And so I open the gate and I go in there and it's got bushes, and then I'm reading around. There's a little sign that says, this is a picture of the animal that is in here with you. What the fuck?
You know, the animal that is in here with you somewhere.
Yeah.
The animal that's here with you in a secret place.
They don't give a shit.
Dude, it's in, the emu is in heat.
Is in heat. So if it approaches you, be still. But also, I don't know, like, did they expect me to, like, get into it? Like, are there people who are like the emu comes up, he's like, yeah, now's my time.
Well, no, and it's like they have an app or something, they're checking, like they come to the zoo now.
Yes.
This is why they're at
Honey,
the
we've
zoo.
got to go to the zoo today.
Why? I just feel
And I'm
like
wearing shorts.
I got a utilikilt. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I just came here to get my water.
Oh.
All right. I don't have a mic anymore. Oh, now I have a mic. Yeah, I just came out to get my water, but like, do you want to give out more prizes?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to give out some
okay,
prizes.
cool. So
What
check it
prize? What prize you got?
Well, I get to show you a slide in a second. If you wouldn't mind showing me the slide, I can show you the slide I'm going to show you. Hello.
Oh, I mean,
Okay.
that seems like a slide.
So, this is a fun pun for me.
Andrew
because
dice tray?
What we're giving out are they're dice trays from our friends at Foam Brain.
True.
The scion of which is named Andrew. So this is a fun joke for me, but I wanted to explain it because if we explain a joke, it makes it better. What's also cool about this is that they are coming with the heretofore unexpected, but very beautiful tote bag with the birthday.
Oh no, the
birthday
tote.
magic on
Listen,
it.
the tote
So-
bags were in demand.
Yes, they are, because they are extremely good. And I think I put a coin here. So can you flip a coin?
Yeah, of course.
You're going to do that a lot of times. You're going to walk up. If you're interested in one of these bags and dice trays, beautiful chromatic dice trays, which I will describe to you and then show you. If you want 1ODs with 1ODs in them, stand over here by my friend Dickie, and we're going to flip coins. If you call it correctly, you win both of these things. We're going to go until we can't go no more.
Whoa.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Now,
Do you hear that roar?
there was a lot of movements. I must tell you, I don't know a lot about probabilities, so we'll see how long this goes. Would you like to be the hander of things? All right, my friend, first, heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads. Yes, you got it. Congrats. Come here. Ta-da! The first gift of Christmas. Not really. All right, heads or tails?
Tails.
Ooh, heads, get out of here. Sorry, pal. Next time. Heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails. No, sorry. That's okay. That's how it goes. Heads or tails?
All right, only heads is one. Let's go heads.
Heads. Tails. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails? Hell no. Sorry.
Heads.
Heads. Hell yeah.
Tails.
Tails. Oh.
Heads.
Heads. Yeah.
Heads.
Tails.
That was a heads.
No, heads. Heads. Sorry.
Tails.
Tails.
Oh.
Heads.
I'm having a great time. Yay!
Heads, please.
Heads, please. Ah.
Heads.
He did, but listen, we're not coins. Heads or tails?
He said heads.
Oh, yes, said heads.
Tails.
That was a tails.
Tails. Yeah.
Heads.
Voila! We did. Is it the first tails? Dang! Look at you.
These are heads.
Hey!
Heads.
Another heads.
Great job. I like how the cue has pushed back substantially.
That was a
You can
tails.
come forward. Here you go. Thanks.
Go.
Nice.
Heads.
Heads again.
Just giving them out. Yeah.
Heads.
Man, they're coming fast.
Go.
Heads.
I'm gonna. Whoa!
Heads.
Unicorn
I guess that's
says
the
heads.
right answer. Can we get a new coin?
Tail.
Tails.
It's got two hats on too. Oh,
Heads.
God. Heads? All right, you're listening to the correct answer, I guess. I cursed you! I cursed you. I won't speak any longer.
Heads.
Jack dice, Jack dice, Jack dice. All right, it was heads.
Heads.
Another heads.
Man, I guess
Heads again. Heads again.
What is wrong with this?
No.
Ooh.
Tails.
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 Heads. Yeah.
Heads.
Heads are back on the menu, boys.
Nope.
All right, never mind. Sorry, 86 the heads.
Heads.
Heads again. Nope.
All right.
It's got to be tails.
Is the meta changed? Yikes.
Heads.
Heads. Nope.
Wow.
Heads.
He's getting cute with us.
Yeah.
Oh, get in here.
Tails.
Yeah, get it, Tails.
Heads.
Team Tails.
Heads, Jerry.
Heads.
Heads.
Tails.
Tails. Yeah.
Yes.
Tails.
Oh, another tails.
No problem, thank you.
Tails.
No.
Tails.
Good job.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm giving someone medical information when I say no.
Yeah!
Tails. Tails again.
Heads.
Yep.
Tails.
They don't like it when
Tails.
it's heads. They're mad. Yeah, it's Tails.
Tails.
Perf. Okay.
Heads.
Heads.
Okay.
Tails.
Tails.
Heads.
No.
Heads.
Yeah!
Fails.
Fails. Let's. Tails.
Tails.
All right.
Tails.
Yeah!
Tails.
Thank you. All right. This is my
Heads.
last bag. After that, we have 3 more dice trays. Just FYI, expectations management.
Tails, he said.
Tails. Tails!
Heads.
The small baby child says heads.
The child.
The child has spoken.
The child has spoken!
Heads.
You want to take it? You want to take it? Oh, you're welcome.
All right, I'll try heads.
Yeah? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Hey, all right, last one after this. Last one.
Tails.
Tails. Will it be our final? Hell yeah, our final one. Everybody else, you can take a seat. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna take my water and then head back and then be back in a minute.
Yeah. Here. So, are you gonna tell me when to do these, or should I just do them anytime?
Next time I interrupt.
I love it. I love it. All right. So, Michael, how are
What do
things
you
going
want
over?
from me?
What's that?
What do you want?
Nothing. I'm just checking in on you. Just a little. Just checking in. It might end up being a black and white strip, but that's very tasteful.
No, it won't be. It won't be.
That's very tasteful. Now, Lechon from Lechonk asks, please, may we have an annual recitation of the knuckle crack? Well, it would be traditional. but enhanced perhaps with the addition of any other crackable synovial spaces the audience would like to flex. Are people cracking their noses? Is that I see. This dude is like, hey, why not have people crack other stuff? I guess that's fine. I don't want to I'm not going to look at it, but I will count it out. And you will recall that, as befits the tradition, it goes 1, 2, 3, and then in the silence afterward, where a 4 might historically have been, there is only going to be the dry rasp of ruined bone. So, prepare yourselves mentally, physically, decide which portion of yourself you're willing to twist for our amusement. And get ready, buckle up. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, you got him right in the mic. Right in the microphone, yeah. Sounded wet. Sounded too wet. Now, I have, so sometimes people use the Q&A as a form of literature. It's a genre that they enjoy. Laura from work asks, modifier, please disregard if I've already dragged you bodily from this place to the Christmas market or Weihnachtsmarkt in the tongue of my foremothers. Hi guys, it's me, Laura from work. Do you want to go to the Christmas market with me? It's very nice. I don't think we can do it tonight because we have AC Inc., but if you want to maybe go see all the pretty lights, and there's Glühwein and bratwurst and an entire temporary structure filled to the absolute gills with German-made wooden trinkets. Do you want to go? What time is good? Would you like me to stop asking? Now, I will say that she has told me about the Christmas market every year.
I've heard about this market.
That we have been here, and when the first PAX Unplugged after quarantine, when I came back, I brought the rest of the fam, and we went, and we were delighted. I mean, we were legitimately delighted. It worked out perfectly great. If we can fit it in, Laura, that's not a problem for me at all. Glühwein, very hot, very sweet, and very strong. Kevin Anderson from Rockville Mood asks, the original 2008, God, really? That doesn't even, you know how it's like sometimes when you look at a word too much and then it doesn't seem like it's a word anymore? It just seems like it's a weird shape. 2008 doesn't seem like a real year. But I have it on good authority that it did occur. The 2008 AC Inc. podcast for D&D 4th edition got me hooked after playing only a handful of times as an 18-year-old Kevin. Now it feels like it's part of my 35-year-old identity, except that I'm not alone. I have to ask, how does it feel to be part of the mainstreamification of D&D?
I would like to apologize. If I had any idea that theater kids would be the result, I wouldn't have done it.
This is a conversation that we could have for a very long time, but I need to have some material left over for my autobiography. Do you think other D&D and other TTRPGs would be where they were at today if AC Inc. never happened? So I was surprised to learn something. First, some trivia. I was surprised to learn that in Japan, it's an actual, writing down, collecting your campaign and then performing a campaign that has been written out. That's an actual art form there, and I did not know that at all. So the whole idea that, to me, I think 2008 is one of the first times I had ever heard of a podcast for D&D. But this stuff is my understanding is it's from the early 80s. So they were ahead on that one, I guess. Would they be where they were at if AC Inc. never happened? I can't say that. I know that many of the
I can say that.
I know that many of the operations that are currently going have name-checked it as an inspiration. But I think that there's lots of ways to do it, and there's a range of like levels of execution. And I don't know if it's just because I can't execute it at a very high level because I'm not like a traditional performer. I just like Dungeons and Dragons, and I like to play games with my friends. There's a point at which like the level of execution for me becomes quite intimidating. And I don't know if that's a common feeling or not. I don't know what to do with that emotion, except to say that I think that we were probably there at the beginning, but I think that what it's become, and I don't mean this, that when I say what it's become, that sounds bad. I'm not trying to say that, but I would say that where it has gone are places that we just wouldn't have taken it there. It's become quite sophisticated in a way that, for me, like I say, is somewhat alienating, but that's okay. It's fine for other people to do things their way. Jeff Ravum, I know it's Raven, from Club PA asks, what's your Thanksgiving protein? I grew up in the Northeast, and it was turkey all the way. I moved to the Southeast, and there's a huge battle between turkey and ham. Ham?
Ham? It's always turkey.
Ham? If you bring a ham to my house...
Get out. And take your ham.
Any other time, I will accept a ham. But that's not the ham day. No, but get a load of this. There's some more perversion in here. Now there's an upstart rib roast.
That's Christmas. Christmas is the roast.
I think we all feel the correct way about this, right? I have no idea how this country can hold together if we can't agree on Thanksgiving meat. We got other problems. I don't think it's going to end up being the meat. I don't think it's going to be the meat. Here's what I'll say. Turkey
is real good.
Sacred bird. It's sacred time. Now, what I would say is that the turkey, at least in my house, that's like the seed for like a week of turkey. In our house, it becomes a kind of turkey festival. I operate it. It's a turkey circus, a turkus, if you will. I'm a dad. I get 1 or 2 of those a day. Now, but here's what I'll say. It's like I cook the turkey, and I like to eat the turkey, and I think that's a good time to eat turkey. But what I really want is them bones. All I want is the material components to cast turkey spells for a week. I mean, I don't know when it started, but it's like at our house, I don't know why this happened. Like 2 or 3 days later, obviously you've got the turkey noodle. Obviously you've got the sandwiches. You've got the casserole, right? For us, I don't know how it happened, but turkey tamales became like see, this is how I feel. You can make so many, and you can freeze them, and you can steam them later, and it's like you just made them.
If you're not already...
We worship turkey.
I highly recommend spatchcocking your bird. Yes. I've started spatchcocking the last 3 years, and this last year we did it. It was so smooth. I tore it like a Mortal Kombat.
Oh, you entered the arrow configuration?
Yes.
Reached into the turkey's spine?
Ripped it out.
And held it aloft?
I did, yes. Paraded it around the house.
No, last Christmas, because she loves me, Brenna got me a pair of poultry shears.
Got to have those to cut through those ribs.
Damn ribs. No, but so that, anyway, if you're trying to spatchcock a turkey, which sounds bad, it sounds rude. No shame. But essentially it's a way to cook a whole ass turkey in like an hour and a half.
Yeah, it's quick.
It's legendary skills. George T. Stagg from Allocated Bourbon Shelf asks, what is your favorite whiskey or other adult beverage of choice to drink while playing tabletop games? Ooh, I mean, obviously, Eric and I do a lot of brewing. We're big enthusiasts of the genre of beer. But my favorite gaming drink, like sit down, sip, move a meeple type drink, is when I allow myself to have it, because it's dangerous for me to have it in the house. I can't have it around, unless it's being applied to a very specific purpose, and unless I think I can get at least one other person to share it with me. There's a whiskey called Talisker that I think is very nice. It's mid-range in price, so that's pleasant. But I do utilize it in I think arguably a satanic way, which is I take this nice scotch and then I make a whiskey sour from it. And I know, listen.
What does that mean?
I agree with you. All right, so let's see.
I don't really drink, so I don't know what that means.
Okay, so imagine that you bought a Lamborghini Testarossa.
Okay.
And you used that as your dog's house.
Oh. It's a waste of whiskey?
It's not just a waste. It's
an
a
insult.
corruption and a perversion. It's a demonic act. And I think that some measure of that naughtiness,
Yeah.
you can taste it in the drink. Hey, what's going on, Ladro?
Strip's looking good.
Strip is looking plump as hell.
I think he can draw.
Yeah, he knows exactly. And also this is super funny. Like whenever we try to do the strip for PAX Unplugged, we always try to make it about PAX Unplugged. We always try to tie it into the show. I think this is an experience that literally every person here will get, and they will appreciate it.
I had it this morning walking around.
It already happened?
Yeah.
But yeah, what brings you out here?
I've come out here to give you a job, unfortunately.
Oh.
I'm terribly sorry. So we have some cool things that I think you know how to talk about better than I.
No, I absolutely do.
Indeed, I have been told they are exclusive BattleTech Black Remnant Command Lance. Very cool. For those of you who like little friends, little men.
Nothing would bring me more pleasure. Now, let's be clear. This is you know how we do Acquisitions Incorporated, right? It's a D&D thing, right? I know. Listen, if you're curious about Acquisitions Incorporated, we're going to be here doing it 8:30 tonight. So slake your thirst.
Speaking of drinking, that's really the only. That's not coffee in my cup on stage.
Hey.
There might be some
tea.
recreational. There might be some.
It's tea.
Cognitive lubrication, occurring. Now, but Kiko, myself, and our good friend Eric Benson, we do something similar, but for the BattleTech universe inside the Inner Sphere, where we have a role-playing game, and then all that drama gets fed into the war game that we play. And in fact, if you're curious about how those two things might connect, we're going to be on this stage again tomorrow at 4, if you'd like to see how it goes. But this is not even an announced product yet, I don't think. These are our mechs from the show that we do in a single pack that they have at the Catalyst booth. But
so cool.
I will give 5 of them away to you if you have positive robot memories in your past. I'm just going to come out. If you want some bots, just put that hand up, and I'll drop one on you, right? I only got 5, but...
Positive robot memories.
Yeah.
All
exactly.
Right. See, I was going to make you do like rock, paper, scissors and be like, Battle Jerry Holkins, but I think this is much more
I'm actually going to look directly into their eyes.
Oh, God. He's going to judge you at the soul level.
Yeah.
First, he will be absconded with to the dark realms. I appreciate the hands raised. You may keep them raised, for indeed they will guide him to you. It will be good. I have positive robot memories, but not in the way that matters. I'm just like, man, robots, right?
All right.
Who knew?
Now, hold on.
What do you got?
Here, so, great clown Ladro.
Yes.
One moment. Tell me about your first robot memory.
My first robot memory was playing Robotech on the SNES back in the early 1990s.
It's a good one. It's a good memory.
Okay. Yeah, okay, you can have
That
one
was
of these.
nice. Oh, Okay.
That's pretty good. Here,
Nice job.
Now, our trip is going to take us into the deep realms. I know there are those of you who perhaps did not feel well served by the shirt throwing. Those of you who rest and dwell out here where no shirt can be thrown. Sir, tell me your first robot memory.
Original Transformers movie. You've got the touch.
Yes.
Really? Not the original, not the title theme? Yeah. Not
No,
the
that's
title
the right
theme.
song.
I don't think this is our guy.
What are
I'm
you
just fucking with you.
talking about?
Ah, you got it anyway.
All
You
right.
got the
Here.
power.
Now.
Good job.
Sir, you look like someone who is enthusiastic about a bot. Hook me up here. What's your first, most powerful robot memory?
Alpha 5 from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Woo. I think that's kind of tasty. I think that has a piquant flavor. Now, I've got great news for you. It's the Black Remnant Command Lance. No, it's got cards in there. I wrote all the text on the cards. Yeah, I did all the text. Anyway, it's cool. Here, what? A young person? Hang on a second. I see a hand that's up here. Now, does the prospect of speaking into a microphone terrify you? No. This young man has vigor. Now, would you be kind enough to tell me about your first robot memory?
Robotics club at school.
Ooh.
Dang.
Yes. Good one.
Yeah, we made a forklift to flip over the other robots.
Literal robot fights.
That's a box. You will, yeah. God bless. All right. Now, let's see. We have one more in this
Oh, there's a lot of pointing happening. I
in this
don't know if that's
magazine.
the
You know
vibe.
what? I guess I've already served this over here. You see
Yeah.
something?
We're trying to. I understand, but we're trying to spread it out. Spread the love.
Here, now, can you tell me briefly about your first robot memory? Clean.
Does it how you said deep?
No, yeah. Clean.
Oh, it's very clean. So I'm going to embarrass my husband, actually.
Here, take it. No,
Oh.
I can see your husband cringing into a singularity. I can't wait for this. I'm just going to give you the microphone.
Yes, take it.
This is pure vampirism.
Let's go, embarrass husbands.
So when we were dating, I had never actually seen anyone do the robot in person. And I'm so sorry. So he had, and it was probably one of those moments where I was like, I'm gonna marry this man, because we got together very young, but then I actually got a robot tattoo on my arm, because it was like, so it's like a twofer, but it's a very cute robot. Do you wanna see it?
Yeah.
What I would like to see is your husband do the robot.
Yeah, please.
And if he does, then I will give you this black remnant
only
command
if he does,
lens.
though.
So come out here.
Are you gonna deny your wife? Yes! Yes!
Now look, we understand that this happened sometime in Earth's ancient past. We're not asking for you to injure yourself in our service, but if you, I think that you still have it. I'm looking at a man who I think he's in the ring.
Oh, no, face the camera, please. Come. Come, no, it's close, come.
Camera right there.
Yep, that's your guy. Yes!
I mean, arguably, he gave us a little more than we asked for. All right. To my mind, that seems robot worthy. But for those of you who still crave it, of course, Catalyst has a few more at their booth, and that would be a great way for you to get an introduction to the inner sphere in the world of Battletech. But I would also be happy to do it for you tomorrow at 4 on this very stage.
Yes. I love this. Okay, really quick. So, Mike.
What?
So, Mike.
What?
Michael. That little circle, do red moment thing on the Tiltify, is that the point after which a fairy would appear in your strip?
Yes.
Is okay. Great.
How hard is our 130 out?
It's
real
What
hard.
I've told is that they will give us a sonic cue
'Kay.
When it's time to really get the fuck off the stage.
I think I can do it.
Here.
Okay, great.
So now we will leave him to his labors.
Oh, I'm not going to touch him.
Yeah.
I'm not going to touch him. Tell you what, I'm going to leave you.
Cheesesteak Fairy,
Cheesesteak
yes.
Fairy. I will come back when it's time to give away the big prize.
I'm going to try to get some cheesesteak after this panel. That's my plan.
I have what I call emergency cheesesteaks inside my fridge in my room. ready to be, yeah, it's the Knicks, it's roast pork, it's aged provolone, broccoli rabe, and then Ryan is telling me sweet peppers? Is that the combo? Haven't done it yet. I'm ready to do it. Dan Young from
With
Toronto.
Wiz?
What's that?
With Wiz, is that a thing?
No, God, no. Not, I'll.
What? Why is that bad? I don't know.
I'll explain to him. Well, so
I like cheese.
Well, no. There's no reason. This particular place, I don't even think has Whiz.
Oh.
Like this is like.
Oh, it's fancy.
I don't even know if it's fancy. It's just cantankerous. Like it's. They have opinions about pork. Do you remember the show Ghost Rider? It's a little bit after my time, but I do know about it. It was a ball of light ghost that communicates through writing to solve mysteries with kids or something. Ghost Rider. What one word or phrase would you like to see taken way too literally and made into a show? There's a lot of words. There's a lot of words out there. And so if you ask me to assess the entirety of my word collection for a specific joke that you made up a couple months ago, it's not rude, but it may not be possible. Let's see. Dan Young, you hurt me with this one. Let's see. I feel like Tasty Cakes is ironic, right? I feel like there's something we can work on there. What if the cake was actually tasty?
They are. What are you saying?
Okay, let's. To me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you have to agree.
I don't.
They taste like a Yankee Candle.
What?
Like, it leaves
No.
a film.
Well, yeah, but
But it's a good film.
I eat zingers, so I can't. I love fucking zingers. You guys have zingers over? Do you have Hostess, or is it just Tasty Cakes?
They have them, but I think it's like it's a second. It's like they don't have any Tasty Cakes. We're gonna times are hard. We're gonna eat Hostess products. Let's see. Pedro from Anaheim Ka asks, what is the most surprising thing you have seen a min-max gamer do to one of your game creations? Oh, man. Honestly, it didn't happen to me. Typically the people that I play these types of games with are more focused on story stuff. Like when I ran the C-Team campaign for 4 or 5 years, those players were all really invested in their characters. And so all of their ability uses and things like that, they all sort of came out of expressions of what the characters were doing. They never engaged with it like a hardcore war game, right? But I saw something at Mike's table once that was completely crazy, where Mike had essentially created like a heist situation that they were supposed to manage, and then he left the room while they planned it. And then when he came back, they basically just dismantled your whole game.
Ocean's 11 style. They had all these great plans, and like I was interacting with players that it turns out were like like they had used magic to replicate. Like I had no idea what was going on, but that was the purpose of it, right? Like they got to pull one over on me.
Exactly. They had a chance to do that scene at the end of Ocean's 11,
right,
where masks are coming off.
And then the bad guy's just like, whoa! And that was me, and I was really frustrated.
All right. Dare Scott from Not So New Hampshire asks, what's your favorite beer from a style you usually don't enjoy? I have terrible news for you, Dare Scott. I am a slut, I think is the term. There's nothing I won't drink. There's absolutely nothing that I won't drink. My favorite beer from a style I don't usually enjoy is the one that is in front of me. Christmas Enjoyer from Far Too Close asks, challenge. Each of you give your best ho ho ho. Christmas Enjoyer, what the fuck? Okay, hang on. I gotta read a fact or something. Each of you give your best ho ho ho. Mike doesn't have to do this. He's busy. He's trying to create. Where Merry Christmas would be in the same intonation. Offer us a short piece of sagacious wisdom. Is this the fandom we've cultivated?
What is sagacious, Jerry?
Like the sort of thing a sage would tell you.
Oh.
Right?
All right, I'll allow it.
I'll allow it. Exactly. Ho, ho, ho. Death is nigh. All right. Here, now, here's from Gino. So you're already, I mean, we can see now that the amount raised for Child's Play, you saw the video. You know what this money does? It doesn't just make the video. I mean, all the people in there, they're all doing stuff. We just took a video of them doing the stuff. Anyway, 11,369.69. Nice.
Nice.
And as a result, a disgusting, cheesesteak fairy is being instantiated even now. But I mean, that means it somehow it looks like Mike was able to crush this.
Got 3 minutes.
That's really, really cool. Now, here, so I will leave him alone for now. Gino from Beyond the Stars asks, lately, I have been rewatching some of the Golgolfa streams. This was some quarantine-era product. We used to play,
where we played with Gary.
We used to play PGA Tour.
And Will.
With Will Smith. Not that Will Smith.
Not that Will Smith.
Is his handle. And our friend Gary Witta, who, and we're just blessed to know, wrote Book of Eli. He worked on
Rogue One.
I mean, he's just a super cool dude. He used to edit the UK version of PC Gamer or something. What a crazy arc. Anyway, we used to play 2v2. So there's a way to play golf. Is that Scramble?
Yeah, Scramble.
Yeah, there's a way to play golf where essentially you just have to eat your friend's shit. So they hit and then you hit wherever it is. And it's not always in a good place. So it's like the perfect hook. It's like co-op golf, but you spend most of your time mad at the other person. But it's a perfect stream fodder, right? The tight competition and sporting banter make it a fun rewatch. Sometimes Mike gets a hole in one. It seems like the enthusiasm for holes has dissipated, or else schedules have diverged, but one can't help but wonder. Will we ever see those nefarious, no-good ne'er-do-wells, Gary Whitta and Will Smith, crushed beneath the heel of universal green theory once again? So this is a deep cut. Let me explain it. So there was a period of time, Laura, where I felt like I could look through the screen of the green, the lines of the green, its gentle whorls and rifts. And I thought that I had a system for calculating based on how fast dots were moving.
Yes.
I felt like I had entered into like another a realm, and I called it the universal green field theory.
Okay.
And I don't know if it worked or not.
It did not.
Did it feel good?
But it felt very good. It felt religious.
No, it's like you're reading the river.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like dowsing.
Yeah.
Right?
Why not?
Well, anyway, how can I help?
Hey, so we have a little time. I would love to introduce.
The D20?
I would love to introduce something very cool. Check it the fuck out. Can we get our new slide, please? The prize number 4 is a whole damn computer. My friends are bringing it out. Not only will you receive
in this
a
year's
whole
livery.
damn computer.
No, we know it's not the right show. We know it's not the right show.
Courtesy, I know, we know. Listen, probably you use a computer at some point. It's like rocks that talk to each other, okay? It's a lot like what you're used to. This is courtesy AMD and Main Gear, and let me tell you one more thing. It comes with this goddamn monitor. It's a lot of stuff. Now, at other shows, we have said, come up here, we'll take your information and ship it to you. Not so this time. We understand that board gamers like to carry heavy objects. So we've decided to give you something really exciting to try to fly home with. Sorry, you're welcome.
Wow.
And
I know, dude.
yeah, no,
I
it's
know.
tricked
Gorgeous.
out. We asked them for something very simple, and they said, but what if we did a fuck ton more? Now,
The turquoise.
it's gorgeous. I will also
custom
tell you,
buttons.
gathered throng, if you like this and you are not our lucky winner today, if you go and participate in PAX XP, a thing that is tappable downstairs, and in your little app, if you register your badge, you will get an opportunity to get an exact copy of this thing.
Wow.
And it's a random raffle at the end, which would be shipped to your home. That would go to your house. You will also just naturally get Marvel snap codes for custom backs that designed by, I think, Dave.
Dave and
you.
me.
And you, yes. And also League of Legends skins. So just a cool plug for the app. Anyway, hi. You made a strip.
I did.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you. Well, I wouldn't go that far. It's a JPEG.
Oh. Would you be willing to take us through? Just really quickly, before we do our little ritual here.
Oh, you want to go through the strip?
Yeah, for
Would
sure.
you mind reading it for us?
Here, I can be the guy.
I'll be Gabe.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
Want to learn how to play rocks and sticks?
Not really.
It'll only take 5 minutes. So, you're the rock player. 5 hours later. And that's it. Obviously, if you're playing sticks, it's a whole different experience.
That's it.
That's it.
Fabulous. All right.
This is a prophetic strip.
It is.
Be careful.
So, I have a giant D20. Don't talk to me about whether this is a balanced douse. The rules may change and it's okay. We're all going to be chilling here. There are 5 sections in here. So, we're going to say, everybody over here, if I roll or we roll 1 through 5, 5 through 10, 10 through 15, or 15 through 20, is that how that works?
It's each one's 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's going to determine whether, basically, we're going to eliminate all others. So if whatever section that is will be called. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then we will start further culling down. We're going to use the D20 to winnow down to the one and only person who gets this horrific construction. Would you like to do the honors of the first roll?
I love this. I wish I had this at home.
All right, what number? 17. So it is all the way over here to the right.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, Dickie, tell us from which point. What is the section that is correct? All the way. All the way.
Yes.
Damn, nice. All right, fantastic. Now we are going to do 1 through 10. and 10 through 20. So this is going to decide whether it's the front section or the back section. So 10 through 20 is the back, 1 through 10 is the front. Let's give it a roll. And it's
it's a 20
in the back.
It's a 20. Thank you. Good night.
That's it. All right, goodbye. All right. So, Richard, this is a secret thing. What we're going to do, Richard, is I'm going to hold a number in my head. Our boy is going to roll.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you whether you are counting 20 people from the front or the back of the section, okay? Go ahead and roll me that number.
Okay, here we go. I'll roll this. Oh.
All right, 8. That means you are going to go from the back. Count me out 20 people.
Somebody there is going to get a fucking computer.
Yeah,
Somebody
off of this dice.
Absolutely. So,
It looks
he's
really
going
good.
to assign you a number at which, and again, this is only the people who can take this home are being solicited. So he is pulling from the back only the people who can haul this shit home. We're going to get you a number 1 through 20, and he's going to give me the big thumbs up when it's time.
Right, and at any moment, I stand ready.
Yes, to bestow. Are we ready to go? Come forward, come forward. We're going to line them up before you.
And this is going to place you very near the machine.
Yes.
So,
yes.
And as you come toward the front, already you can begin to feel its dark power.
I don't understand. There's 10 people.
2 apiece. Maybe.
Oh, 2 numbers each.
2 numbers each.
That's math, I guess.
It's the new day.
10's good.
All right.
Are we ready?
Yeah. Are we down 1?
I'll do it.
Oh, there's someone raising their hand
all
back there. All right, fantastic. You in the purple shirt. Come on up here.
No, come up here, and it could be you. Yep, exactly.
All right. Our friend here, because you came late, you're going to get the 1 and 2 number. The 3 and 4, the 5 and 6, 7 and 8, 9 and 10, 11 and 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, or 20.
The way you roll, I mean, it's going to be...
Do you want to roll then?
No, here, should we test it?
No,
Should we test the theory?
No, you can. Yeah, go roll it.
Are you ready?
It's a goddamn.
It's a fucking 1! It's you! It's you! Jerry rolled a 1. His misfortune is your fortune. Hell yeah!
What the fuck?
Hell yeah! Come on up. Come on
I'm
up.
so sorry I didn't roll for you guys.
No. This is incredible. You won with a 1. You ready?
No, it's okay.
This is it. This is the moment.
So, anyway, thank you very much. 20 years of PAX. Go enjoy the rest of this one.
All right, we gotta go. We'll see ya.
It's chip test. Welcome to an incredible first look at Daggerheart. This is Sean Ellis, our lead concept designer for the game. My name is Elise Resendez. I'm the senior RPG producer on this incredible game, and tonight I will be your head chef. On the menu tonight, we have a peek inside of Daggerheart. We're going to do some collaborative world building with Critical Role, and we're going to have live illustrations throughout all of that. How does that sound? Now, how many of you have heard of a little game called Daggerheart? Has anybody play tested the game? You guys heard of Critical Role? Anybody? Incredible. Here's how we're going to cook this. In a moment, I'm going to bring out our first batch of panelists. We're going to crack the book open to see how Daggerheart is looking after we've let it simmer since the end of the open beta this summer. We're going to reveal, for the first time, the interior of the book. You're going to get a little selection, a little appetizer. You'll be the first to see inside the finished game, and we're going to reveal some never-before-seen art for you to snack on. Then, we're going to dive into something pretty special. We're going to reveal one of our campaign frames. Beast Feast is all about slaying and filleting the monsters we're finding here tonight, so I hope you've all brought an appetite, okay? Then, we'll bring out our last batch of panelists. We're going to do some live character creation on stage. We're going to create together a monstrous set of adversaries for them to battle. And we're going to have live illustrations throughout all of it. How does that sound? Shall we begin then? If you're ready to begin, I'm going to need to hear a yes, chef. Yes, chef. Yes, what? Yes, chef. Please welcome Danny, Gage, Rowan Hall, Spencer Stark, and Matt Mercer. Well, hello, good lookins. What are we doing?
Hi, chef.
Hello, chef.
Yes,
Chef. I'm going to begin with all of you introducing yourself and what you've done on Daggerheart, please.
Hi there, I'm Sean Ellis. I'm the lead concept artist on Daggerheart, and I'm going to be your art clown tonight.
Hey, I'm Rowan Hall. I'm one of the game designers in-house in Darrington and also one of the game designers on Daggerheart.
Hello, I'm Danny Gage, and I was the developmental coordinator on Daggerheart, basically making sure that everything stayed consistent between the cards in the book and everything else that there was to do.
Hey, I'm Spencer Stark. I'm the lead designer of Daggerheart.
I'm Matthew Mercer, and I did stuff on it.
Spencer, chef, would you like to take it away? We're going to start to see a peek inside Daggerheart.
Yeah, so you're going to see spreads from inside the book. The book is at the booth right now, but these are going to be kind of the first time that anybody is seeing inside the book, which is really exciting.
Including us, which is probably really...
Yeah, which is really weird. I think we would have seen it. No, everybody at this table contributed so much to the game in a way that I could never have possibly imagined. This game is so big and so exciting. And I just feel honored to be able to make it with all of you. So, for those of you who don't know, Daggerheart is a 2d12 system. So it has one hope die and one fear die. They're both d12s. You roll both of them. You add the values together. You also add a stat. And then you also look at which die rolled higher. So you have a hope die, fear die, and that. Whichever die rolled higher, that's the way and the tenor that the roll takes. So you might roll a success with hope, or a failure with fear, or a failure with hope and a success with fear. So that's kind of the basics of the system. It also uses cards, which I don't think we have any on screen right now, but you might see pop up every once in a while. And those cards sort of create your spread of abilities and spells. I would love to ask the three of you what your favorite thing that you either contributed to or that you saw and sort of dove into in the game is that maybe these people don't know about.
I'll take it away first.
Yeah.
So when I got onto Daggerheart really, really early on, I was playtesting, and I picked up a rogue, because rogues have long been my favorite thing to play in any game. And thank you.
Rogue mains.
Mains. And one day after playtesting, I looked at Spencer and I was like, the thing that I really always want to do in games is be able to like step into one shadow and disappear and then be able to step out of a shadow all the way across the room. And he said, yes, chef. And brought back a version of it and we tooled it and I'm so overjoyed that it ended up in the game. I get to play it this evening and that ended up being one of folks' favorite things to play in the playtest. The data came back and I was like, the rogue mains, let's go.
Oh, shoot.
I want to flag too, Danny, you played in the very first campaign of Daggerheart ever run before anybody knew it existed, before I could even say I was working on it. Danny played in the first campaign, level 1 through level 10. So I want to flag that Danny's been there from the very beginning working with us.
And I'd say that was probably that would be my given, favorite contribution was being able to be part of that because that was such a wonderful time. But I think another thing I have to point out is some of the art pitches that we did for this book, where it was so incredible to be able to pitch different things because we wanted as much diverse art as we could, and some of the things that we were able to put to pitch and put in the book made me actually cry, and so I hope that you all enjoy that part as much as I do when you get to see it.
Thank you, Chef.
Thank you, Chef.
Thank you, Chef.
Matt, what about you?
Oh, I mean, first off, I love to see the D12 getting some love.
It's my favorite time.
It really, the dodecahedron, if those who followed any of Campaign 2 knows I'm a fan of the shape. But it's such a beautiful shape and geometry, and I never got the love it needed, so now we have it. Now it's the era of the D12. But no, I mean, as far as contributing to this, my personal joy was going through with this team and just digging through all of the various class abilities and spells and sitting together in rooms and going this is cool. How can I make it cooler? Those were fun. For my fun little contribution I really enjoyed was the recall capability. The ability of cards that aren't in your loadout that you can spend a little stress to swap it in, because there's nothing more frustrating in a game if you have a lot of abilities at your disposal, but you didn't prepare the one that would have been really helpful right now. And you're like, I bought this one corner case spell 6 levels ago, and this is the exact moment it would have been perfect, and I didn't prepare it. Well, dang. And so wanting to implement a system within the game that allowed you to circumvent that, should those situations occur, was really important.
Yeah, there were lots of neat little changes as we went through the closed beta, as we went through internal playtesting, right, early on, and then closed beta, and then into open beta where we got to see everybody else's opinions on everything and really trying to make sure that we were making a game that we were excited to play and also that you were excited to play. And so it was neat to be able to implement a lot of those things, feedback from the internal team and the external team. So, that's kind of an overview of Daggerheart. Have we explained why we're in chef hats and aprons?
I did a little bit, Chef, but if you would expand on that, that would be deeply appreciated.
Great, because do we want to jump into campaign frames? Does that sound good?
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Well, we're all dressed up and have a bunch of stuff because we're going to have a bunch of knives and... you have this awesome. You have to do it.
Okay, ready?
Yeah! We have all this stuff because we're going to be previewing a campaign frame called Beast Feast. So, to give you an idea of what campaign frames are in Daggerheart, because they were not really in the open beta materials very much. They are basically, in the last chapter of the book, it's a section where you can choose the subgenre that you want to play in. And we do this at our tables a lot, I think, just in general, when we're talking about what kind of game we want to play. And so we wanted to give people the opportunity to have support from the text in that, and also have mechanics that support that. So today we're going to be talking about Beast Feast, which is one of the campaign frames. It's very reminiscent of Delicious in Dungeon. And so we have a bunch of stuff here. I have some minis, and we have a dragon and some knives and some ketchup bottles, because we're going to be showing you some of that and some of our favorite things from within that.
Spencer, I have a mandatory bit of text that I have to read real quick. Would you mind, Chef?
I would love that.
Great. The author of this, one of the designers of Beast Feast, is Banana Chan. I don't know if you've heard of Remnant Society of it. Though Banana cannot make it to this game, We want to recognize how talented and smart and pretty and cool they are. Please join me as we all scream with existential dread into the air in honor of her.
Good. If you know Banana Chan, you know that's very on brand.
Banana wrote that for me to read about them. Thank you.
But yeah, Campaign Frames, we had the chance to work with so many amazing authors. Carlos Sisco, Mike Underwood, we had Meg Baker, and just being able to like collaborate with these people to bring to the game like different frames for the kinds of stories that they want to tell and that we want to tell with the system was really cool.
Do you want to go into a little bit about the core game of Daggerheart and then why we need things like campaign frames on the base game?
Yeah, so we don't have, well, actually, do you want to talk about, Rowan, do you want to talk about the, why we didn't do settings for it, so I'm not just modeling?
Yeah,
Awesome.
during the creation of Daggerheart, we learned what a challenge it is to do less, to pare everything down, to make it streamlined, and we wanted to make sure that there was enough lore for everyone to have a foundation, to have the scaffolding for a house, but that there wasn't so much that they couldn't put their game in these campaign frames or their own campaign frames. So you'll find in the book that there is kind of a base lore for the gods, the new gods, the forgotten gods, and that there is a spread of which you can craft in ancestries and communities. But we purposefully left that open so that you have a genre engine available to you. For example, in the motherboard campaign frame, you cannot play a Clank. Because there are robots all in this campaign frame, and you fight them, and there are no robots with sapience, and that is specific only to that frame. And because we kind of niche that down, it allows people to opt in to really specific choices, but to not have them put upon them if that's not your style of play.
Yeah. Yeah, you wrote a campaign frame for us, which was so exciting.
Correct.
Do you want to talk a little bit about what that process is like and how you sort of saw
Sure.
frames fitting in?
Yeah, so I love setting books. I've written setting books. I've read many setting books, and I've run setting books. And there's a lot to be gleaned from that. But the more that you study it, both from community feedback and from just the history of it existing, it's not easy for a lot of people to grasp and run an entire setting book, let alone an entire campaign story. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to find out what parts were used most from a lot of these books across many different RPGs that exist out there, and provide that in a very diegetic way, a very invitational way, and in a way that kind of empowers you, the reader, to find the parts you're inspired by and use the whole thing, or use the parts that you really like, and attribute it to media that you are inspired by automatically, and see where you can create something that is inspired by the things you like, but is yours to kind of create whole cloth. And so we kind of, we're looking to the most core aspects of what makes a specific story interesting, a specific genre interesting, and then building things that you can kind of, like a scaffolding you can tailor the rest of your story onto, and build the mechanics that will make it feel very unique in how you play it. For instance, the campaign that I created, The Age of Umbra, is a very, very kind of Soulsborne, dark, challenging, it's a very grim place. But by design, Daggerheart, we have, our Menagerie game was very silly and very fun and very kind of just flexing and going over the top with our characters. Age of Umbra is meant to be the opposite. It is meant to be, a landscape that has been without gods for over 100 years. They abandoned the people there. The realm itself is kind of rotting and dying, and the survivors that exist there have to hold on to what community exists to get by, while the dark things that lurk in the shadows grow darker and larger as time passes. And so that's very much the mood and theme. And so once we have the themes established, then we get to do a little bit of world building, give you a map, give you some ideas to the history that you can pull from and feel inspired by, and then have mechanics behind it. So like in the Age of Umbra, whenever you take a downtime activity, there are threats and dangers whenever you rest that might give the GM more fear. You might actually be attacked before you finish resting.
You leave somebody out for watch too,
Yeah.
right? That's like part of the mechanic as well, which is cool.
You want to have somebody take the watch action while you're doing downtime to try and mitigate that danger. And so there's mechanics in that frame to help set that sort of theme of no place is really safe.
Mm-hmm.
There are things lurking out there, and there is, long-standing corruption beyond just damage that exists in this space. So,
No, thank you, Chef. No, thank you.
I like to talk.
No, she said, no, thank you, chef. She's like, no, thank you. Well, I'm really excited about the campaign frame that we're going to be showing you today, which is Beast Feast. And we're going to actually build, before we have other people come out, we're going to build together one of the adversaries. So we had an idea, because we're in Philly, that we're going to do we're actually going to do like a Philly kind of themed food thing, since there's some very famous Philadelphia foods. The first one being a water ice dragon.
Excuse me, Spencer, it's water ice.
Water ice. I had no idea what water ice was until I was informed by Philly natives what it was. Rowan, you're the Philly native on the panel. Will you tell us what water ice is for those in the audience who don't know? Because I was like, water ice? Ice is water.
It is buck wild trying to explain water ice to people on the West Coast. It's Italian ice, but it's not shaved ice. And as soon as you try to explain the custard element, it's out the window. So I end up having to pull up pictures because it looks like ice cream. It tastes like shaved ice.
And it's neither.
It's Italian ice.
It's Italian ice. So we're gonna have water ice dragon that we're gonna build, and then we're gonna collect the meat from that, and then we're gonna have these little cheesy little cheese guys, and we're gonna make a Philly cheesesteak. Is what's gonna happen. That's what we're gonna do. So I know.
But Spencer, whose recipe are we using?
I don't know whose is it? Is it? That's the biggest. Is it gonna be
Pat's?
Oh, you want to start a war?
Are we starting a war?
Chef, are we starting wars here tonight?
The
I don't
panel
think
was
we can
going
do that.
so well.
We can also do Jim's.
There it is.
Okay.
Got some Jim's fans. Okay, so what I'm gonna ask for, and if people want to just raise their hand, I want the flavor of water ice that we want. Yeah, I saw the first one over there. Electric blue, I love it. Okay, Perfect. We're going electric blue, water ice dragon. And then I need some ideas from you all around what's like an attack beyond just like a standard attack that this dragon might have. Yeah, I see one back there. Brain freeze.
Yes, very good. That's really good.
Good. Okay, I'm gonna figure out how to do that. All right, I need one more. Who has one?
Yes.
Yeah.
In the green. Splintered spoon.
Splintered spoon.
May all your fork tines shatter.
Okay, so Sean, you have like the base of a dragon made. Will you start to make that? Like, will you show everybody what you've done so far? And then, and then, if we can switch.
My lovely tech house, can we shift on over to Sean Ellis's tablet, please?
Can I have you start working on an electric blue water ice dragon for me? Ooh. It's a little custard and...
So drippy.
Let's cook.
I love it. Okay, I'm gonna work on making some mechanics for that. In the meantime, we're also gonna do these guys. So these are little like chickens, but they like have, imagine like they have like cheese saliva coming out of their mouth.
No, thank you, chef.
Okay.
No, thank you, chef.
Vicious.
I would love for somebody to name these.
We've got one all the way over there.
Yeah? What was it?
Cooler Ranch.
Cooler Ranch. Little niblets.
Cool Ranch.
Rarely does something strike fear in the heart of you than those.
Than the Cool
Scream
Ranch.
of the Cooler Ranch.
Legally distinct from Cool Ranch. Don't come for me, Hidden Valley.
Okay, those are called the Cooler Ranches. They're cooler than the Cool Ranches, is what that is. Great. Okay, I'm gonna work on those, and we'll go from there. In the meantime, we actually have some characters to make. So do we want to do that?
I think we should probably bring out the rest of our panelists.
Let's do
shouldn't
it.
we?
Yeah.
Why don't you all give a very warm kitchen welcome to Masood Hake and Ashley Johnson, please?
Thank you, Chef.
Masood and Ashley, I'm just going to have you introduce yourself real quick, say hi to the audience, and we're going to get diving into characters.
Hi, I'm Masood. I'm a comedian from Chicago, and I do this. Hello, I am Ashley Johnson, and I am here to play.
Yeah! So you're gonna get a little insight into character creation here. We're gonna do. We have some pre-gens that we've made, but they're kind of only half made. So we're gonna give them an opportunity to sort of customize those. Sean's also gonna work on some art for those as we do that, and then we'll build a little like encounter and play for a little bit, if that's okay with everybody.
I'm going to take 30 seconds. Can we switch back over to Sean's tablet? The coldest thing that Sean has ever said is that by the time you're done describing your character, I'd like to be done drawing it. I'd like you to already see what this looks like as soon as it comes up on stage, because this is buck wild.
So cool.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you, back of house.
Thank you, Chef. Okay, so let me give you the rundown on the characters that we have on offer today for us. So we have a warrior. Their name is Mortimer Mulberry. They're an order-born human, and they're like an. Let me pull out their mini. You don't have to follow this at all, but just they're like a little old man. The thing that you should know about, actually, we should back up. The thing you should know about Beast Feast, and Rowan, I think you came up with this. So do you want to talk about what like the premise of the adventuring party in Beast Feast is?
Beast Feast begins in the small village of Elmore, which is out in the middle of the woods, and they haven't had anything bad happen there for decades and decades and decades, and that's because a wizard created something known as the lure and put it down at the bottom of this deep, deep cave system, and it attracts all the monsters and villains that might try to make their way and attack Elmore. But unfortunately, the lure is no longer working. It's starting to go out, and these beasts are starting to encroach upon the village. So someone has to go down into the cave system, and they have to fix the lure. But for all this time, everybody's forgotten how to fight, and there aren't any weapons in the village anymore. So the starting weapons in this campaign frame are all household items, like a butcher knife, or a fishing rod, or fireworks, and you might wear a baking sheet as your armor, or a barrel lid. Exactly.
Just a banana. A little pot hat? Yeah, that's so good. So this is like a campaign that's designed to feel like it's a bunch of like people who don't know what they're doing going into this cave and having to survive. And part of that is making a meal out of the creatures that they slay. So they have to sustain themselves while they're down there. And that's actually something that they're good at, is cooking the food. So in Beast Feast, there is a whole like mini game for the campaign mechanics that is designed to teach you how to like cook meals based on ingredients. So depending on what you face and what kind of creature it is, it'll drop certain ingredients, and you use those in this mini game to like, you roll them all together and are like pairing stuff. You'll see it. We're gonna do an example of it here. But it's a fun little, instead of being able to like heal hit points and clear stress and like gain hope during downtime like normal, you're instead having to rely on the stuff that you cook and make. So kind of fun. Okay, so we have Mortimer Mulberry, sort of an old retired adventurer who has settled in Elmore. We also have Rosemary Veilthorn. This is a highborn elf rogue. Rosemary is a princess from like another kingdom, from the Veilthorn kingdom, who was brought to Elmore specifically to like calm her down because she just wants to go on adventures, and their parents are like, "You're 12, so maybe cool it a little bit." So we have Rosemary, and then we also have Sharon Oatley. If you haven't noticed, one of the encouragements in the game is to like just give in this campaign frame is just give all the names a little bit of like a food bend to them. So Sharon Oatley. Sharon Oatley is, one of her experiences is mother of 5. She's a mom. She's really good at wrangling everybody. She's a guardian, which makes sense. She's a Ridgeborn giant guardian who just is good at wrangling people. So good one to have on the adventure. Then we have Brine. Brine is the Wanderborn Ribbit bard. He's a little rock star of the group. And then finally we have Thaddeus Greasley. Thaddeus is a fry cook Furbolg. And so just cooks up, is a wizard, Seaborn Furbolg wizard. So just cooks up some stuff in the diner, and now all of a sudden is being thrust upon this world. So those are the characters we have. Do we have choices of what we want to take?
I want the giant mom.
Yep, the giant mom. You got it. There's Sharon. So start to think about who they are. We're gonna walk through some like basic stuff, but also think about who this character is. We'll talk about backstories and all that kind of stuff. Great.
You know I'm going for that rogue.
Yeah, Rosemary Veilthorn. That's the rogue.
I'd really like to be an old man.
Be a little man. You're gonna go Mortimer Mulberry.
The fry cook, please.
The fry cook, Thaddeus Priestley.
Hello.
And that leaves you with Brian.
I wanted Brian all along.
Love it.
Worked out.
So good. Okay, well, we're going to walk through a little bit of character creation. So you'll see everybody has these character sheets, because if you haven't played the open beta or haven't seen the game, there are individual character sheets for each class. So can you hold yours up really quick, Danny? Just to show, like, this is the Warriors class sheet. It's its own sheet, and it has like the class features already built in. It has the hit points. This is all filled in because I went and filled all of this stuff in, but normally you would be able to like modify those, and then it'll also give you like hope features and stuff. So it's built out so that all you have to do is sit down at the table and look at the sheet and start filling stuff in right off the bat. So we're gonna start with Mortimer.
Yeah.
Mortimer needs some stats.
Yeah.
So right now their stats are empty. Can you read the 6 stats and talk about where you want to put their different stats?
Oh,
So that
okay.
everybody knows, you get a +2, you get 2 +1s, you get 2 zeros, and you get a -1.
Okay, so we have agility, we have strength, finesse, instinct, presence, and knowledge. So I think we're a warrior here, right? So to survive this long past the pre-lure days of adventuring, I think to have made it this far, we're probably going to be a little heavier in our more physical stats.
For sure. And being a warrior.
And being a warrior, yeah. So I think, he's a little, older. So I think I'll choose to put some agility in there.
Okay.
But what do you guys think? Yeah, we'll put a +2 for agility. But what do you guys think about the rest of his stats? Where do we put our +1s at? Or -1s?
I heard instinct. I feel like if you're old, you should have really good instinct.
Okay.
I like that a lot.
We're doing a +1 to instinct.
+1 in instinct.
Okay, which other one should we do a +1 for?
Read out the ones that are left.
Huh?
We read out the
Oh
stats
yeah,
that
we
are
still
left.
have strength, finesse, presence, and knowledge.
Who thinks that knowledge should be the dump stat? Is that a -1?
No.
Oh, that's a clear no,
Doesn't know
everybody.
anything.
All right.
I feel like I heard somebody say a minus in finesse, and I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, let's
do we
do
feel
that.
like we want to go with that? Yeah.
I love it.
My old bones are getting a little slow, all right, okay, so we have our +1, a -1. We still need a +1, another -1, or no?
Presence. I heard a presence.
Yeah.
Presence for +1?
Maybe a +1.
Yeah,
Presence. It's kind of
okay, let's do that.
And we'll put zeros.
And then the rest are +0.
I love that 0 is in strength, because I feel like this guy probably once was jacked.
Yeah, but now not so much. It's been a really long time.
He still thinks he's really strong, but he's...
Yes! We'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Okay, I love it. Next we have, I think that, let me check my notes just to make sure I'm doing it in the right order. Yes, next we have Rosemary. You're gonna choose a weapon. I have weapons available for you.
Okay.
Let me pull those up. So if you wanna read through some of these options.
Yeah.
These are just the physical options. We have magical weapons as well.
I'm gonna pick through the physical options that are just for beast fees. So I could do a cleaver, a sharpened rake. That feels so aggressive.
It's so aggressive. It's like, all I have is a rake. I don't know, sharpen it.
With a rake.
A butcher's axe, an iron skillet, a pitchfork, a sledgehammer, a cooking knife, a walking staff, a rolling pin, a sickle, a forge poker, a crop scythe. I worked on these, and I'm like, wow. A fishing rod, a slingshot, and a firework launcher.
Good.
Okay, so my highest stat, being a rogue, is finesse, which means the obvious picks are slingshot, cooking knife, and crop scythe.
Yeah.
I want firework launcher so bad.
Do it.
Let's go.
But it's -1 to my finesse. Okay. Poll, do I wreck my stats and my vibe for a firework launcher? Or do I take a slingshot and skin it where the thing that I'm slingshotting is like, firecrackers. Firecrackers. Okay, I'm good. I'm gonna ruin my finesse and take the wrong weapon.
Story first, baby. Story first.
So I'm a 12-year-old with a firework launcher.
Perfect.
It uses agility. It is a -1 to finesse.
Thank you, Chef, for your sacrifice.
And it's two-handed, y'all.
Nothing can go wrong with this.
Oh, but it's a D6 + 3, and it's very far. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone.
That's cool. Great. Now we're gonna move on to Sharon. Sharon, you're gonna choose some armor as the guardian. Here's your options.
Okay. All right, so we got the quilted clothing, which gives me bonus to evasion. Thresholds are fairly decent. A leather apron, which, I'm halfway there. It's more cloth, but which isn't too bad. Base score of 3. Thresholds are pretty decent. Tree bark armor, which is heavier. Being a mother of 5, I imagine she probably needs some tough to defend herself from the constant chaos. But in the higher end here, there is a baking tray breastplate. Which is very heavy, so it kind of nixes some of my evasion and agility, but it's got the highest thresholds. What are we feeling, folks?
It's the guardian.
A lot of people are pushing for the quilted clothing over here. We're going
Let's make some noise
lightweight.
for the quilted clothing. The baking tray armor.
That's the one.
Baking tray it is.
Can you put
Let's
the cookies
go.
still on it? Can the cookies residue still be on it?
Oh yeah, no, in any proper baking tray still has the remnants of the last batch kind of crusted and blackened to it.
We're all just picking off of your...
That's snacks for later.
I love it. Okay, next we're gonna jump to Brine. Brine, you have, thank you. You have an experience already listed, but you have one that's blank. So I want you to think about you can talk about what the one you already have on there is, and then think about what the next experience is. For those who don't know experiences, in the game, we have these little narrative tags called experiences. And they can be anything that describes your character in a fun, evocative way. And basically, when you can justify their use in a scene, you spend a hope, which is one of the currencies we have. When you roll with hope, you gain hope. And you can just apply that. So the one that we always use as an example is pirate, right? I'm a pirate, so when I want to do a piratey thing, I add pirate to my role. Sort of a one-to-one narrative. Also, it drives okay, how can I do this thing piratey so I get more of a stat, and that also helps to reinforce the character. So there are little narrative bits that help reinforce the backstory that your character has. So you already have one on there if you want to read the one you have.
Yeah, the one I got right now is Life of the Party, which seems to make sense for Brian, the musician. And I was trying to think about what else might work, and he's a ribbit, and he's also the life of the party. So why not silky smooth?
Silky smooth.
Silky smooth. Not only his skin, but also in demeanor, right?
Yeah, I love that. Thank you. Great, go ahead and write that down. And then one of the other pieces that you can put on your character sheet is in the class feature. Sometimes there's things for you to choose. So Thaddeus, you have a thing called Strange Patterns. Do you want to read what that is as the wizard?
Yes, I will. Strange patterns. Choose a number between 1 and 12. When you roll that number on a duality die, gain a hope or clear a stress. You can change this number when you take a long rest. So I am going to choose... 7?
Oh.
Let's go with 7. Let's go with 7. Wait, let me see. Oh, I rolled a 7!
All right.
Meant to be. You'll start with 2 hope as well, so make sure you fill that out.
Okay.
We're going to go down the line. Now that we've sort of had some time sitting with these characters, I want to know kind of what you're thinking as far as how they look, how they present, what their attitude is, how you imagine that they present themselves. Rowan, let's start with you, with Rosemary.
So I imagine Rosemary being 12, which is right on the cusp between kid and tween. Being in this village, having been sent away by her parents because she's a problem, I imagine that she had dyed her hair some really fun color, like blue or pink, so long ago, and it's really grown out. And thank you. Sean is drawing this while I'm talking.
Can we switch over to Sean's computer, please, back of house?
And I think she would like to be really edgy and cool, so I think she has like a sleeve of tattoos, but they're like lick'em-stick'ems, like temporary tattoos. So they're kind of worn off.
So good.
And how did she get this firework launcher?
The rogue stole it?
Yeah, okay, so I imagine that she ended up in this village because she probably was put in a tower, but she has this cool shadow stepping ability. And if you can shadow step quickly enough, you could just jump out of the tower on the shaded side and then pop to the ground and not die. So she's got audacity. So I think she probably went to a local shop and shadow stepped her way and 5-finger discounted a firework launcher and just went on this adventure.
I love it. I love it. Firework launcher, lick'em-stick'em tattoos, all good stuff.
Oh, and like a septum piercing, but it's made out of like a twisty.
Like a twisty tie?
Yeah, like a twist tie or like a bread closer or
like
something.
a bread bag
you know?
twist tie?
It's like the thing that you put like a chip clip. Yeah, like
Yeah,
a chip
you
clip,
know,
like
she's trying really hard, but she can't figure it out.
I love it. That's
What?
it's so good.
Zoom in
Now
real-
Sean
let's-
has to go in and add a chip clip to
Zoom
the
all the way in.
or
All
a
the
little
way in.
septum
There it is.
piercing. Good.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I love it.
I love that so much. It's so good. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Rosemary. Let's jump over to you.
Yeah, Mortimer is bald. That was the first thing. I think actually he's also got some of the strands of hair that are kind of coming along. You know, he hasn't fully balded. He probably should shave it, but he's like holding on to his youth as much as he can. So,
Yes, a comb over. Oh my gosh.
Proper withered skullet.
Yes, yes. He's got some old war wounds. He's always like his back is always in pain. He can't stoop very low. And I think that he's always talking about the pre-lure days where real adventurers, you know, knew how to fight. We didn't use none of those pins or whatever you guys use now. This is a knife, but we'll pretend it was a rolling pin.
A carrot.
Yeah, I think.
Just a full-on carrot.
Oh, there we go. It's a little bad. What are we doing again? We're just talking about what they look
What
like.
they look like, what their attitude is, like what they're just thinking
He's
about their
tired.
backstory.
He's old Harrison Ford. Like he's just tired. But he's also a good being. We love him.
I love that. Great. What about you, Matt?
What about me? I see Sharon definitely is that like perpetually quietly suffering household, guardian, both in class and just life experience. She loves her family. She loves the people around her, and she would express it more if she wasn't always jumping from one crisis to the next with like a heavy sigh, and just a hint of that anxiety, like, okay, I guess we're just gonna go. So I see her very much like, for whether it be Ike or Eddie or Tarn or Buffy or Vona, like all of them they are wonderful, vibrant children who in the next few years will stop driving me absolutely crazy. But until then, I have to make sure they don't perpetually keep trying to get themselves killed, which is all the time. So she's definitely proven herself as a protector. And this is one of the like other neighborhood kids are like about to jump off into a giant chasm, and she, without even looking, just like catches them and puts them back on the right path. I know since there's a sledgehammer, I'm seeing her with like a massive meat tenderizer.
Oh,
like, where
yeah.
the edge of it has all the spikes edge it. She, whenever the big hunts come back, that's where like she gets out her frustrations and aggressions.
She just goes to the butcher and just like
she just goes to town on just a massive hog of meat. But yeah, I think she was at one time maybe maybe a hunting party, but then she became a family lady, and a little part of her does look at the possible opportunity of shucking the responsibility of the kids off to like her sister for a little bit and be like, I'll go. Yeah, I'm right there. You know, I'm gonna miss y'all.
I love that. So good. Can you give me, what's the name of the butcher that you're like friends with that you work with all the time? What's their name, do you think?
Let's say Vildy.
Vildy.
Vildy the butcher.
Vildy the butcher.
He's a nice orcish fella.
Okay.
You know, portly, jovial.
Sure.
We might have dated a long time ago, but it didn't work out. We're like we're friends now. No, it's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. There's no spark there. It's been like 20 years. He's a good friend. He's a good friend. Don't make it.
One of your kids looks a lot like him.
You don't have to talk about it.
Chef,
I'm just saying.
Chef, we don't talk about that. Chef.
My hair is blue.
Amazing. Okay, thank you so much. Sharon, let's jump over to you, Brian.
Yeah. Okay, in my head, Brian is tiny. He's just a little dude who's about yay big, and
So little.
So little. And I just keep seeing the image of the Warner Brothers frog and like Nat King Cole like mixed together, and so I'm like, he's just a little dude in like a very nice tuxedo with his little bow tie, and a very thin mustache, and a flop of hair that's just really pressed all the way back. And hands just always like at his side or behind his back, whether or not he's got like a little cigarette. That's appropriately sized. Yeah, I think that's Brian.
Okay.
Let's check.
What color do you think Brian is?
Oh, Brian is
all those great colors for ribbits.
Yeah. I think his tuxedo is red and he's velvet blue.
Tuxedo's red, he's velvet blue. I love it. And then Ashley, what about you?
Oh boy. All right, let me get a look at him. All right.
Oh, thank you.
I feel like Thaddeus is he's very kind, which is one of the experiences that's on here is kindness. I think he's a little like embarrassed about his size. I feel like he kind of feels like Santa. You know? I think he's got tufts of yellow hair, because I feel like it was maybe white at one point, but it's turned yellow because of all the frying and cooking.
God.
I feel like he always smells like French fries and cabbage. I think he lives with his mother, Kathy, mostly just to take care of her, but he's learned everything he knows from her. Oil stains all over his apron and his hat, which I think he wears all the time, even to sleep.
Where do you think he works?
I think he works at I kind of want to ask you guys.
Yeah.
Like, what do you feel like is the name of a cool tavern?
The Wawa.
The Wawa?
The Wawa.
I work in the Wawa. Yeah, that works.
The Wawa.
The Wawa?
Works at the Wawa.
Nondescript, legally distinct.
Legally distinct Wawa. Wah.
Excellent. Okay.
Regularly works at the Wawa.
I work at the Wawa.
I have little minis for all of you. Obviously, they're not going to look perfectly like your characters because you've just made them up. But I will pass them along if you want to grab your little guy here. Here's a Thaddeus for you there. Here's a Sharon for you. There's a Mortimer for you. And then there's a little Rosemary for you. Of course, can we flash back to Sean's stuff really quick, just so we can see how that's coming along? I love it.
Oh, this is so cool.
We can see it right here in case anybody can't tell. We're looking at it down there. Okay, great. I'm going to, you know what we're going to do? Part of the tradition of Daggerheart, when we play our home games, is that we build maps at the table together. And so I have a bunch of terrain pieces here. We also have a bunch of stuff on the table. I'm going to like clear some of this area. Can we build what we imagine like the dungeon that you all are currently in, like the cave system
carrot
you all are
cavern
in?
that we're
The
in?
carrot cavern.
Oh, yes,
I
chef.
love that. Okay.
Oh,
Making
yes,
the
chef.
carrot cavern. So let's just get that started. If anybody has, here, I have a bunch of like stuff here. Yeah, you want to take that? So when we play, we'll just get like a bunch of, we'll just get like a bunch of stuff and just throw it on the table and like make the maps out of anything. Because there's no 5-foot squares in the game, you can kind of just like build your maps with everyday items if you want to. Okay, we have this stuff. We have these. I'm gonna move this. Build that out. Maybe make that.
This
an
is a
edge,
really big
yeah.
boulder. It looks like watermelon, but that's.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Daggerheart, and the thing that I'm always excited about because I collect miniatures from all sorts of different systems and don't always have a space to use them, is that the ranges in Daggerheart are pretty unique. Spencer, you want to talk about that a little bit? Because it makes it kind of unlocks potential for maps and minis.
Okay. What do we?
No, that's a no, chef. Thank you very much.
A bag of cookies?
It's a bread ring?
Are they? Oh no, they're fake cookies. Okay. Not as exciting because they're fake cookies, but that's okay.
He's got a little hand.
I want to add this to the terrain, but I'm really enjoying playing with it. So I'm going to keep it.
You got a little
Ashley,
corn.
like over here and put a rock down. Somewhere?
This is the egg that it's guarding.
Oh,
What is it? What did you say it is?
It might be a mama or a papa.
Oh. Yeah, add
Steaks.
some corn.
Narrative steaks.
Yeah.
Can we use that big black pot? Yeah.
Oh, yes. The pressure cooker?
The pressure cooker.
Oh, this is the pressure cooker?
It's not an actual one.
It's not an actual one, Matt?
I know. It's-
How dare?
No, I learned this earlier.
Maybe a.
I can't believe this.
I can't believe
Believe it.
Gotta be a strawberry.
Believe it.
Maybe a. Well, now I feel like I'm
What do you
just
think?
putting things here.
Maybe.
I love it.
The minimalist in me is getting really anxious.
Matt, do you want to remove some things? No, leave it? Okay.
Wow, look at
okay,
that
okay.
tower.
Yeah. I love it. Okay, we're going to put these little guys
Chef.
as little guards.
We're on chef.
Let's put
What's
these
going on over
here.
there? Put your tower up.
And then put these over here. Okay.
It's a precarious terrain piece right there. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing can go wrong. Okay, we're gonna put these guys back here. Okay, so we're gonna open on a flashback in Elmore, and I think that you all have been traveling for a couple of days already in the caves, and you've had a couple of downtimes, and you've been able to rest and recover. One of you already has some supplies that you found. I think it's, who is it? Somebody has bread flour, I think.
I do.
I do. Yeah, there it is. So I would love to know you live with your mom?
Kathy.
Live with Kathy, and then you work at?
The Wah-Wah-Wah.
The Wah-Wah-Wah. So where do you think you got that bread flour? Do you think that it was from the Wah-Wah, or do you think it was from home?
I actually got some wheat from my backyard, and I made it myself.
So I love the idea that we in this flashback we jump to you in your backyard in Elmore, in the quiet village of Elmore. We see we see this wheat field that stretches on and on for like 12 feet. In your backyard. What else do you grow?
It's small batch. Small batch.
What else do you grow here? Is this like a garden?
I grow.
I'm figuring out the voice here, everybody.
I grow everything. Everything I make at the restaurant, it's all farm to table, from my 12 by 12 foot garden. We got tomatoes, we got cabbage, we got, whatever else you can grow. I grow meat. Don't ask how I do it, but I do.
I think you hear Kathy calling from inside.
Mother?
Thaddeus!
Yes?
Thaddeus, you almost forgot. She runs over and gives you a little bundle of bread, fresh baked bread. It's in what is that, like a handkerchief or what would they hold over the, you know what I'm talking about, like a bundle?
Yeah,
A rucksack.
A rucksack. Thank you. It sort of wraps up this bread in a rucksack and then
Mother, your bread is my favorite.
Oh, thank you so much, Thaddeus. I wanted to tell you, and I didn't know quite how. I don't want you to feel bad for leaving. Of course, you're going to do a great thing, but Thaddeus, I'm gonna miss you.
Oh, Kath. I'm gonna miss you too.
We cut away from the 12-foot wheat field. Into Brian. Brian, where do you hang out? What's your stomping grounds when you're back in Elmore?
Oh, it's definitely the jazz lounge. He's laying on a harpsichord, just getting ready, stretching himself, looking at his music. All right, Daddy-O, let's see what's on the bill for tonight. Okay. We've done that one, we've done that one. You know what? Something needs to change in this set list. And you just see him kind of going over it.
Yeah. They come over and go, Brian, you see this other ribbit, large, probably the size of, it's probably 3 feet tall, so very, large in comparison to you, but more toad-like, hops towards you and goes, Brian, you're about to be on, are you ready?
Oh, Brian's always ready, baby. I am a star.
And we see the lights turn in the jazz lounge, and we hear the announcement for you as we see you walk out on stage to perform. What's your instrument of choice?
I have a lute, which is magical to some, but maybe I just play it really well. And and I just come up there and I start strumming, and you know what? I sing a song. I go, fly me to the moon, let us sit among the stars. Hey, let me see what spring is like. Oh, so very far. Come on. And he just goes into it a little bit.
I love the Evangelion theme.
So good. We cut from there, away from there as the crowd is oohing and awing over you. Over to Sharon. Sharon, where do we find you in this moment?
I mean, I'll say you find her not at home, which is a rarity. She's at a local park area, kind of an open region to let the kids play for a bit. So she's sitting on a bench, and her attention is in 7 different directions right now, as she's just kind of eating a sandwich and going Tarn, put that out of your mouth.
No, Mom.
Thank you. No, Tarn, put that.
Nope.
Eddie, stop pulling on Ike.
Hey!
Eddie, leave your brother alone.
Hey!
Leave right here. I told you to take it out of your mouth. Move.
He's touching me.
I'm gonna count down from 5. If you're not back here to my feet by then, you're grounded for a week. 4.
Yeah, a week, a whole week.
It's mine. Give it back to
2.
me.
Sharon!
1.
And they all come scuttling towards you at 1. It's longer than it, they don't get back to you in time, but the effort was made. In the last minute, right? In the last second, they're all right, we'll come and do it. So they arrive at your feet here, and one of them raises their hand.
Yes, Buffy?
Mom, are you gonna be gone forever?
Not if you're a good boy.
Trauma.
Okay, Mom.
Look, giant households are very blunt.
We move away from that. I love it so much. Over to Mortimer. Mortimer, where do we find you here?
You find me in front of a 12 by 12 wheat field. Hey, Thaddeus, what's your mom's name again?
Kathy.
Oh, Kathy.
Hey, Kathy, how's it going? I brought some of my famous mulberry pie for you if you got any of that bread of yours.
That's so kind. I just gave away the last of my bread to my dear son. He's leaving for a while, and I'm honestly scared. He's been through a lot here, but nothing like he'll face in the caves.
Oh, Kathy, don't worry. I've got this. I'll look out after him.
You're sure?
Oh, I would do anything for you, Kathy.
Her eyes grow wide, and she looks down at her feet and then back up.
Woo!
And we cut away from Mortimer. Love it. Over to Rosemary. What do we find Rosemary here? She's standing by a 12 by 12 wheat field. Sup, Kathy?
The song that Brian was singing, I think, turns up again in volume.
Oh, so good.
And we see a record player like pressed out of bark on this old spinning record player, and it's turning up and up and up to full blast, and Rosemary is having her like Alias 1980s montage of like putting on her cool outfit, and you know there's clothes everywhere, and she's painting her nails and dyeing her hair, and singing along so badly to Brian. And she's by herself, like gearing up, and there is just a huge fireworks launcher, as big as she is, like in the corner.
It's very Jinx coded.
She kind of looks at it and she's like,
Who's your guardian? Do you have a guardian that oversees you here?
Yeah, it's Mortimer, but he's never around. I don't know. He's a great guardian because he can't see very well, and he is never here. So she's like hanging out. She can like break into any of the food cabinets.
Yeah.
And scores the cookies and that chocolate milk. Yeah, I think Mortimer's my guy who's out.
I love that. It's so good. We then from there, I think we see you like breaking into a food cabinet,
Which I shadow stepped from the floor to the counter.
Oh, it's so good.
It's like a blink. Burp.
As we see you shadow step up to the cabinet, we get this like explosion of what appears to be like the rock sort of slab on the countertop. But it's only then that we realize we're actually looking at you shadow stepping up onto a rock in the caves, where you all are fighting right now, days after leaving the safety of your home behind. So what I'd love for you to do, what is that? Is that up here?
there.
You're going
That's
up
the
on
pop.
top of that. Okay, cool. Great. That won't be balancing at all, a balancing
luck
act
with
at
that,
all.
Chef.
That's no problem. We can do that live. You want to hand it over here?
It's a cookie mountain.
So we see you shadow step up on, let's see if I can do this.
Yeah. Yes.
You know how good I am at Jenga. I got this.
Get there. For sure.
Yes! It was gonna happen. It doesn't matter. It's collapsed. It doesn't matter. We're gonna make it here. So we can.
Panel's over.
And the story, and rocks fall, you all die. Okay, so we see you shadow step up on, we're gonna use this, shadow step up on top of this stone here. As you do that, we like pan around you to see the scene in front of you. You are all in a dark cavern that is lit by a single source of light. It is the glowing, blue, vibrant, electric water ice dragon. Sorry, water ice dragon. In the center of the cave, it like erupts this just like ice beam that cascades across the top of the cave, icicles sort of pouring down on all of you. In the foreground here, we see all of these weird like sort of cheese chickens that have like a dusting of, they look like cheese colored, but they have like a dusting that's like multicolored, and you know that if you lick them, it's definitely Cool Ranch flavored. Ooh, is there sound? What is that?
Chef. Chef? Oh, no.
It's background music. Okay,
It's the lure, the sound
it's
of the ice.
It's the sound of the lure.
It's failing. It's failing
You
faster.
can hear it reverberating through the caves, all the way up here.
What's that noise?
It's calling me.
We pan over to all of you. Where do we find all of you in this cavern? I can place you if you want to hand me your stuff. Sharon, where do we find you here?
I'm likely near the cluster of other people to try and make sure they don't do anything stupid.
Got it. Okay, we're gonna put you here. Where do you think you are?
I'm wherever Thaddeus is because I gotta watch out for him.
Okay, Thaddeus, where are you?
Okay, I'm gonna be next to Mortimer.
Okay. Do you want to be like here? Do you want to be over here? What are you thinking?
Maybe place me by the strawberry?
By the strawberry?
Yes.
Right here. Okay, great.
Okay.
I can't
And then
believe
you're gonna be
this.
there.
Mortimer,
And then I'm gonna put you right in the middle here, Sharon, if that works, because that way you're sort of.
Works for me. I'm used to it.
Okay, great. And then Brian, where do we find you?
No, it's okay. I like being in the middle.
I think Brian is right next to that watermelon boulder. Just kind of.
This one or there?
Oh, that one. Yeah, still with the group. I need them to defend me.
This one up here. This one right here.
Oh no, the one you had first.
This one up here. Okay, great. We get a shot here of these two what are they called? Cooler Ranch? The two Cooler Ranches as they are rushing towards you alone by this watermelon, seeing your guardian friend here. I'm going to, as the GM, I get resources to be able to use as well. I get fear. So I'm going to take some fear here to start. I think it's down below. Where was it? It was in a pot. It was a pot.
Elise, it's in that blue pot next to you, I believe.
Or it's in a
No, is it the pressure cooker?
Oh, yeah, look at those. What? Look those up.
Oh, my God.
Can we switch over to Sean Ellis's computer again, please? Cooler Ranch indeed, ladies and gentlemen.
Those look delicious.
They're like little Cheez-Its.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Doesn't like
So I'm
that.
going to take 1, 2,
I
3,
love
4,
them.
5. Great. I'm going to take 5 of those.
Great. It kind of takes up the middleman of a few meals.
Great. I'm going to start with 5 fear because we have 5 players here. And we're also imagining we're in the middle of an adventure. So that's kind of a good estimate to start from, in the middle of an adventure. Great. We see the two Cooler Ranches running straight for you, Brian. What do you want to do?
Oh, I would love to. I think I want to make a target with. I want to make one of them vulnerable.
Okay.
As I try to dodge out of the way to be like, all right, everyone, focus on this guy. Yeah, I think the one that's coming up right in front of me. As I'm moving, I will use my ability as a bard from the Troubadour class to be Epic Song. Make a target within close range, temporarily vulnerable.
Amazing. And you have to make a roll to do that?
Yes,
Okay,
I gotta
great.
use presence in the process of it.
Great.
Okay. So let me roll.
Proper roll.
First roll.
First roll.
All right.
So we see one getting out ahead of the others. It runs towards you. We see you pull your lute out and start to play. What song, if we had to approximate a song, an epic song for you to play here, what would it be?
An epic song for Brian to play.
What cover are you doing?
Oh, no, I'm ready. Hello, my lovely. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime pal. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes. It's a 10 with hope and a 7 with fear.
Nice. So that's a 17.
It's a 17.
With hope.
With hope.
And then you add your presence.
Oh, and I add my presence to a +2. That's a 19
That's a
total.
19 with hope. That's a full success.
Heck yeah.
Great. So you're going to succeed here against this one. It's going to make them vulnerable. I'm just going to put a little thing by them so that we know they're vulnerable. What does it look like when you use this epic song to make them vulnerable? How can we tell that that's happened to them?
I think it's like every one of Brian's fans. They're just caught up in the melody. I think there's a moment where they just start clucking along a little bit, moving their heads, and using that opportunity to just hop on by.
I love it. We turn to you here, Sharon, since you're nearby. What do you want to do?
Well, based on the fact that they've already gotten into serious problems and these tiny little cheesy creatures make me uncomfortable, especially probably size-wise, well, quite larger than our little froggy friend. I'm gonna be like, okay, at least nothing's changed too much. I'm gonna turn back around to try and close the gap there, and I'm gonna go ahead and take my big meat tenderizer weapon and just try and come on down to the one that's vulnerable to try and use that opportunity to see if I can take it off the map.
Nice. Love it. So you'll have advantage on this roll because it's vulnerable. So you'll use a
Indeed.
d6.
6 on that. That's a crit in Daggerheart.
Wow! No, wait, it's
I literally rolled a 1 and a 1 on each dice, as well as a 1 on my advantage dice. So,
one's across the board, but it's
one's across the board. But if you have the same number on both die, it is a crit in Daggerheart. So out of the gate, I'm excited.
Way to go.
Critton, what does it look like here as you make a swing on them?
It's
with your meat tenderizer.
Meat
right?
tenderizer.
Yeah.
It's not like some epic giant swipe. You see her kind of crack her neck a little bit to one side, and it's just she's done this so many times before. She looks over and makes eye contact with you, Brian, and just goes, "You did this whack, and just tries to smash it down there.
Great, so you're gonna make a damage roll here, but you're also gonna do extra damage because of the critical. So what's your die that you use? A D10?
Yeah.
Great, so you'll have 10 to start, and then you roll a D10.
So 10, that's 12 plus 3, 15 points physical
15
damage
points
on that
of
one.
physical damage on those, and for every because it's a minion, because these are all minions, which is like an adversary type, you're also gonna be able to hit the one next to it for free, essentially, and take it out too. So you sweep from one to the other. Describe how you manage to get two of them in one fell swoop.
So it's almost like I smash one with one heavy hit, and then when I withdraw it heavily the other direction, it ends up accidentally hitting the other one and splattering against the wall right next to where you are, Brian.
Oh, a little bit gets on my face, a little cheese for sure.
I immediately go like, let me get that.
Thank
Boom! They get slammed to the wall and just explode into cheese. Excellent, I love it.
Wait.
Cut over to Thaddeus here.
Wait. Okay, I want to do something a little weird.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, absolutely.
I would like to use one of my experiences.
Okay.
Kindness.
Okay.
And I would like to talk. There's one of the cheesy chickens left, right?
There's 4 of them left.
Okay. I would like to go up to one. Well, you just look like a delicious little cheesy chicken. And I want to try to coax one to get into my bag.
Okay. Okay.
I would like to try to cook it later.
You can definitely get within close range, within melee range of this one. You have to run across the front of the dragon as you do this. So we just see the dragon, like, its head swoops down.
Oh, I didn't see him there.
And unleashes a barrage of ice in your trail. But you're just so kind and so, like, affable that you just casually saunter across. I'm gonna have you make a presence roll here to see if you can convince this thing to get in your bag.
Okay. Oh, wait. Which one am I gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna use that one as hope. That one. All right. Okay, I'm using presence, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 14 with fear.
14 with fear. Okay, so you get what you want, but it comes at a cost.
You're a little scary.
So here's what happens. Well, actually, I want you to describe for me what it looks like as you convince this Cooler Ranch to join your little bag, and then we'll describe the consequences of that.
Well, hello there, Cooler Ranch. Do you want to get in my bag? Come on, get in my bag.
You see it
Get
like
in my bag.
it like it looks scared at you, and then it like clucks forward, and then like and then like sort of turns its head.
I'll give it some pets and taste it.
Yeah.
Taste it?
Yeah. No. How does it taste?
It tastes like chicken. It tastes like Velveeta cheese.
Yeah. We see it sort of look at you, and then it nuzzles with a 14. It like nuzzles its head into your onto your like side, like your thigh inside, and it just leaves behind just like a huge splatter of cheese on you.
Oh, that's
so
all
as
right.
it
We can
pulls
add it to the
away,
mix.
Like stretches, and then like shakes its head and looks at you as approval to jump into your bag.
You get on in here. I'll just open my bag and just shoo them in.
Amazing. It jumps into your bag. You now can put that you have a Cooler Ranch in your inventory.
One Cooler Ranch.
Cooler Ranch, alive. But
For now.
But as you're distracted by that, the dragon is going to seize the opportunity and make an attack. So its head turns to you, feeling betrayed by its little like minions that are supposed to be protecting it, and now you've sort of recruited one to your side. It is going to unleash a brain freeze on you. So I'm going to spend a fear, and I'm going to make a roll here. I need some dice, and they are right here. Great.
Do you want to use mine?
Oh, thank you. I can just use a d20 here. Oh man, that's not good. 5, but that's +4. That's a 9 to hit.
That hits. Right? Or wait, evasion or armor?
Evasion is 11.
Yeah.
So it does not
Oh, it
hit.
does not
So it unleashes this brain freeze, and you are just so caught up by this little friend that it like misses you. And I'm gonna spend a fear because it has relentless to go again.
How dare
So
you.
it unleashes again and is gonna. That's a 3.
Nope.
Ashley. So describe for me how this dragon, so hell bent on getting you, just keeps absolutely missing as you're like tending to.
So I feel like every time that he lets loose a brain freeze, I keep bending down to pet it.
It's aiming for your head. Vroom, over the top, and you bend down, and then it like
What
charges
was
up
that?
again and does it again.
Deep Mr. Magoo energy.
Absolutely, I love it. We pan over to you here. Either of you, whichever one wants to do something.
I'll say, Thaddeus, don't get hurt. Your mother will never forget me. And I'm going to run over and I'm going to pull from my sheath a old rusty sword, the hilt carved with the names of my old fallen comrades, and I'm going to attack the dragon.
Love it. So cool. So you're gonna run up on the dragon here. You're already right here, so you
Yeah.
can definitely get in. Are you getting in melee
We're
with
gonna
it?
get closer to Thaddeus, so if
Got it.
anything happens.
Got it. So we'll sort of move you
Yeah.
over here, and then you're facing off
Yes.
there. Great. Go ahead and make your attack against the
Okay,
dragon.
let's do that. All right, where's my D12s? Here we go.
It's gonna be a 13 to hit this.
Oh,
this dragon.
okay.
Looks so cool, Sean.
Because I'm
Oh
facing this like I used to in the good old days.
Yeah.
I would like to spend a hope
Yeah.
to use and experience my old school style.
Nice, okay.
And we're gonna add a 2 bonus to that, so we have
Okay, great.
+4 so far.
Amazing.
And
How is the style, like when you go back to that old
Yeah.
school style, what's different about it? How can we tell that it's like different from your normal way that you
it's
attack?
well, usually I'm stooped over and like using like an assisted device to keep walking, right? But
Yeah.
right now I'm filled with bravery and remembrances of old, and you see me straighten up a little bit more
I love
as
it.
I charge towards the dragon.
So cool. Have you fought dragons
Charging,
before?
I say, but it's more like a waddle.
Got it. Yeah. Good. But have you fought dragons before, or is this your
Yes,
first? Yeah, okay.
absolutely.
So good. So we sort of get this like flash of the old days of Mortimer, of like back when Mortimer had hair.
That's a 9. 15.
15 with hope or fear.
With hope.
With hope, amazing. Take your hope. A 15 is good enough. You need a 13 to hit.
Let's go.
So what's your weapon here? You
I
the
have a
sword.
rusty sword. So
Great.
That's a
So
D8.
what's so go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay. That's a 1.
one point of damage. So what does this look like as you make this attack? And it doesn't quite penetrate as much as you want it to.
That's what we go for. I waddle forward and I stab, and it pokes. It's like a toothpick.
It goes into the scales and just one of them pops off.
Yes.
Yeah. It gets very upset here, but because it was a success with hope, play passes back to you.
Lovely.
Not Marigold.
Oh wait, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I have not good enough.
You do have not good enough.
As I poke forward, I go, "That's not good enough," and I try again. No! But I don't have. I rolled a 2, but
That is
I can
twice as good.
I rolled it again.
Yes.
Are you?
100%.
I'm only rolling in 1s and 2s.
It was 1, 2, 2, 1.
I try so hard to stab that knife in, and I get a 5.
A 5.
There we
Okay,
go.
great, cool.
That's good enough.
You watch as Mortimer just like tries really hard next to you to dig into this dragon, and it's just like, it's a little sad. We pan over to Zelthorn here. What's it look like here as you?
How high up am I? Or am I at the height of the single?
Yeah, so
sheet,
you're
or
at the
do I-
height of the full one. I just put you down a little bit. So you're technically up here. In fact, we can just take a water bottle. Will you take a water bottle and just set it there?
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, we put it there, and I'll just put you up on top. Yeah, there we go.
Look at her.
Now I'm immersed.
Before it's questionable.
Yeah.
Face the dragon?
Yeah, absolutely.
For the realism?
For the realism.
Actual immersion.
So I am going to also attack the dragon.
Okay.
I'm effectively in a tower.
You are.
Again, dragons are my natural born enemy as a princess.
Uh-huh.
Yes. I am going to spend 2 hope
Yeah.
and add both my experiences.
Amazing. Sounds
One
good.
is Veilthorn royalty, because I'm a princess and this is my natural enemy, and the other is Scrappy, because what am I doing? I have no reason to be using this, so I like pull out my firework launcher, and I'm gonna wait until the dragon turns toward me.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to shoot it right in the mouth.
It opens its mouth. It's charging up another brain freeze here, pointing right at you.
Oh, thank God. And I'm going to yell, "Eat this!" And it's 16 with hope.
Amazing. That's a full success.
When the fireworks explode, does it have like salt in it so it seasons it at the same time?
That's a good question.
No, it's probably like chlorine and toxic chemicals. It's like it sparkles. I
love that.
So, because I'm cloaked, I'm going to spend that hope to get my sneak attack.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 2d6 instead of the 1d6.
Great.
Plus 3. Oh, yeah. 9, 10, 12 points of damage.
12 points of damage.
Nice.
There's 2 more hit points to this water ice dragon. You see it take hits as like the sort of icy facade of it starts to break away, and you see like meat, like muscle underneath. That you know you're going to be able to collect at the end here. As that happens, we turn back to you. What do you want to do?
This dragon is looking kind of distracted and kind
Yeah.
of adventure, correct? I'm going to move just a little bit closer to where my friends are to make sure that if anything in trouble, I can maybe hop in and keep them safe. And let me see. Yeah, I think with all of this thing, what's its most sensitive and out in the open looking toe? Like, like, you know, like those big strength machines you test at the boardwalk. Like, I want to find the toe that looks the most available.
Yeah, so make an instinct roll for me as you look around to see which toe is the best.
All right, let's see. Instinct. I get no bonus in that.
You have a 1, right?
Oh, no, I do have one.
Yeah,
All right.
you have one.
I will say, I will spend a hope to use my mother of 5 experience that I'm very keen at knowing where the most vulnerable parts of a creature are. So adding that would be, ooh, not so good. That would be a 7 with fear.
Well,
7 with fear
wait,
is...
can I use an ability that
Sure.
I have? I have something, once per rest, I can use reassurance.
Yeah, do it.
After an ally attempts an action roll, but before the consequences take place, you can offer assistance or words of support. When you do, your ally can re-roll their dice.
Nice. So what do you say here as you see this not quite connecting?
No. As a cook, that is the best toe.
Yes. You are right. That
Oh, all the meat.
10. Okay. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
you got
Thank
it. You got
Thaddeus.
it.
That is better.
That's much better.
That's going to be a 19 with hope.
19 with hope is great. So you succeed here. What I'm going to say is because you identify that you are correct. It's the third toe on the right.
Absolutely.
And because you have that, I'm going to give you advantage on the roll against this thing to hit it.
All right, I go ahead and like just wring the edges of that tenderizer, look down at it, and give it a little wink. That's going to be 15 with hope.
15 with hope. Yeah, take your hope, and you will succeed on the attacks. Go ahead and roll your damage.
That'll be 10 points of physical damage.
10 points of physical damage is enough to hit it. One more hit point, you come down on the toe, and it like severs from the dragon here.
I pick it up, put it in my pocket.
Good, excellent. And then we turn to Brian. Brian, what do you want to do here?
I see this dragon howling in pain. I can see it's about to go in a furious rage back at my party. And this is the job for someone to soothe this demon. I'm gonna use my spell Enrapture on this dragon to have its entire field of focus just on me. So that's the only thing it sees is me singing a song at it. And I will use Life of the Party. I'm gonna spend a hope to burn that and add a +2. Okay. Let's see. Okay. That's a 19 plus 2, 21.
That's 21.
That feels good. With hope.
With hope, great. Take your hope.
You were right. That should have been my. Yeah, that was smart. I was debating on which one's hope or fear, and I was like,
That one kept rolling higher, so
Yeah,
I
it's
was
like,
going with hope.
go with hope. Yeah. So I look at this dragon and see it just like screaming and shouting and furious, and we lock eyes, and I look at it and say,
Bing, bop, boom, boom, bing, bop, bam. That's the type of thing you don't understand. I've been listening to a lot of Kendrick this week. You guys, a lot of Kendrick. And I just wanted to be so confused by my lyrics that it's just stuck trying to figure it out.
So we see like its field of vision narrow down on you, and it's like this. It's an image of this massive dragon and this tiny little frog, as it like lowers its head and like snorts, and ice comes out its nose, and you see its chest is starting to glow. But because you rolled with fear, or because you rolled with hope, play passes back to all of you. What would you like to do, Thaddeus?
Oh, I am going to take out my spatula wand, which we'll say is this. And I'm going to prepare and get it ready for a shot at the dragon.
Yeah. So the dragon has their eyes fixated on Brian here. So you have the chance to make.
Okay, but I'm going to stand in front of Mortimer.
Love it.
Okay.
I saw you leaving my mother's bedroom this morning. Are you going to be my new stepdad?
I can't hear you.
Adjusting. Oh yeah.
We'll talk later. And I'm going to take a shot to protect my new stepfather.
Yeah!
With my spatula wand. So, all right, so we got, all right, it's a D6. Well, let me roll this. Okay, I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave that because it's good. It's good. This is really good. Oh, shoot. Was this my fear die, though? Oh, wait, put this lower. Okay, sorry. That is a 23 with hope.
Yeah!
So, that's a D6. All right. So it's 4 points of damage.
4 points of damage. This thing is looking so close, but I'm gonna spend a fear. And as you step in front of your new possible stepfather, I got you, Mort. Keeping them safe, Brian. This thing's attention is on you. Keeping it on you, and it's gonna unleash brain freeze. So, it's okay. We're gonna make a roll. That's a 14 to hit you.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's gonna do.
Yeah, please.
It's gonna. Oh, let me grab. Yeah, thank you so much. We're gonna do 2D. Oh, 12. That is. Ooh. That is 17 points of damage coming your way.
And I won't even use armor because that is just severe damage. So I will mark 3 hit points.
You could mark 1 armor and reduce it from severe down to major.
Oh, awesome! Then I'll do that. Yeah. I'll take it down to 2.
Okay. So you two are having a moment, and you watch as Brian gets hit by brain freeze. It does 2d12 damage, and also it's gonna make you stunned.
Yeah.
Until they're able to like pull you out of that stun state. I'm gonna make a countdown. I need a d6. Can you make a d6?
I got you, boo.
Thank you so much. It's gonna be set to 3. Every time it counts down, every time like play turns back to me, I can count it down as like a move that I can make. It's gonna cost you a hit point.
Okay.
It's just gonna keep counting down until somebody pulls you out of this like brain freeze.
I had it just in like a giant block of ice
Yes,
falling over.
absolutely. Yeah. We just your head is in a perfect cube of ice, and you've just gone.
Little Pikmin legs. Kind of.
Just kicking in the
No,
air.
I was gonna do it's a metaphorical brain freeze, but I like so much better that it's a physical brain freeze.
Absolutely.
So somebody has to break you out of this. Is what it is.
It'll take time.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, great. Play turns back to all of you. What would you like to do? See your friend in a block of ice. See the dragon.
Well, my motherly instincts kick in, and
Yeah.
it's like, deal with the dragon and its chicken friends.
And I'm just going to go ahead and try and charge out from this fray to see if I can tear the tiniest amongst them
From his current brain freeze. What do I have to roll to try and get him free?
Love it. So you're gonna roll against. It would be 13 with strength.
With strength. Okay, that I can do. I will go ahead and stick that there. It's going to be.
Ooh.
All right. That'll put us at a 19, 20, 21 with hope.
21 with hope is a success. What's it look like as you break them out of that?
Oh, it's like a rush over. It's like cracking an egg on the rock. Just kind of breaks and just set you back down, pat you on the shoulders. You're good.
Oh, buddy.
As that happens, I'm going to spend another fear. And you see the dragon watching their hard work be shattered by your hands. They're going to use Splintered Spoon, which is an attack that's going to hit everybody within close range of the dragon. So it's going to hit both of you. It's going to hit you up there. It's going to hit everybody, I think. So I'm going to make an attack roll against all of you. And then we're going to see what that does. That is a 14 plus 4. That's 18. I think that's going to hit everybody.
Yeah, that'll get us up.
Great. And then it's going to do a d20 of damage to each of you. Oh my god, that was so close to being a 17. And then it went to a 3.
Perfect.
So it's going to be 3 plus 3, so that's 6 points of damage across the board to everybody.
Great.
As it unleashes in this swirl and just like shucks off a bunch of the ice that's on its back. Actually, you know what it is? It's the custard. It's the custard custard spikes that are on its back. There are all of these spoons that have been left over from adventurers who have been like trying to eat the custard off the dragon as it sleeps. And it like hits the rocks and the spoons splinter. And just shards of wood come flying at all of you, doing 6 damage. But play turns back to all of you. This thing looks worse for wear. What do you want to do?
You go. Okay. I'm gonna yell, hit it while it's hot, and then just try to keep attacking the dragon.
Yeah, great. I love it.
I will try to, if I can, use. I'm Orderborn.
Yeah.
So once per S, you can describe how you're embodying a principle, and then roll with the D20 as your hope die.
Nice. So what's the principle?
The principle that we have here is people worth protecting, because I'm a hero, right? I gotta. It's part of being a hero.
Yeah.
Is looking out for and protecting each other. So even though Thaddeus is like, I got you, I'm like, no, I got you. And so we are gonna do that. I'm gonna roll just another attack with the sword.
With the sword and
but with
D20.
a D20
Love
instead
it.
as the hope. That's a 19 on the hope die, plus 8, so that's 27, 28, 29.
29 will absolutely hit, and that's with
Incredible,
hope.
with
Go ahead and roll
hope.
your damage here.
Yes, okay, and then I'm going to use a Slayer die, because I rolled with hope last time, and it will add a d6 to the damage.
Amazing. Go for it.
We're rolling a d8 and a d6. We got a 6 and a 2 for 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage is enough to take this thing down.
Nice! Mortimer reaches back, he's ready to go, and he sees all of the incredible damage that all of you are doing, and he's like, just wait till you're my age, and he stabs forward, and it just keels over.
Yeah, we see the ice, the water ice, like melt off of the dragon. The custard sort of like melting down and like dissolving into the ground, just leaving just a perfect like dragon steak. Like a slab of dragon steak ready for you to collect. So, with the fight over, you're gonna get a couple of things. You're gonna get, you killed, what, 2 of the cheese guys? The
And we
cooler
have a
ranches.
living
And a
cheese
living
guy.
one?
Do you
We
want
got
to
living
cook the
cooler
living
ranch.
one?
Say again?
Do you want to cook the living one or no?
You better believe it.
Okay.
Can I get a fire started and,
Yeah.
and can we eat some Cooler Ranch and some dragon steak?
Absolutely. So we cut to the campfire where all of you are making your dinner here, and we see the fire like roiling underneath the skillet.
I give Mortimer the best cut.
So we have a dragon steak, and we have these Cooler Ranch. Like cheese that you've collected from them. So you're gonna have, the way that it works in this campaign frame is that each of the ingredients that you get as a player has specific components. So like savory or sweet or salty, and they all correspond to a die size. So the dragon steak is savory 2, weird 1. Which means you're gonna get 2d12 and 1d20. So let's just gather some of those. 2d12, 1d20. Ron's got some here. And then, oh yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I love that so much.
Perfect. And then we're gonna have cheese. So you have they're gonna be salty 2. You have 3 of them, right? So we're gonna add all 3 of those. If you want to do that, that would be salty is a D6.
Okay.
So you're gonna add 3d6.
Oh my, I love that they're going into the pot.
Yeah, right?
That's so fun.
You have, so they're salty 2, so you would have 6 d6.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Here's
do you
2
need
more.
some extra?
And then somebody has bread, right?
Yeah, somebody
Yes.
does have bread.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, you have bread.
Kathy gave me bread.
So we pull out the bread. What are the components on the bread that you have in your inventory?
Savory 1.
Savory 1, great. So you can add 1 more d12 to
I
Ah,
that.
have a little guy.
A little d12. Perfect. Okay, so if you want to mix those up, and yeah, perfect. There you go.
Can
Let
we
it simmer.
Let it
can
cook.
we swap over to Sean's screen as well while we're cooking this up, please?
Oh yeah, the Philly cheesesteak he's been working on. So the way that this works is that in the mini game, you're gonna roll as many ingredients as you want, but you might want to save some so that you have some for adventuring later. And then we're going to look for matches. You rolled a bunch here. Go ahead and pour them out onto the table here if you want to be the one to cook.
I love this.
Why am I the one cooking?
Yeah, you want to get the right. Okay, great.
There you go. That's your job.
That was so fun.
Okay, you're gonna look for matches here. Do you see any that are matches?
Yes, there
Okay.
are matches.
Great. So what did you match?
Okay, we've got 2, we've got 3 matches.
Spencer, do the matches have to be in the same type of die?
No, so they can be any matches
be
of
any
any
type?
dice. Yeah. So which matches?
So we've
do you have?
got 2 5s, 2 4s, and 2 8s.
Wow, that's a great meal so far. So if you don't have any matches, you discard a die and then you roll again. But because you had some, we put those off to the side and you re-roll all of those dice. So
The
you
ones
keep
that
cooking.
didn't-
Yep.
Okay. Let's see here.
Any
Nope,
matches?
no matches.
No matches. So discard 1 die, whichever one you want,
Okay.
and then
roll them
put the
again?
rest back in. Yep.
I don't know why.
We're
I
gonna cook
put
until
them
you
in
have
here.
1 more die.
No matches.
No matches. Okay. Go ahead and discard 1 die and then keep cooking.
Okay. I know I don't have to put them in here, but it's fine. No matches.
No matches. Okay, so that's totally fine. You
Okay.
cooked a great meal at the very beginning.
Great, okay.
So how many do you have there? Do you have 5?
So we have 2 5s, 2 4s, 2 8s.
Okay, so we just take the value of the dice. So we have 5, 4, and 8.
Great.
So we're gonna add that together. That would be 17.
Great.
So everybody can clear a number of stress. Obviously, we only play a short thing here, but the way that it would work is like when you take that downtime, you can clear stress, hit points, and you can gain hope. Using the number 17 split across however you want. So if you want to clear 6 hit points, if you want to clear 6 stress, and then gain 5 hope, you could totally do that. You rolled great with that meal. So yes, that's kind of how the cooking mini game would work. There's also additional rules, and I don't know if you want to talk about the things that we did where you add features to because I remember we were talking about doing that.
Yeah,
but,
just having certain special ingredients, certain special creatures that have been defeated, and getting to create a meal with them and then actually have them give benefits until the next time you have downtime. So there are abilities where you can make really magically enhanced meals, essentially, that can give you additional bonuses and additional benefits for a period of time after you've all been able to sit down and enjoy the fruits of your labor.
I love that. And then Ashley, do you wanna describe that? Well, actually, Sean was drawing a Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah, can we
let's
put
flip to that
the
really
screen
quick.
back up and we'll reveal the final meal here for PAX Unplugged?
Okay, there it is.
Yeah! So good.
Very cool.
Okay.
It's actually making me really hungry.
Yeah, me too.
We'll get a cheesesteak after this.
Cooler ranch.
Well, thank you all so much for playing. I hope that you all got a little
Thank you for
insight
coming,
into the way
everyone.
Dagart plays and also the way Beasties plays. Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming out. For anybody who's interested in seeing the actual books, we have some digital printed copies of Daggerheart at booth 3535. Pre-orders for Daggerheart are open now. This has been a Daggerheart First Look World Building with Critical Role. Thank you to all of my incredible panelists for coming out.
There's a Daggerheart live show just across the river.
Yep,
Across
tomorrow
the
night.
Tomorrow night.
We're doing a We're doing our Christmas live show, the Cast a Critical Role. It's going to be kind of a late 1980s Christmas time, modern Middle America. My Christmas kind of theme for it, inspiration, is the movie Gremlins when it comes to like Christmas movies. So it should be a fun romp. So yeah, hopefully we'll see some of you folks there.
Yeah.
And thank you for joining us for PAX Unplugged 2024. Have a great night, everybody.
Thank you all so much.
Let's go.
week's chip test.
I mean, let's see how it goes.
Certainty. What do you do?
Thank you for the applause.
So I'm basically, I'm alive like in quotation marks.
This family apart.
You understand that we worked very hard to get a dice sponsor. That's an unlucky number, right?
I think it's hereditary. I got this from you. Hey there, buddy.
Is this why they called D&D the world's greatest game?
Yes.
I signed an infernal contract with a demon who I later learned was acting in bad faith.
I sold my soul to an outer god who did not honor the terms of our agreement.
I was taken advantage of by an ancient intellect in a space without dimension, but I still have rights. That's why I call Acquisitions Incorporated. Have you been misled by a god or goddess and are now pact-bound to serve their interests? Have you agreed to terms while glamored, ensorcelled, bewitched, or bewarlocked? You may be entitled to compensation. Omen Drawn and his team are ready to put the hammer down for you. From Celestia to the Nine Hells, AC Inc. will fight for your right to fair treatment under interplanar law. Take a look at some recent testimonials from satisfied supplicants.
One of the many sort of grossly entangled infernal contracts that you inherited had Thrice Bent basically hellbound his soul on the block, and you got him out of it.
Out of gratitude, the tiefling entrepreneur gave Omen a very lucrative opportunity.
You have heard rumors that the old Millrose Brewery has been out of business for some time. It looks like this place is in desperate need of a cleanup.
And the place is not in operation.
No.
It's primarily, spiders are the primary clientele.
I wanted to set up a food truck. No one's at this pub.
I wouldn't set it up near these vats.
I'll feed the spiders.
Another gift awaited the party. Mechanical draconic egg-style bombs.
They're trying to blow up my building, your building.
Yes.
Maybe we should get to the bombs as quickly as possible.
Yes.
And split up.
Yeah.
Let's split the party.
It's always a good idea.
That's an incredible idea.
That's like literally in school 101, split the party, divide and conquer.
So, we'll start with Strix.
Well, I have this rat.
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's, what?
I'm gonna put some food on the little legs and be chew on these.
The rat starts chewing on a leg.
I back up.
It's not making very quick progress.
Okay.
Your roll is high enough that you believe that there is a trick to disarming the bomb. It has something to do with the name of the builder. R-R-Y-S-T-Y-N. Riston.
Riston? Riston. Riston.
Riston.
Riston.
Riston.
Yes.
Riston.
Riston. Riston.
Twiston Riston.
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 But in a few short months, the Millrose Brewery is up and running. A kinder, gentler omen grants the rest of the party co-ownership.
Evelyn has never actually really owned any property. She is so excited that she goes nuts trying to help redecorating. So in an apron, paint smudges on the cheeks,
it's like Disney birds and mice are helping her clean the...
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think, Jim?
Yeah, this is the most I've ever gotten from you, so...
What has been happening to your company paychecks? We're supposed to take paychecks.
Tough contracts are no problem for trusted professionals with a proven track record.
A human sage named Pyars has sold his soul to become the new elder sage of the Tower of the Heavens. However, he must wait until a star falls in the nearby valley. before enacting his plan, or it will fail.
Essentially, he's entered into a contract that requires something cosmic to occur, and then in the meantime, his soul is completely owned.
Correct.
We put in the work. Acquisitions Incorporated meets with character witnesses.
We're set to meet a man named Pyars. Does
I
that
don't
name...
know him well, but what I've heard is he's a bit of a pompous, arrogant twat.
Hi, I'm Jim Dark Magic.
Did your voice get lower?
No, this is how I always talk.
Derwin.
A lovely name for a lovely lady.
I'm gay.
And cuts through the red tape.
I want to talk to the actual guy, not his weird shadow executioner assassin, Pokemon trainer, whoever the fuck this guy is.
With a reputation that other adventuring legal services can't match.
I don't want any more death.
We will not be bringing any additional death, but there are a few matters that we would like to discuss.
Turns to the dragon. Riston, leave us.
Riston. Oh, shit. Riston.
Riston.
Yes.
Why did you make those bombs, Riston?
No.
Wow, okay.
You just... The
You
dragon
just
stops and doesn't know if it should say
Yes,
anything.
of course it doesn't. Piece of shit.
I'm an inventor. I was trying to stop this future from happening.
There is the matter of payment for the damage done to my facility, and
Dragon says, I'm not paying shit. Pyars looks very nervous.
yeah, and I say, the reason this man looks nervous is because you had access to the future, and you failed to kill us. What do you think is going to happen now?
Since so much of this was for profit, what if they just gave away their fortunes for free? Asmodeus would have no stake in it at all, and the entire contract would dissolve.
I think this star never falls, and none of it ever happens.
Let Acquisitions Incorporated put the hammer down for you.
Welcome to Acquisitions Incorporated. Are you ready for a night of Dungeons and Dragons? Are you ready for an evening of truckloads of nonsense? Are you up for 1, 2, perhaps 3 TPKs? Then you are in the correct theater. I am your dungeon master this evening, Jeremy Crawford, dressed this evening as Asmodeus, the Lord of the Nine, and joining me on stage, first up, Jerry Holkins as Omen Drawn. We also welcome back to the stage Jasmine Billar as Certainty Drawn.
Shit.
Fan first. Next, Anna Prosser as Evelyn Marthane. And joining us from the world of Greyhawk, it is Strix Skizix, played by Holly Conrad. And last, but never least, we have Mike Krahulik as Jim Darkmagic. And for those of you who have not been following along at home, this Jim Darkmagic is actually Jim Darkmagic.
I'm not your father's Jim Dark Magic.
This is the Jim from the timeline that we are currently adventuring in from the world of Greyhawk.
Every gym is my father's dark magic. Everyone.
Actually true, yeah.
That's the system.
Yeah.
There's something very special about tonight's episode. This is our first episode using the new versions of their characters, using the new player's handbook.
Yeah.
So
I
they
have to put my rules lawyering on hold.
So they have many new toys. They have many new tricks. And just all of you remember, lean on me if you're trying to remember, what does that weapon mastery do again?
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm going to lean on you a lot.
I still get my portent die, though, right?
Oh, yes.
I call them my important die.
Very nice.
Thank you. I got it from you.
It's great.
Snow is falling. Winter has...
Already, I don't like it.
It's cold here.
Winter has descended on the city of Greyhawk. It is still the point of the season where the snow is light. Still beautiful, a dusting. You are inside the Millrose Brewery, which you have been in the process over the last several weeks of transforming from a brewery into a partial headquarters. The fire is blazing. There are actually 2 customers seated at a table being served.
Wow.
Nice. Busy night for us.
Are they regulars? Do we have, please tell me one of them is a regular.
Both of them are regulars.
Do we have like servers, or is one of us serving them?
You choose, since you are one of the owners of this establishment.
I think that Strix and I both are servers.
I feel like this is going to be a good product,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I think that Strix...
It's a naughty and nice situation.
Like,
right?
Strix is over there about to hand them a drink, and then I swoop in and grab the drink and take it back to the kitchen because I know that she's put, like, rat brains in it.
I tripped. I rolled a 2. I tripped. I had spilled the drink.
There is a crash
No.
as you trip, Strix.
No.
And both of the customers, their glasses of blackberry mead shatter on the floor.
That's all right. That's a new wood stain we're using. I'll go get your drinks, though.
I start rubbing it in.
Wow, good work.
It's beautiful. It's
Just gotta spick and span.
So
Just keeping it nice. Yeah.
Prestidigitate. I'm gonna prestidigitate it.
One of the customers, seeing you do that, says, "That's some amazing magic."
So she's had a couple?
She's had a couple times a couple.
What's her name?
Her name is Greta.
I definitely don't understand the concept of overserving, so as soon as they ask for more, I'm bringing more.
You don't know the system.
Yeah, no, not at all.
You can't imagine anything bad ever happening.
No, I think it's great. The more alcohol, the more fun.
Strix is like, I guess you're my boss, so I'm not gonna complain.
Me? I'm the boss?
I don't know. Who is the boss?
Lathander.
Tony Danza.
I don't think Lathander would give those people that alcohol.
Why not?
That's it. You know, they're having fun. I think he's the god of fun. I don't know.
Probably.
Okay, here you go, Greta.
The god of fun for me.
I get.
You're the best.
I am. I'm a sorcerer. I'm really good at magic.
She's okay.
You should.
I don't know who said that.
From the back.
I'm playing the hand drum on stage.
We have a stage?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've got a stage.
Oh, 100%.
I brought it if we didn't have it already.
I think if we do, Evelyn often looks at it longingly, but never suggests that she should actually go on it.
That's probably smart.
This is like Chekhov's stage.
Yeah, she's just like a tear glistening.
So, in the weeks since you went off to deal with that infernal contract, Jim, you've had time to not only fix the stage up, but you have already done 2 shows on Witch Talk on that stage.
Nice.
I thought they were banning.
Oh, great minds.
They're going to banish it.
Gonna ban it? No.
Unless
There-
Omen buys it.
There is a knock at the door.
Come in, we're open.
If they knock,
Who knocks on a bar?
Yeah, come on in, weirdo.
Be
that's-
nice.
Yeah, they're making it weird, honestly.
Yeah, no, I go to the front and I'm like, listen, we haven't heard the good news. We don't want to. There's clearly a sign that says, please don't. I open it.
When you open the door, little flecks of snow blow in dramatically Around this figure standing in the doorway with a vast red velvet cape with furs around her face. She has...
It might still be good.
A literal spit take, Mike.
She has long, curly hair that gathers up amongst the cape, and her hair is almost as red as the velvet cape. And she bows her head and says, "May I enter?"
Jim is there immediately. You may.
No!
As though he has warped there.
Yeah, like split second. You don't even like.
From
Where
the
the fuck
stage,
did Jim?
The drum is fallen in the air.
It hasn't even hit the ground yet, and Jim is ushering her in.
I'm like, you just like, do you know who this is? A vampire?
I just whisper in her, I'm like, this is kind of a dive. I'm so sorry for what's about to happen now.
She has her hand out for you to take it.
I take it and lead her in.
So despite how cold it is outside and the fact she is not wearing gloves, her hands have a warmth as if she had just been warming them in front of a blazing
Jeremy,
fire.
is this your gender swap self-insert? Is that, have I ruined it?
I take her to the nicest seat in the house, probably right by the fire, right by the stage.
Oh, and just start working, I assume.
Yeah. I have to go up on stage soon because I'm a performer and I'll be on stage performing. But I wanted to make sure you got a good seat.
As soon as Jim moves out of the way, Evelyn is directly behind him. Can I get you a drink?
What do you have on offer?
Blackberry mead and
No, that's on the floor.
Oh. What would you like?
Please give me something that has a kick, a little bit of spice, and just a tiny bit of sweet.
Kick, spice, sweet. Okay, I go to the kitchen. Who's in the kitchen?
Me again.
Or bartending?
I'm covered in dirt from the floor.
You're
now.
serving. You bartend too?
The fact
Who else?
I'm just saying the fact of the matter is I did grow up in an inn.
Yeah.
So it is like
you all were too like. I
no,
thought you
no.
were gonna make...
This new configuration, no one knows what's going on with
yeah.
it. I mean, you've been extended percentages. Like we're in forbidden territory here.
Yeah. Are you in the kitchen?
Cooperation?
Yes. What? Omen's in the kitchen?
Yes.
I'm imagining you're back there like, all right, I need this, and this, and meat all day.
Yeah, exactly.
Third chef.
Yeah, exactly.
86 of the blackberry mead.
It's just like imps and quasits.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. All right. You're still telling someone what to do.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Get off my expo line, chef!
I run up to Omen and I'm like, there's a really hot lady out there and she wants something with a little kick and some spice. What do we have?
Well, I see. Yeah, sweet. Thank you.
I don't remember that part.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm gonna go full mixology.
I sit down at her table. I'm like, I heard you ordered something with a little kick and some sweetness.
Oh my God.
You must be the famous magician, Jim Dark Magic.
The one and only, all day.
I slide in a seat next to him and I'm like, hey, you got a welcome basket from rescuing those puppies from that house that burned down yesterday. Do you want that to go into your office or should I put it in your
Please put
extended
that in my
stretch
office.
lacquered carriage?
Office.
Thank you for letting me borrow the keys last week.
No problem. Yes, I'm always saving puppies. If you could put those in my office, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Of course.
I'm sorry.
When this happens, I would like to cast Ugly Duckling.
What is that?
Oh, it's one of the new spells in the dungeon, the new game rules.
Is she making this up?
No.
She is making this.
No, I'm not. No, it's right here. It's right here. Do
No,
we
it's not.
read
It's
it?
not real.
Do we read it? It says, one creature of your choice within range must make a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on all charisma checks it makes, and anyone it speaks to is indifferent to them for the duration. It's right here.
God damn it. Do I have to roll that?
She has to roll, right?
You have to, no, it's a check. Yeah.
She's trying to make me ugly.
Oh, are you casting this on Jim?
Yes.
Jim, please
Yes,
roll.
it's a second level enchantment.
I thought she had to roll, and she got 24.
Oh.
I'm not going to get 24. This is +2, though. 9?
No.
9 what? Listen.
Just 9.
Oh, but it does say if the target succeeds on a charisma check while under the effect of this spell, it can make a saving throw to overcome the attack.
Okay.
It's a concentration spell, too, so I'm like cleaning the floor, like.
With like a vein bulging.
So what this means is that if you are able to turn it up, to manifest the Jim charisma.
The reality is that I always thought of Jim as ugly, but charismatic as fuck.
Right. So it might end up working out. While this is occurring, I have put together a mix of the blackberry mead, the brandy, just a brandy, and then a splash of mulled wine from the back. And I've warmed it up, and I'm gonna bring it out in a tankard and set it down.
Wait,
and then,
but I tap you on your way out of the kitchen. I'm like, also, she asked if she could come in, so if I've learned anything from my many, many times in Barovia, she's probably a vampire.
does she? Has she bitten anyone yet?
No.
Does she have big vampire energy?
BVE?
Oh my God.
Does she have vampire aura?
We're about to find out. I would be happy to come over and set my drink down, which is actually, her drink. And
We were talking here, Elman.
about what?
Sorry, the help is always coming by and trying to.
Evelyn's also
insert
hovering, so
themselves.
like
I
all of us are
apologize.
just.
I say, occasionally my employees also try to insert themselves.
Don't know what he's talking about. He's obviously drunk and high. And he fell off a wagon when he was little and got kicked by a horse. So. We let him pretend he's cooking in the back. We don't turn the fire on or anything. But he has a good time.
I'll just to help him out against my better judgment. I will stumble back to the kitchen and ululate just a little.
Sweet kid.
I'll bump into a post and whirl, and then I'll find my way back into the kitchen. But then I'm going to watch from the window and see if she smiles, if like her incisors are especially large.
Watching this.
Watching this unfold.
Jim, first off, you noticed that the moment Omen came out, you for just a split second while Strix was cleaning behind you, you had to kind of like weird goosebumpy feeling. And the moment that happened, the visitor, her eyes just wandered away from you.
I didn't do this silently. This was just
loud. But from underneath the table?
Yeah.
So she reaches into her cloak. She pulls out a glimmering golden cigarette case, opens it up, takes one out, taps it on the table.
Oh, I'm so sorry. There's no smoking here.
Yes, there is.
It's a health code thing. I looked
No, we
it up.
changed the rule. The rules changed.
I'm happy to comply. It's just a habit.
Oh, okay,
I'll
that's
just
fine
hold
then.
it.
Okay. I believe you totally.
Oh my God.
And so she just holds the cigarette.
Yeah, and it just I was watching this from the window.
I pop up next to you in the window.
Yeah. We're now in tandem at the window.
She notices you again.
See?
Is he bombing it?
He can't not bomb it, unfortunately. He is a bomber.
Who wouldn't like Uncle Jim?
Women.
Well,
broadly speaking, as a class, women.
I cast Detect Thoughts on her through the window.
Ooh.
Now, initially, does she get a saving throw?
I believe so.
I know you will get to
I can target one creature within 30 feet, and I learn what is most on the target's mind right now. As a magic action that's new. On my next turn, you can try to probe deeper into the target's mind. If you probe deeper, the target makes a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, I can discern their reasoning, emotions, and something that looms large in their mind, such as love or hate.
Yeah, or indifference.
Or if she's a vampire.
Or revulsion. Yeah, if she's thinking about like blood a lot, then it's probably like a vampire thing.
Yeah, or dragon or demon, you know?
Yeah.
If you just like through the window as soon as Dad says that. Women hate Jim.
Noticing that Jim has magically lit her cigarette for her, she looks at you, Evelyn, and says, "It would be a shame to let it go to waste."
Yeah, you're probably right.
I start coughing and be no, I'm fine.
They are asthma. They are the most strongly scented clove cigarettes you have ever smelled.
Yeah, Strix like obviously cloves.
Yeah,
Fucking figures.
All like evil undead or dragony things smoke cloves.
And certainty, as your magic reaches into her mind, what you hear is, "I can't believe that our Lord of the Nine is dealing with this clown show."
Yes, how can I help? Be cool. Obviously, I want to hear you. Yes, how can I help?
That's your boss. Really? Jim is hitting on him horribly. That's your boss, and now he's taken the guise of that which you are weakest to.
Redhead.
A hot, redheaded woman.
In winter attire.
In winter attire.
What do we do?
Submit.
No!
I'm sorry, I don't. He is utilized his most perverse weapons.
Inspection? What is this? By the way, regardless of whether he makes the wisdom save or not, we know he made it. He knows I cast the spell on him when I try to probe deeper into his mind.
So you tried to probe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As I crumple up my character sheet.
I think this is actually like the regional manager.
Yeah. Health inspector.
Yeah.
So when you start probing, this smoking woman, smoking in both senses of the word,
parallel.
As she turns away from you, Jim, and turns toward you, Certainty, now feeling you poking around in her mind, in the split second as she turns, by the time her face gets to you, you now see, lowering the cigarette, a smoking young man with still curly red hair, but it's sort of drifting over one of his eyes. He has smoky eye. He's no longer wearing a dress. His clothes changed as well, but still wearing the winter cloak.
And to Certainty, I say, do you think I'm too old? Do you think I'm too old for this? Could I survive this ride?
Are you speaking common right now? Because I can't understand a word that you're... What do you see when you look through that window?
Certainty, he looks at you and he goes, "Hey."
Yeah, Certainty, I see exactly what you see, which is the hour of my death.
I'm beginning to understand you more and more, Father.
Do we all see something different? Because, like, Strix would just see, like, a pastry in a hat.
And boots.
And boots.
So Strix.
She would see a very flaky woman.
There wouldn't, yeah, she's
Buttery.
not, she's not, no, yeah.
Strix, because you're behind the visitor, you can't actually tell that anything changed. Because, because in profile, you still see the beautiful red curly hair, the same beautiful nose, but otherwise, because of where the fireplace is and your vantage point,
Okay.
It's just the visitor.
All right. So it's only gender. It's not like we're not seeing like what we want to see, like a pastry.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Or a pie man.
Pie with a hat.
Yeah.
Is he making eye contact with me?
Oh, yeah.
Is he making eye contact with me through the window?
He is, but strategically turned so that like his bangs are fully covering one of his eyes.
You can't do this.
And he's kind of looking up.
You can't do this.
How much anime have
Don't
you
discourage
watched,
him. This
sir?
is great.
Next, he's gonna say, "I need to go to bed." Yada yada. Like, okay, I have to roll for myself.
Why are you
Sorry.
guys against this? This is the best thing that's happened.
I
fail.
You turned to look at me and I'm gone and I'm back and said like, "Hi."
Oh, wait, I'm like, I should probably say something else, but you're not there.
Mm-hmm. Hi. This is a house special. We made it just for you, and I take credit for the flagon my father put down.
Oh, that's so nice. Thanks.
So, I'm
Now it's getting
assuming
weirder for
you're
me.
here because of like the deal and stuff like that. And I want you to know that we want to be good business partners to you. So let us know what we can do.
Speaking of business, he shakes his head, and as he shakes his head, his features shake back into the woman. And he says, well, she says now.
It flips.
I beg your pardon. I was slipping into old habits. I was sent for other business. I was just on autopilot starting other business.
Other business is good.
Oh my God.
Do you like gladiator movies?
I love that in this almost empty pub, all of us are around this one table.
And our
One
two
guest.
regulars are sitting alone,
Yeah,
waiting with empty flagons.
Yeah.
I'm on the ground.
So,
Oh, I am too.
so the visitor turns around toward the two customers and looks at them and then looks back at you.
They're cool.
I was sent with some important business for Acquisitions Incorporated. I think we should not have the conversation in front of customers.
We have a back office. I can show you.
Or my room. We could go to my room. It's quiet.
If it's quiet.
It is quiet. It's very
He
quiet.
has laundry on
Quiet
his
for
bed.
now.
It's like a mess in there.
I hate this.
Maybe we should take him to the office.
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
I come out of the kitchen, like swing right through the door. Look, I mean, I feel like this is a management concern. Ultimately, it should probably, the conversation, it sounds like the conversation is essentially with the head office. It sounds like this is more or less something I should manage. And then obviously I can message
Well,
it
I'll
to the rest
take
of the
notes
company.
for you.
I don't want that. I'd be happy to handle all of this, and then
I mean, you're gonna need your meeting minutes though. Pops, and he seems like he has important.
What's that?
You're gonna want an official record.
Yeah, what's a eunuch?
Yeah, I would
know.
like Jim to. So a eunuch, can you go into that?
It's like a bike, but one wheel. I don't know.
That doesn't.
Women don't seem to like it.
That doesn't seem bad.
According to Dad, that means you have something in common.
Yeah, that doesn't
That's not-
seem bad. I don't
I
feel
don't
like
even
that's.
ride bikes.
I don't feel like it precludes anything. I mean, it's got the wheel.
It's true.
Anyway, yes, please, ma'am, please step into my office. The rest of you stay out here and do things.
Why? Why do we have to stay out here?
Yeah, you need an adult in the room. Please take Evelyn. This is the only adult in here. I just don't care, and she's the only one that makes sure that anything
You know
is okay.
exactly. Evelyn, please come with me back to this room. This is getting better and better.
Yeah, that seems totally normal. Everything I know about workplace says that seems fine.
Yeah, this is all right in the manual.
Just don't sit on the couch back there. whatever you do.
Okay.
Wow. That's a lot.
She writes down, don't sit
Here's
on-
the HR scrying stone number. Just
What does HR stand for?
Hey.
Right.
Hey, redhead. Watch
Ooh,
out.
redhead.
Okay, that's fucking funny.
It stands
Hey, redhead.
for help, run.
Oh.
Help, run.
Hey, redheads. Oh, Jesus. Okay, no. But yeah, I say obviously let's manage this, and we're gonna let everybody else know. We're all part owners
Can I
here.
just watch or?
No.
Okay.
And don't scry.
What?
Don't scry.
I'm not. Big girls never cry.
Anyway, Evelyn, please come this way.
I take the HR notebook for later to read.
Yeah.
I
No reason
sidle
to
up
read it right now.
to Uncle Jim. That is the hottest boy I've ever seen in my life.
You are 100% what now?
That is the Lord of Hell. And I didn't even know he had it like that. Like,
You keep saying he when I think you mean she, because she is smoking.
I'm just saying I get it now. I'm just saying,
Jim.
you know what? We'll talk. We'll talk.
We'll talk.
And we'll talk.
Yeah, we're talking now.
Yeah, absolutely.
She walks in and looks around in the office. Is there a place for her to sit?
Yeah. I mean, it's not awesome. It's like I think that it might be a barrel, but I mean, it's like it's a nice one. Like it's not
All right.
old.
She sits down and says, "Forgive me again for, well, I got off on the wrong foot. Our Lord has sent me because he discerned, and now that his attitude has been adjusted, he has decided to pay attention to the fact that you did not like the snotty twerps that he sent before, since you banished them every time.
Oh, shit.
And so, first I ask...
You know what's horrible? I don't have Banish anymore in this timeline. I'm going to have to put up
Here's
with this
the thing.
shit.
Don't sit here and lie and say that you would use it. We both know you wouldn't.
And,
You
yeah.
would want it to walk away so you could watch it leave.
Yeah. You'd banish
You're
a demon.
not banishing shit, Dad.
All right. Okay.
I'm
anyway,
gonna have a little demonic brother.
anyway, it's true. I say that. I mean, you have to understand. Acquisitions Incorporated is a well-oiled machine. He was constantly sending hideous imps with poor sartorial choices, and I see that he has ameliorated both of these factors. I look forward to working together.
He is now a being of justice. And is this not just to balance those indignities with this? She gestures to herself.
Are you the new imp?
Oh, I am far more than an imp.
You're gonna hang out with us?
That sounds like it could be amazingly delightful.
No.
That means no.
But I have a number of tasks that our Lord has set me to, for his transformation has unleashed a series of political shockwaves within hell.
Nice.
The other...
Yes.
Yes.
The other lords
Morning,
of the
Lord.
Nine, as best as we can discern, do not yet know that his nature has changed.
Oh, wow.
But there have begun to be whispers of suspicion. And so, in addition to you helping people out of dreadful eternal contracts, we would also like you to assist us in stopping some contracts from even being signed in the first place, specifically contracts that might empower our Lord's most powerful adversaries within the nine hells.
Of course. Of course.
A very interesting soul has offered himself to Mephistopheles, who is, of the other lords of the Nine, the most powerful after our Lord. If one was to topple the wielder of the ruby rod, it would be him. And so, we would like you to stop the contract from being signed. Stop Mephistopheles from acquiring this delicious soul that we have been told contains within it even a trace of divinity.
This is cool as shit.
I've always wanted to meet Mephistopheles.
Me and Jim are outside the door, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I don't hear.
You have a flag and glasses.
I don't hear anything.
Well,
I don't think this works.
What kind of trace of divinity?
There are some beings in the multiverse who either distantly or immediately have divine lineage. They have either been descended from a direct creation of one of the gods, or they are in the god's family line.
How do you think that happens? How do you think you get in God's family line?
I think a god has sex with a normal person.
Or a goose.
What?
Maybe a goose?
Why would they?
I'm not saying that they should. I'm saying that it happens.
I mean, when you got moves,
If
you know, there's
outs-
reasons.
I'm outside with both of you.
But they got that neck. I mean, I don't know.
We're not talking about geese.
What is happening?
Swans
What is
have longer
happening?
necks. Just so you know.
They got that long, slender neck.
I don't like the sexualization of these water birds.
I don't think they do either.
No.
So anyway, yes,
they're-
God, lineage,
They're
family.
outside. They're like, you guys are outside.
Oh yeah, we're listening
I'm
at the door,
outside.
not hearing shit.
Yeah. I just say come in.
The door falls.
And I'm like, I wish we had HR.
Hey,
We do.
redheads.
Hey.
I'm distracted. I'm sorry.
Here.
I'll lock in. Let me lock in.
Yeah, I say I've got great news
Hey,
for
you can't talk about gooses' necks like that.
Okay, I won't.
Thank you. I got it.
Can I do
But,
a
yay.
religion check to see what I know about Mephistopheles? Since I might have studied the gods.
Dude, that's what we're talking about.
Any of you are welcome to make a religion check.
I'm just like, my dad's Vecna.
A filthy 20.
Filthy.
Filthy, nasty 20.
A nasty, disgusting 20.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's bad.
Right. I have a 15. I think you're probably going to rock this, is my guess. But my religion is like, my guess is that you can just kill this, right?
Yeah, but I rolled really bad, so I got a 13.
All right.
I
only
hate
got
that
a
your
13.
religion check is higher than mine.
I'm sorry. I like books.
So do I, but I like horses too.
She splits her time.
Oh, this is just like high school all over again.
Evelyn,
Yeah.
as you plumb the depths of your knowledge about religion, first you're able to confirm that what the visitor has said about Mephistopheles is true. Mephistopheles, in all of the lore, is described as next in line after Asmodeus, and that Mephistopheles rules the 8th layer of hell, with Asmodeus beneath in the 9th. And you also know that throughout the millennia of the multiverse, Mephistopheles, in many stories, is sometimes Asmodeus's greatest rival, and then other times his greatest friend. And so they have a very complicated relationship.
Frenemies.
Yeah, essentially, but cosmic,
Frenemies, yeah.
like cosmic eternal frenemies.
Yeah.
Reality show shit.
Yeah. Is the 8th level Cania? I don't know. I just played Neverwinter Nights a lot. It was like a snowy one. It was weird. I thought it was the Hells, but it was snowy.
There are several layers, in fact, and you know this, Evelyn, that those lower layers of hell get colder.
Oh, yeah. Yes, like Dante's Inferno. We're in history. Sorry, I got excited.
Okay, so he is attracted. This is like.
Yes, he's attractive. What?
It's fine. Essentially, what we're talking about, it's like they're drafting souls. This is like.
Oh, that.
It's
yeah.
like a sports metaphor. So.
Are you not in on this fantasy league?
Yeah, basically. So Mephistopheles has got like an incredible new bat person. Sportsman.
Do we know the name of this soul?
No.
No, we don't know.
My informants within the palaces of Mephistopheles were simply able to tell me that some soul had offered himself if Mephistopheles freed him from peril, his soul would belong to Mephistopheles.
So he's in peril right now.
Yes, which is where you come in.
We need to find peril on a map. Jim opens the map and starts looking for peril. Is it north of here? I don't...
Is that a map of Greyhawk?
It is, yes. Where's peril?
She points with her long red fingernail right at a point on the map, and you see that it is the location of the burned down temple of Bakab.
Oh, old school.
Yeah.
That you have actually been to before.
Yes.
In fact, the other certainty perished there.
That's right.
That's true. You got the old lore.
But that also means we got the hook up there, because she helped us a lot.
Exactly right.
Now, because I am here actually to give you information and not lead you down a primrose path to damnation, I will, and it pains me somewhat to be fully transparent, that the temple is only the doorway to the peril. This soul currently is in the mists of the domains of dread.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Is that bad? Is that a bad mist?
No, it's fine. We kind of feel at home there, honestly.
What? That's called trauma.
Uh-huh.
I point you there because on the floor of the Temple of Bakab, there are symbols, many different symbols.
Yes, as we saw. Yeah.
Scissors.
Oh, I remember
You have
that.
seen them.
But we have some expertise in this.
If you look for the symbol of the raven on the floor of the Temple of Bakab, tonight is a new moon. And at the stroke of midnight, if you are standing around that symbol, the mists will take you. I have been told that Mephistopheles' agent will come for the soul in 2 nights. And so if you accept this mission, and I suggest you do, you should leave immediately.
I'm outside.
Deal. Well, you have your pie cart, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta, oh my God, are we gonna all ride in the
This
pie
is gonna
cart?
be sick, dude.
Is this a
going
road
to
trip?
be sick. Dude, I gotta tell you, like, Domains of Dread, for real. Like,
I'm ready.
my hair would stand on end.
I know a lot about domains. Like, I know a lot about them. I don't know about the domains of dread.
Well,
what is that like?
it's what you'd think.
Okay.
It's about as bad as a domain can be.
I mean, he probably deserves to be there. Like, you don't end up in the domains of dread by accident, do you?
Oh, no. People end up there by accident all the time.
Yeah.
No,
It's
Evelyn
like their
knows
whole
more than any
thing.
of us,
Whoops,
really.
domains of dread.
No, yeah, it does happen.
Yeah, Evelyn knows
Evelyn's
more than...
just playing with her holy symbol of Ravenkind.
Yeah, that's a really powerful object that at level 4, maybe that's...
I still have it. He didn't take it away from me. It's on my costume.
Can't take it if it's on my costume.
Yeah, that
no,
might
exactly.
be useful there.
Yeah.
No, so I'm basically going into the back. I mean, I hear and obey. Like, I say thank you. We'll leave immediately. Goodbye.
I linger. Well, it's going to take a while to pack.
No, we're ready. We're ready to go.
We don't have to leave right now.
Nope.
Yeah.
Spectral chickens are ready.
I'm like kicking you under the table.
Moon's not even out yet. I mean, that's...
I'm gonna let this happen. I'm just getting stuff from the kitchen to bring out, and
Where'd you go to school?
I've picked up Greta like a sack of potatoes, as I have had to so many times, and I put her outside in my Greta barrel.
Oh my God.
It has Greta written on the side.
And then just leave the lid on like a strange hat.
Wait,
So she doesn't get too cold from the snow.
is she just undead? Like, are our irregulars just risen corpses?
We have to consider the possibility.
That tracks.
They can drink a lot of poison.
Yeah, that's why we sell so much beer.
Yeah.
Greta pulls her cozy blanket around her inside her barrel.
Barrel? No, and I help her get sort of situated down in the barrel, and I say, "We might be gone a couple days, Greta, but we'll be back soon. Good night, honey." And I put the lid down.
And roll it down the hill.
Over to Greta's house. No, we're not gonna roll it. She's there under the awning. It's gonna be fine.
She's fine. I left some food out.
She's
water.
fine.
Greta's are independent creatures.
Yeah.
That's a person, I think.
So we're out getting the cart ready. There's no reason not to let this happen.
There's a lot of reasons not to let that happen.
So the visitor, so you're still with the visitor, are you, Jim?
I think we both are there on either side, yeah.
The visitor stands up and says, "By whatever visage you see me in, you may know me as Goetia."
We got a name.
That is the only name that you should call me by. And if any other denizens of the lower plains come and say they serve our Lord, do not believe them. I am the liaison between Acquisitions Incorporated and the Home Office.
How do we know that you're the one telling the truth?
And how do we know what liaison means?
I need a little help.
You'll have to trust me.
Okay,
That seems fair.
I do.
And
I
liaison has a variety of meanings.
Interesting.
Some of them have to do with this business, and some of them have to do with my other business.
Okay, all right.
Don't encourage
Get it? I'm a bit of a liaison myself.
Oh my God.
All right, here we go.
Love this man.
Here we go. Here we go.
You may have bamboozled me before, but I know what you're doing. And I'm keeping an eye on you.
And looking toward Jim, Goetia then turns toward you and transforms again, now with the floppy bangs. And
the hacky sack.
He says,
It's an emo chic.
The
beanie
crossbody
situation.
bag.
Yeah.
he says, "It's good you're keeping an eye on me."
If you were so smart, you would have known I'm bi, and either one would have worked.
And at this, he stands up and actually...
Oh, God. I only have so much constitution, Mr. Crawford.
This for the...
Next, you're going to tell me he's 6'2" and he's in finance.
Oh my God.
Blue eyes.
He is
Don't.
6'3",
Oh, shit!
And you know he deals in them soul coins.
and
That's the biggest pastry I've ever seen.
The whole thing
It's just it's a baguette.
It's just a baguette.
and for the first time, you see both of his eyes blazing green.
Oh, God.
Fuck.
And he says, "Respect."
This is horrible.
Yeah, your charms don't work on me. Let's go, Uncle Jim.
Let's the cart's waiting.
There's a call
The
outside.
spectral hens are ready. Let's go.
I just say, children.
Yep, we gotta go.
I think Certainty needs healing.
I need something. I think there's a song about it. We gotta
All right, Goisha, I will liaison you later. Am I using? I don't know. Is that?
Is Goisha's name like the book, like the goat, the Ars, yeah, history. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just
two
say-
people got that.
Listen, as long as one of them was at this table.
It's Goetia. Never mind.
Oh, guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's not how I spelled it.
you spelled it liaison.
And at this, Goisha twists their bracelet, and for a split second, their complete form changes, and instead of their winter outfit, these huge bat-like wings extend out from their back, and they wink at both of you.
Still hot?
Still hot.
And
they are gone.
Can I just say I
Sick as
really don't mind the romanticization of a redhead with green eyes. I'm okay with it.
Oh yeah. I mean, Evelyn has been silently enjoying this.
It's happened before.
Anna has been enjoying this.
Anna cross.
Yeah. Evelyn is like not Lathander.
Yeah. I mean, Evelyn has been like pleasantly observing everything as well, but these two had it under control.
Yeah.
So you gallop in your food truck.
Yeah.
That's right.
And let's see, you have your horse in its chicken outfit,
Yes. Perfect.
and it clippity-clops down the snowy lane, and you very shortly find yourself outside the ruins of the Temple of Bakhab. You have passed several bell towers along the way and have heard them chime not too long ago that it is 1:15 midnight. So you know that the time is approaching.
That's great news.
Yeah.
And
few minutes.
as you near this destroyed structure with the flagstones, each one with a symbol carved into it, for just a moment, you see what looks like a candle light in the ruins, and as you ride up, the light goes out. What do you do?
Can I, I'm just double checking that nothing has changed about this, but detect good and evil, detect evil.
That's a classic, yeah.
Yeah.
You got that ready to go?
Divine sense. Can I divine sense?
Yes, so as your divinely gifted senses extend outward, you do not sense any of the extraplanar creatures that power normally detects.
Seems fine to me.
I don't know. The horses are nervous. They're like, nay, bok, bok, bok. Nay.
Maybe it was a firefly.
I have the spell Find Familiar, but I think I also just have my familiar because of the weird impossibility. I didn't bring the sock puppet, but a wonderful person named Missy gave me this.
Oh, dude, that ball. That's
So good.
That ball's out of control.
And I brought it
Holy
on stage
shit.
because I cried when I saw it and I'm a softie. So I send
You wanna send it in there to sniff around?
my puppet familiar. I'm like, hey, there's a weird light. I want you to go in there and I want you to see, don't do anything, just see something made of fire or if there's something bad in there because the horse is spooked. And just come back and tell me what happened, okay?
The familiar walks across the flagstones, and then you hear a scream.
Well,
Oh, shit.
A scream?
A puppety scream?
No, someone else screamed.
a puppy scream. We know what those sound like.
Yeah.
Let's see, what is your familiar's armor class?
Oh, jeez.
What's the armor class of a puppet?
What? Jeremy Crawford out here killing people's familiars.
Are you shocked?
I don't know.
I'm going to say, let's see.
It was a weird impossibility spell.
Well-
It has a challenge rating of 0.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna say like 10. Let's strike a deal.
What?
Let's strike a deal. Let's say I roll for it.
Let's do it. Let's
It's
roll
an
up.
impossibility. Obelisk did it.
This
Come on,
is
little girl.
We are talking.
Blow on my dice. Don't blow on my dice.
No.
I'm just saying you are a drawn through and through.
You cursed me!
This would be an
Why would
incredible
you say that?
opportunity to call out our dice sponsor, Foam Brain. So,
Oh my God.
thanks. Thanks for that. Great experience. I think that we've been a great partner to you, and
We make your dice look great.
yeah, they look like $1 million.
Yeah.
Thank you, daughter.
So you,
What happens to her?
there is a sound
Oh no!
That's it.
as she vanishes.
Oh.
All right, we got it. The truth
There's
is,
somebody in the woods.
the truth is, we don't have a lot of time.
You gotta get in there.
We have to get in there, and I'm going to say as much. I'm going to say, Jim, light this place up.
What, me?
Like burn it
I
down.
need a wizard.
Like burn it the fuck down.
No, we need to go in there.
You said light it up.
I mean, like
No, I
with
think burn
light.
it down.
Like with
Oh,
like
I
with-
thought you wanted me to burn it down.
We were on the same page.
Yeah.
Fire in our hands.
Hey, you want us to burn
what?
it down?
I'm going to let this operate. Listen, it's happened so rarely that
Evelyn's
the two of
just
you are on the
walking in.
same page.
She's in there.
Evelyn's already in there.
Figure it out between yourselves. But we need to be able to see in there. And I'm just going to start walking in, and I'm going to say, listen, I appreciate that you have nocturnal, events that you need to manage, but I got a bunch of shit to do.
Jim's
And
got
I got
nocturnal events.
And I got a bunch of wizards with me. And the next one's not going to be a puppet. And I bring them all out, and I come in, and I'm waiting for the pyrotechnics.
Oh, okay.
What do I get?
I mean, do you want to like rock, paper, scissors it, see who goes first?
Sure.
Okay.
Is it best 2 out of 3 or is it just?
No, just the one.
Just the
You
one,
don't wanna
okay.
make it, they're not going to be here all
Now,
day.
do you do like 1, 2, 3 and then the thing?
1, 2, 3, shoot. Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
I cast Jim's magic missile
God damn it.
On what? My hands?
on whatever hit my puppet.
And do you have dark vision?
Yes.
Can. Oh, I think I do
I
actually.
saw what you did.
Wait,
so
okay,
I
well, Danielle.
So,
There's new rules. Where are my features?
and if you don't,
I do have dark vision
You have
for
dark
60
vision because
feet.
you get it
Yes.
from me. You get it from me.
so
I got a little bit of elf in me.
right at the edge of your dark vision, you see a figure that is about to move out of your dark vision's radius, and so you can target it with Jim's magic missile.
I do it.
All right. And I think with that spell, you actually have to make an attack roll.
do have
Yes.
to roll for Jim.
That Jim.
I just want to point out that if I
That good? Is that a good clap?
I don't think so.
it's
No.
a 1.
It's a 1. Okay.
It ended up being a 1.
It's a tough spell. Listen, Jim puts his arm around her.
Listen.
It took me a couple days. It took a couple hours. And I got it right away, but not everybody does.
Because you told me you got to do your fingies like
You got to do the finger thing.
I did it. I did it.
I know
though.
it's tricky. It's tricky for
Did
a
you-
lot of other people.
Yeah, people
Not
that
me.
like learn magic and don't know it.
People that can read.
I can read. Thank you very much.
So when that magic missile sails by the figure, you hear a voice in the darkness, and that figure is now stepped out of the radius of your dark vision, and the voice says, "Holy shit! I'm sorry about the puppet."
Can I be walking toward the voice?
Yeah, of course.
I
think we
mean,
both are.
honestly, if I saw a weird puppet running in at me, I would probably pop it too. I'm sorry, sir.
I thought it was going to try to kill me or something.
I understand. Puppets can be very disconcerting, but really, puppets are friends.
Don't you
Watch
have
it, my
any
son's a
sense
puppet.
of whimsy?
But it was walking toward me with those, like
little puppet legs.
Yeah.
What's your name? Come on out.
The figure steps forward, young man with a cloak on, because again, it's quite cold out.
Oh, yeah.
And he has a satchel that almost looks like a doctor's satchel.
Really?
And he has spectacles, and he says, my name's Chaz, and I was already terrified because I was hired to catch a ride in the mist tonight. They said I need to tend to a patient so that they're ready for some ritual later.
This is incredible.
Who sent you?
I mean, that sounds bad.
Who sent you? Because it's probably the same person that sent us.
I was.
It's okay. You're among friends.
Were you also hired by Deandra?
Yes.
Make a deception check.
Oh my God.
Wait, Omen, are you lying? Or did you just forget?
He is. He's lying hard.
Jim, shut up.
How loud are you saying that? He's right there.
All right, ready? Here we go. 10.
Wow.
Are you sure?
I say, young man, she goes by many names.
What name do you use for her?
Oh, yeah, now we have a different question.
Derek.
Barbara.
Baguette.
Yeah.
Barbara and Derek?
Like
Yes.
you said.
He said many names. Didn't you hear him?
Yeah.
Barbara Derek.
She changes faces and even bodies. Like we would change a cloak.
Well, okay. And as he says this, the nearest bell tower begins striking the 12 bells of midnight.
I would like to look for the raven symbol.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we're going to get a little glow here, a little mist.
Well, Evelyn, right there, standing with him, you see, right at your feet, he was already at the raven.
Shit.
Oh, Raven. Right here, Raven.
2 points.
Yes.
And the rest of you who are further back, you can see as soon as the first bell of midnight strikes, silvery mist is starting to rise up from the floor.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, I have a question. Can we bring our whole cart into the mist? Because they love carts on that side
They
of the mist.
do.
They love them.
No, as I remember, this place is actually like a significant ruin.
Yes.
Like, I think we might be able to drive the truck right in.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, they love carts.
They're crazy for it.
Yeah.
So you're going to gallop the cart.
Yeah. I've got the, like, horses with chicken costumes that are pretending are chickens.
All right, you have now 10 bells to get the whole thing cart.
I'm ready.
There. You going to do it?
Yeah.
All right.
Gonna handle some animals?
I need you to make an animal handling check.
Oh, I don't have points in that. So let's just...
I do. If you want help.
Yeah, help me.
What if also I've been teaching Strix how to manage horses because I come from a horse town?
You do be
so
loving
can I
horses, yeah.
aid her for advantage?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm like shouting instructions.
Okay.
Remember,
No, listen,
giddy up.
And I'm like,
I will be the fallback position
Okay.
on these bells, okay?
Okay. So what? We just roll, see.
Advantage, yeah.
You have advantage because of the help.
Well, that's
No, you're gonna
not
need it.
great. Okay. Well.
18! Oh, 18. That's a
18.
traditional number.
All
Yeah.
right.
18.
So the whole group with the chicken-garbed horse gallops forward with your food cart into this circle of mist.
And I bodily pick up our new friend and just like, as we pass by on the cart and set him in the cart.
Okay. And the mists erupt around you as the 12th bell strikes. And for a moment, you start coughing as the mists surround you.
It's like a fog machine.
And I need you all to make Constitution saving.
You gotta not
Oh, boy.
inhale it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like a cigar.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
taste it.
13.
13.
20 natural.
Nice.
You're breathing so good.
Yeah. Jim is used to the smoke.
He is.
Fancy
You're so
guy.
used to
The
fog
smoke
machine.
machine,
Yeah.
right?
He's
Okay.
building up a tolerance because of that
Yeah.
hot lady.
You're gonna have to smoke 2 domains of dread to get
Just
the
to
same
get the
high.
same
2 domains a day?
I have wasted tonight's natural 20 breathing.
Oh, great.
You said Constitution, right?
Yes.
I hate being level 4. I got a 3.
That's low.
I got a 16.
All right.
Before
Omen,
this- Yeah.
Strix, and Jim, you get over your coughing fits quickly.
Oh, I grew up in smog. It's great.
Evelyn and Certainty, the 2 of you, though, you cough longer than the 3 of them do. And as you cough, the mists begin to coalesce around you, and you begin to see things in them. Nice. Certainty, as you gaze into the mist, they part for you, and for a moment, you see that little bald man from the Feywild who was wearing a red robe and called himself Dungeon Master, who gave you the teddy bear.
Yeah.
And he says to you, "Fear not. I will be keeping an eye on you." And as he winks, you gain an extra portent.
Ooh, that's really cool.
And then he's gone.
The smoke is good. It's good smoke.
Yeah, what
the
Oh, this shit hitting, man. Oh, this goes hard. Some good shit. It's
Hold
like
it in,
being
hold
back
it
in
in.
the dorm
Oh.
at Strixhaven. Oh, damn.
And you take 6 poison damage.
Oh.
That also happened at the dorm at Strixhaven.
The Jeremy giveth, the Jeremy taketh away.
Yeah.
Evelyn.
If I see Strahd, I swear to God.
Just gonna scream.
Evelyn, the mists part, and you see that same temple in the forest that you encountered in another vision, with the columns and the dome. And there is, this time, rather than just a statue of Lathander in it, there is instead a light gleaming so bright that you can barely look at it. And you can see in that light, there is the outline of a person. And
Hell yes.
you hear not with your ears or even in your mind, but in your heart.
I love it.
You hear, though you are worlds away, my love and my light is with you always. And you gain 20 temporary hit points.
Holy shit. Dude, this is kind
Y'all
of
should breathe in.
Yeah, that's better than the whole gym. You earned a gym's worth.
That's some good stuff, Certainty. Yeah.
And you take 3 poison damage.
Yeah, it's fine.
And me and Evelyn are just like, with red eyes.
And the rest of you just see them coughing, and right as the 2 of you come out of those visions, the mist, just as quickly as they blew up around all of you all, they crash down around you, almost like a geyser of water returning to the earth, and you find yourself on the cobblestone streets of the village of Barovia.
Oh,
Hell yes.
home
dude.
sweet home.
I've never been here before.
Oh.
Here, yeah, and I just put an arm, a plate-mailed arm around our new friend, and I say, what exactly did Deandra tell you that you might need to do?
Well, so she said they have a new asset, and they need the asset to, well, as a part of a bargain, but that the asset has gotten a little worn down because I guess they've been playing with it a bit too much. And they needed me to, well, do some healing and make sure that,
like chafing,
the asset isn't so well, nearly dead that we can't offer them.
He's going crazy on it. I'm scared.
What kind of asset?
A visitor, a person who came and he's meant to meet someone important who's arriving in two nights.
Did they say where?
Well, yes, it's down this way, but we
Here's
should
the thing,
move.
man.
The people.
Everybody's important.
You should take
okay?
us
We're
there.
all here for different purposes. Every
Preach,
soul.
preach.
We're all
is
on
an
different
important
journeys,
soul.
you know?
Yeah, you
What?
get it.
Right?
And we're sitting here, this soul's important, this soul's unimportant. Everyone's important, dude. You're important.
I think everyone had more fun in the mist than us.
You have value.
I think so.
Speak
Yeah.
on it.
Okay?
We need to
Think
stop
about
misting
it.
so
I
hard.
think they hit the mist a little too hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're just tolerant to
And then I
mist.
sit down
Yeah.
cross-legged on the floor. I'm like, I'm sorry, I got to read the stars right now.
Honestly, please, but literally
It's
do that.
really important they're speaking to me.
But literally IRL, do it.
And I attempt to discern the stars of Barovia.
As you look up, you see that the dull night sky has almost no sign of starlight, except for brief moments, the dull gray clouds will part, and you'll catch a glimpse for a split second of a star, and then almost immediately the clouds move back over.
I love living in Seattle.
Omen,
That's beautiful because the clouds make the rain, feeds all the green around us. God.
I think this guy might work for Memphis Stopoleps. Memphisopolis.
No, for Memphis Steve.
Memphis
It's
Stopolepagus.
Memphis Steve.
Memphis Steve.
Yes, it's Memphis Steve. Yes.
I'm thinking, you know how I'm always thinking.
No, that's true. And I think you might not be 100% wrong.
Yeah.
I think this whole thing has Memphis Steve's fingerprints all
Right?
over it.
Right?
Who? I'm sorry, but we're just holding space for the stars right now.
And I'm pointing them all out to Evelyn. This is like the closest you ever seen us. I like hold your hand. I'm like,
No, it's like, this is
let me
actually
tell
lovely.
you,
This is actually, and
the
I'm
sun
so happy.
is a star.
You're so right. You get it.
You
You're
wear
just
that on
holding
your armor.
like one finger, maybe? Like.
And if they can, if the moon and the can influence the tide, what is it doing to the fluid in our bodies?
Whoa.
Wow.
Think about it.
That's
Yeah, that's
crazy.
fucking wild.
And
Anyway,
what does it
so
mean to be real?
Yeah,
And do I get my portents?
Oh my God, your portents for doing so portents.
This is all portents.
So you have your regular number of portents and the extra one given to you by the vision.
right, so get some hot rolls in here.
2, that's great for an enemy.
It is, honestly.
Portent rolls, they make me happy because as long as they're
It's
not
sick.
middle of the road,
That's
they're
right.
good.
As long as it's big.
Watch
or
me
small.
watch me roll a 10.
Watch me roll.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, it could be
13?
the right one. And then remember, I can goose it with war gods,
Okay.
right? So even a middling one is okay.
I don't know what that means, but 13. 13 was my roll number when I went to school in India, and it was my
13s.
lucky number.
Historically, it has not been associated with luck.
And I say, Dad, numerologically speaking, what do you know about numerology? Haven't done your numbers yet? Let's take the letters in your name. And this just fades out as a courtesy to you. As I write out Omen Drawn and begin doing a dad's numerology chart.
Yeah, exactly. So these prophecies can occur over there somewhere. We're going to.
You walk away from me doing your chart?
No. You're right there. I'm just saying that it's not 100%. It isn't 100% focus.
Some people just.
This is why you have trouble bagging bad bitches, because all the bad bitches do numerology and all this science shit.
Yeah. I see.
They all do it.
I see.
The number one question most people ask on a date is, what's your sign? And you're not even gonna know what to say.
Do you have trouble bagging bad bitches?
He's been trying to.
That sounds hard.
Yeah.
Certainty?
Someone told me my sign once was red flag.
Red flag factory.
That's good.
I think it is good. I've heard it too.
I-
It must be good.
Yeah, we're both great.
We are, yeah.
Yeah, people love us.
I see Evelyn.
Yeah.
That's not my type.
Oh, so you don't
We
want.
have only so much time on this earth, and how long are you gonna hold on to your unspoken feelings. We're all like dust in the wind.
Yeah. Like
We're like mist.
like
in Barovia.
stardust.
We come and we go. Think about that.
Wow, that's beautiful.
And I sit down and I try to sober up.
Just a couple face slaps.
Yeah, I'm like sitting there like thinking, trying to think my way out of
The maze.
the mystic maze.
The stranger looks up toward this massive castle that looms over the village of Barovia. And the moon, you can see, has just started to rise. And it is backlighting the castle. And just as the moon breaches the horizon, you see innumerable bats suddenly launch out of the castle. And at this, the stranger's face goes completely pale.
Oh, well.
We need to get to the house before he gets to us.
That house, the castle house?
No, we're not going to Castle Ravenloft. We don't want the Dark
sure?
Lord to find us.
I know my way around there real well.
No. No.
Okay.
The house this way, up this street.
Okay.
They call it the Death House, but don't let the name scare you.
Oh, the death house.
Death house. Yeah.
I do know the death house.
Okay.
I think
It's
I have
right
some
up here.
relatives
It's right up
there.
here on the right.
I'm gonna be
Quick.
honest, it scares me a little.
It sounds scary, but it's not as bad as him. Come on.
Oh, my family I have some relatives there.
In Castle Ravenloft?
No, in Death House.
Oh, well then come on in.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm sure they're real messed up.
Oh, well, you should have said so. You're one of the honored legacy. Please.
Oh, no.
Please,
Honored
legacy members get a
Eat
bonus.
free?
Yeah. and get a bonus dessert.
I love desserts.
It's easier to get admission too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here, you handle the talking here.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're into this fucking shit.
Hey, listen, look at me. Your only problem is that you don't believe in yourself. And I would cast
That's
Bardic
not her only
Inspiration on
problem.
you, but honestly, in my fog, I've forgotten how to do it. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Believe in the you that believes in me, that believes in you.
Well, you're the talky
Think about
people.
that.
You're the talky people. I'm the plucky comic relief.
Okay, well here, then I'm gonna use you as a ticket.
All right.
I'm just gonna gesture at you briefly, and hopefully that will
right.
be a
All right.
boon for us.
I
Take
love
us to
spooky
Death
things.
House.
Yeah, spooky things and dead things are great. Good aesthetic. Let's go.
Right up here. And he directs you to this elegant but run-down townhouse up on the right side of the cobblestone street you're at. As soon as you get close to it, he does not wait for the cart to stop.
Really? He jumps off?
He jumps off,
The moving-
and because he looks up at the sky and can see the swarm of bats getting closer and closer. And he says, we should be okay inside. The house will protect us.
What about
And
what about the horses?
well, if there's nothing to
loss.
be done. There are more horses
They're
in
already
Barovia.
there.
Bring the horses inside.
They're chickens. They're fine.
Why would that make them fine?
Let's go inside.
He runs up to the door, and his hand is shaking so much in terror. He is having a hard
guy's not
time.
okay.
He has a key. He's having a hard time putting it into the
I
keyhole.
take the key. This is dumb. But I go ahead and handle it, and then I give him the key back, and then I open the door.
Oh, thank you. In. Quick.
I want to do some rodeo queen shit, and I want to unhitch the horses, lasso both of them, and ride them into the house.
Wow. There's no downside for us. Like, even if
Yeah, I
we
don't
lose
really
the
care.
horse, we're going to have roughly that equivalent of horse bones.
I love horse bones.
There's nothing to lose here.
Exactly, right? Here, so you're going to bring him in low and get him inside the...
You can see my glittering, ephemeral cowboy hat and like a sash.
Ephemeral cowboy hat. Where did you
appears
get
here
this?
because I mean, maybe it's imaginary. I'm still kind of high, but
It's like Pink Pony Club playing or whatever.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. In slow-mo.
I'm going to be staying near the door. It sounds like he's very worried about this.
So he has already run into the house. Evelyn, you've unhitched the horses.
Yeah.
All right. I need you to make an animal handling check to see if you can get them into the house before the
What's your
bats
animal
arrive.
handling modifier?
+1.
Okay,
But
so
arguably, I would have advantage as I am actually a rodeo queen.
what?
Not me, Evelyn.
Oh,
It's believable, isn't it? Right?
yeah, it tracks.
Is it too late for me to cast Enhance ability?
No.
Oh.
I'm like, listen, you can do anything that you believe in because even when you can't see the sun, the stars are always there. Think about that.
I do every day.
And do you have advantage on ability checks using, I'm going to choose wisdom because that's, or wait,
that's
no.
the right one.
Yeah, that's the
Yes,
right one.
wisdom.
Yes.
Hit 'em.
Advantage, all right.
Hit him.
Bless Lathander. 15, which would be 16,
True.
or 9, which would be 10. So we'll take the 16.
With 16, you are able to rapidly get the two horses barely through the front door.
They're just in the foyer?
They are knocking over vases that are on either side.
Yeah.
Because this
It's
is
a
a
nice
house.
house. It's an
Stools,
old
tables.
Victorian.
Yes.
Yeah.
But thankfully for you, an old Victorian has higher ceilings than a typical modern house does or a typical medieval house. And so you are able to get the horses into the entry chamber, which now means you are all crammed in there with very little room and now a big pile of horse shit.
I'm so glad you brought the horses.
You kind of learn to like the smell eventually.
You don't.
No, you don't.
No, that's rare.
I try to do some kind of cool, like, show dismount. Does it work?
Into some shit?
No.
Give me a performance.
18.
Hey,
18.
hey, that's not bad.
You dismount so fantastically that as you hit the ground, and how do you land? Like, what's your pose?
Like a kind of like a gymnast, but like cuter, like with one foot tucked behind, like.
So as you do that, as your arms flap up, the front door all by itself slams shut.
Well,
and you realize the guy who came here with you is nowhere in sight.
Dang it.
And
I forgot his name.
the moment the door slams shut on its own, all of the sound outside just gone. As if the house was completely soundproofed. And the moment the door slams shut, you hear from upstairs harpsichord music.
Oh, that's not eerie.
Harpsichord music. I play a little harpsichord.
What?
And in front of you, there is the door that you came through, a door on your right, a door on your left, and a red spiral staircase.
Oh. Painted it red?
It's all about drama on this side.
That
of the
makes me
mist.
want to go that way.
Me too.
I mean, we should go towards the harpsichord for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
As we're going by them, can I check the left-hand door? Just jiggle the handle.
It's locked.
I cast knock on it.
Cast knock?
Yeah.
It's unlocked.
Pretty sure I have
Did I
it.
just knock?
We don't have any rogues. I mean, I'm
Pretty
glad
sure I
someone
have
has
it.
not.
Listen, I got some fine traps.
I don't know that I should be blowing my spell slots like this, but I had a lot of mist. And so, yeah, I see you jiggle the handle, and I go,
It's unlocked or it's locked?
It's unlocked now,
Oh.
thanks to Certainty's magic.
I peek. I want to peek. I cast peek. I don't know if that. I look in there real. What's in there? What do I see?
It is a dining room, large dining room table with 8 ornate chairs set around it. And there are 2 candles on ornate candlesticks still burning, though they are the wick is very low down. So it looks like it's been burning for a while. And you can smell what you think actually is like apple pie.
Oh, I love pastries.
You also see, Jim, that at the head of each of the chairs, there is a sort of sinister visage carved into the back of the chair, but it's different in each of
Jim
the
was in a
8.
band called Sinister Visage, so yeah.
It's a good name.
Let's see.
Oh, I'm peeking too. I want to see the visage.
I smell pie.
I love pie.
It smells so good.
We have a hand pie cart.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm not going to investigate. If I don't see anybody in there or anything in there, I pull it shut and I push Strix away from the door.
Ow!
You're not, what about your sense of adventure?
No, I don't have that. No. I have a sense of self-preservation.
What's that like?
It's kept me alive.
Strix, you wanted to look?
Yeah, I love looking and making mistakes.
We got one for you.
When you look in, Strix, give me a religion check.
My favorites. Well, that's actually good.
That's really good.
I think 27?
Jesus.
Okay, well,
Holy
that might be
smokes.
okay.
Yeah.
I'll
I have
do
a
it.
lot of points in religion.
All right. With that, you in like a split second, you're like, oh yeah, I know all this. And you see that each of the 8 carvings is a face of a different lord of the 9. But you notice there are 8 seats, not 9.
Oh.
Who did they snub?
Obviously, they snubbed Asmodeus, obviously.
Is that the one that's not there?
When you look to see which one is missing, although you also know, Strix, with that check, there are actually more Lords of the 9 than there are layers of hell because of various politics. But the most prominent absence around the table is a chair depicting the symbol of Mephistopheles.
Ooh, they don't like him.
They came together, they hung out, they talked shit about him.
They did.
Yeah, they did. Interesting. This is juicy. Also, like, I do think I had an aunt here. Maybe, I don't know, I'm pretty sure, but Jim slams the door in my face and I'm like, that's typical.
And then you come back and open it back up.
No, I just tell everyone, well, I'm like, well, those were and Mephistopheles is missing. So these are our allies, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
That's also what I got. I did it immediately and then I shut the door. I got it, but
didn't waste any more time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And so there's still a harpsichord going crazy?
Yep.
There's also a right-hand door.
I want to see the harpsichord.
I do too.
Yeah. Who wants? Okay,
Also, the
should we vote?
staircase is red, and
Who
I
wants to
applaud
go
that
up the spooky
choice.
stairs?
Thanks to you, I'm hearing it play Pink Pony Club right now.
Ah.
It's the harpsichord version.
Ding, ding,
Spooky
ding, ding.
stairs.
In minor.
Yeah? Yeah?
Well, I say, it's only going to take a second. And I reach over for the right side door.
God damn it.
It's unlocked.
Perfect.
Inside, you see a sumptuously appointed, basically sitting room with paintings and also carvings of hunting scenes all around, with carvings of wolves, a stuffed wolf, images of people hunting wolves, and there is a large, poofy armchair. There is also what looks like a glass of sherry, half drunk, on a table next to the poofy armchair.
You know that's good sherry.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to go in and sit in the armchair. What? And drink the rest of it, and then say, we're good.
Make a Constitution saving.
Oh my God.
You just drank the thing? Okay.
It looks so good. It's so pimp.
You're stealing this person on the harpsichord's booze.
Look, it's
Not so
hereditary. You can't drink the
One,
strange
hello.
liquid and then roll a 1. You can't do it.
Can't drink, can't hold his liquor.
So I'll drink it and I'll stand up and say, we're good. And I think I'm not good. I think I'm not good, actually.
No.
You take...
Mom, I'm not good.
You take only 2 necrotic damage.
Yeah, only.
Fucking who cares?
It's a little
Don't you have
necrotic.
like 10 hit points?
No, I'm a war character.
But then,
12.
because you drank it, the rest of you hear strange screaming in the background.
I do.
I do, yeah.
And the rest of you, right after Omen sips what looks like Sherry, not only does that screaming rise even more,
That terrifying sound.
but Omen's eyes suddenly erupt with green flame.
Green flame!
Oh, shit.
And your eyes are now glowing green.
I feel like I'm in an apartment. Like this is like now a competition.
I need to poke on the wall with the broom.
Yeah.
With the
Fucking
green,
shut up.
With the
It's a
green
battle of the
flame.
bands.
Yeah, we can be louder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be quiet.
And you now hear beneath your feet, no one else hears this, Omen.
Just the
You
creaking wood. I don't
hear-
want you to
Oh,
stand
shit,
up.
he's getting
He's
up.
standing up.
He's getting
He's
up.
standing up.
You hear, Omen, right beneath your feet. You must pay the blood toll to get this boy's soul.
No.
Blood, 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 blood.
Blood.
We're in Philly. I love when you do the always Cindy.
Yeah, it's like they might shout, but they're not screaming blood.
Let's scare them.
Yeah.
And you hear it, Omen, repeating, pay the blood toll, play the blood toll, pay it.
Is there like a vessel or something in here? I mean, I can get this one quick.
No, and specifically, every time you hear it, it's coming from beneath your feet.
Oh yeah. Heard there's a basement here.
I'm gonna take my maul and smash a hole in the floor.
Nice.
That's Victorian veneer.
Omen, this is original hardwood.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you renovating this place too?
Yeah. It's a reno.
Evil
Make an
Martha.
attack roll.
I will. It's a pretty good. We're looking real nice here with a 22.
You hit. How much damage do you deal to the floor?
Well, it is pretty zesty. It's 2d6 plus 4, 2, 4, so 10.
As you slam your maul down on the floor, it cracks and then collapses downward, and you see there is a staircase hidden right here. And as you reveal this staircase, all of you can now hear this strange whispering, pay the blood toll to get the boy's soul.
You hear that?
Yeah.
We all hear that?
The night man cometh, y'all.
Yeah.
And
I don't know about that.
And as soon as you smash open this and all of you hear this whispering, the harpsichord music upstairs stops.
Oh. Should have checked on that.
And suddenly, the temperature in this room plummets. And it is almost freezing in here.
I hate being cold.
And
Is that the soul we're supposed to save?
I suspect.
Omen, your eyes are still blazing with green flame.
Green flame!
And peeking out from behind the stuffed wolf, which, keep in mind, is on the opposite side of the door, 2 children.
Okay.
Nope, don't like that.
All right, time to go.
Are we playing Phasmophobia?
Good night, everybody.
What is happening here? Temperatures are dropping. We're seeing apparitions.
Puppets. Children.
Two children. A girl quite a bit taller than the boy. The boy is holding a little stuffed rabbit.
Yeah.
And you can ever so slightly see through both of them.
Ew. Ghosts.
And the girl says, "Why did you hurt House?"
Okay. House is alive.
Can I cast Mind Spike on the little boy?
You just freak out. You're just like, oh.
Jim does not fuck with ghosts.
I mean,
All right, with Mind Spike,
with
You
everything
have to make
else.
a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Little, like he doesn't have any wisdom. He's a kid.
What's the DC?
Wisdom 12.
He's dumb as shit.
The boy fails.
Yeah, he does.
So we're just murdering children?
Yes, we are. They're
Man.
already dead. What do you mean murdering children?
It's not the first time you've been to Barovia and murdered a child.
What happens in Barovia historically?
Yeah.
10 damage.
And
psychic damage.
Psychic damage. The little child jolts from this psychic damage.
Mind spike.
And with that, I need you all to roll initiative.
Oh.
15, Jeremy.
All right, Omen, you are at 15.
I am indeed.
Jim.
21.
Oof, look at that.
Okay.
Not bad.
Certainty.
4.
Oh, no.
Great number, fortuitous number.
You
Evelyn.
can grab a 13 if you want.
5.
Strix.
Oh.
That good, huh?
2.
All right. Jim, what do you do?
You know,
I guess there's another child you could kill.
hey, little guy. I know kids love card tricks. I cast spray of cards. Choose a card, motherfucker! And a 15-foot cone of spectral cards.
Oh my God.
He's got to make a dexterity saving throw.
This little shaver's got to make a dexterity throw.
All right. I think with that large of a spray, the
Maybe
other
both of them.
ghost is
Yeah.
also going to have to make the save.
And the wolf.
Pick a card.
All right. They both succeeded on their saving throw.
Well, shit.
But probably half damage, right? Right?
On a successful save, the creature takes half as many
Nah,
damage.
see?
Yes.
Why are we attacking children, Ghost?
That's horrible. Oh boy. What's half of 3? Is that a number? I don't.
That's 1.
Oh, really?
And,
Okay.
and what kind of damage?
It's force damage.
Ooh, all right. Hey,
Yeah.
at least
So
you know that's going to affect a ghost.
This is like a St. Ives apricot scrub for ghosts.
Oh my God.
You've revealed skin's freshest layer.
Yeah,
Like this is
it's
not this is a
exfoliating.
spa treatment.
Who has used that since 1995? Like,
We're
Good
old.
question.
Yeah, I don't know
yeah,
if you
but
heard.
like, do you still have the St. Ives like in your
Oh, yeah.
closet? Like,
Yeah, I stay scrubbing.
Omen.
You think this comes for free? All right.
What do you do?
Nah, son. What do I do? So
Kill the children.
So but that should be it. Like kill him.
Kill him now. Kill him fast.
Get him out of here. God.
Just to be clear, have they attacked us at all?
no.
Okay.
No, they haven't. No. Did you tell by Jeremy's sad laughing?
I can tell by Evelyn's sad crying.
Okay.
Man, you really put us in a real bind here. You put us in a tight spot.
The real Nightman was the friends we made along the way.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna. I say. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I feel like this kind of got underway, and now we just gotta kind of go with the flow. And then
Sometimes you start killing a kid, and then you're like, uh-oh, but you gotta finish just killing a kid. Like,
it's like peas.
yes.
It's a
roughly
hobby
the
in
same
Barovia,
dynamic.
I've heard.
Yeah, no, it is like pee. Like, you can't stop halfway. You
Right.
can't stop midstream.
It's a Pringles situation.
I hate
Right.
this.
No,
We opened the floodgates.
yeah,
You
of
can't
chips.
close them.
No.
Kill these children.
I cover my eyes with one hand, and then with my other hand, I deliver a gruesome bolt of celestial energy with guiding bolt.
All right.
These children are already dead. What's wrong with you?
They are?
They're
You can see right through
I
them.
did not notice that. I'm gonna be 100% honest.
How do we feel about 14?
That hits.
All right, that's great news.
and
But
which-
not for the kids.
Which ghost are you firing it at?
I'm gonna finish off the little brother.
to your charity.
If I had a nickel for every time I heard him say that.
12 points of radiant damage.
Can I summon
Can we
an
take a
HR
moment to talk about
person?
child's play?
Do I let
Great charity, guys.
Hey, we raised like $10,000 for child's
For
play.
child's play.
Get off my
So
fucking
technically,
ass.
he's allowed to do this.
Anyway.
If
12
it was
12
20,000, he could do 2.
Exactly.
God.
Well, at the end of this, we're going to be -10. So, I deliver 12 searing points of radiant damage.
The little boy's visage stretches.
Yeah, see?
Like
He was fucked up.
unnaturally, and then he starts crying.
Oh, God, no.
Don't let it get to you.
Now see what you did.
Oh my God.
And the little boy leaps at you, Omen, and I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, that's a funny. See, this is funny. This is the new system allows for weird saving throws like this, which I like. So I'm going to be like, no, not me. Not the face.
Except it's a 13. I decided it.
+2,
I think that'll work.
so 15.
So
I see the child jump, and I just decide that my dad.
I bat him toward the fireplace.
I decide I want my dad to kill this child.
No.
And the little boy, as he was running toward you, actually leapt toward you, almost like trying to dive into you, and with certainty's portent of seeing you avoid it, you managed to step aside at just the right second, and the ghost misses you.
I say, see, these kids are fucked up.
Now,
teenagers.
Now the little girl tries to jump into you, Jim.
What? No, I don't even.
Please make a charisma saving throw.
Oh no,
boy. This is +2. 14.
Oof. You managed to
punched the
resist
little girl
it.
in the fucking
Oh
face.
my God.
Okay. Not today, little girl.
Aren't we supposed to be saving someone? Isn't?
We'll get to that after we kill these kids.
Okay.
Evelyn, what do you do?
All right.
I go downstairs.
Good. Yeah.
This is not this. I'm not involving myself.
That's
in
not part of
this.
your brand.
No.
Well, there is kind of a weird hole here. You could go down and see what's there, I guess.
Yeah.
Evelyn walks down the stairs.
And we're fighting for our fucking lives.
Yeah.
This is like
Punching
Evelyn's kind of
ghosts.
like she's been like, can you? No, and just walks downstairs.
Certainty, what do you do?
I'm gonna cast.
Kill these little shits.
Actually, are you dashing to move your full speed twice?
Yes.
All right. Well, moving that fast
is cool.
You get
Sorry, I'm having a
actually
wardrobe
quite a
malfunction.
ways down the stairs, and you see that there is a door at the bottom of the stairs that is slightly ajar, and there is light streaming in from beyond.
Hey.
And you can see that you are now in a basement level where instead of the beautiful woodwork of the house above you, instead there's stonework all around you. And you can hear voices talking beyond the door. And what languages do you know?
Common, Celestial, and Elvish, I believe.
You do not understand the language that they're using, but you have heard it before in hell.
Strix! I don't yell that because I don't want them to know I'm here yet. I think yell it.
Certainty, what do you do?
I feel it.
Okay, I'm gonna. This is such a long shot, and I'm so sorry. I'm gonna cast Find Familiar. I'm gonna have the little puppet go up. Are both of the children dead?
No, we haven't killed
I
them
mean,
yet.
yes, they
We will,
are,
but
Despite our best efforts.
Yeah.
We have not killed these kids.
Have him go up to the little boy and make a little heart sign with her hands and be like, me, you, heart?
Friends. Wow.
No.
What? You
play.
want?
Wrong play.
You want to do
Pretty
friendship
cute,
with
though.
me?
I hate this.
What? This is cute.
You want to do friendship with me?
Please go ahead and make a persuasion check.
This is pretty cool, actually.
You have tried to kill them.
Oh, yeah. But the best thing is that this is going to distract these fucking kids.
You know what? Fuck it.
We can fucking finish the job.
Fuck
Yeah.
it. I'm gonna spend another portent. That's an 18.
I'm winding up.
It's a 13 on
I
the
hate
die
this.
plus a 5.
Dude, this balls. This actually kicks ass.
It's an 18.
So the older sister doesn't even, like, she glances for a second and just
Mm-hmm.
looks away. She is
Focused.
focused. But the little boy, now for him it's as if the stuffed bunny doesn't even exist.
Aw.
Oh,
And-
straighten up.
And he reaches out for the familiar. Does she let him take it?
Yeah, take my hand. I'm definitely not gonna somatically cast spells on you. I don't even know how to do that. I'm just a baby. I'm
Does
just
it
a
blow
baby.
up? What is?
I definitely can't cast spells through my familiar. Take my hand.
So he takes the familiar's hand.
Familiar.
My agent is in place. When you are ready, my sleeper agent
God.
will activate.
Sleeper agent.
And you see the puppet behind the child's head pull out a knife.
Oh my God. Well,
Take my hand. I'm just a baby. I don't even know what this is.
it's on brand for Barovia.
Oh, let's be friends.
So he's holding the familiar.
That was my turn. Please don't make me do anything else this
No, we're
turn.
not going to.
Strix, what do you do?
I leave with Evelyn. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not fighting goat. They're children. Like, leave them alone. They're just part of this house. What are you doing? I'm leaving.
Your like head is like sticking up out of the hole. Like, come on, guys, this is weird.
Yeah, I'm like, well, they're not gonna do anything. Leave them alone. Like, they're just part of the house. And I'm like, you guys are part of the house. Leave them alone. They're just dumb. And I go down the hole.
And are you going to dash down so you can?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
So you get down to the bottom, and you can hear those same voices that Evelyn heard, but you understand Infernal, and you hear a female voice say, "You sure as hell better be able to wake him up. If he died down there, we don't have a sacrifice." And we promised them that we were going to offer up the bard. And yes, the ghosts upstairs love him. They're always singing his song, "The Song Man Cometh." And I don't know why, but the kids love him. The house loves him. We need to pretty him up so that we can offer him up.
This is this soul that's being. This is crazy shit.
Yeah, can I just, like,
What?